Chapter 314, A Sneak Attack. Book 3, The South. Nguyen Hong's great empire of Vietnam Army had a total of 14 battalions, numbering 7,000 soldiers. At the same time, the current number of survivors under his banner had reached 50,000, instead of the 30,000 that Fan Tongxian said. During the period of Ruan Mingho and Ruan Chuanhua's escape, Nguyen Hong had launched many successful campaigns on various small survivor establishments, absorbing them into his own power, expanding and gaining more manpower. Other than that, there wasn't only Nguyen Hong's power in this region, but many other powerful factions standing toe-to-toe with each other. In the direction of Gaoping City, there was a Vietnamese called Li Guangyi who had raised a Vietnam Revival Army. It was a stronghold with over tens of thousands of survivors as well. In the direction of Taiyuan City, there was a faction calling themselves the Vietnamese People's Army. And in the direction of Mong Khai City, there was a faction called the Mong Khai Revival Party. These were all strongholds with over 10,000 survivors within them. Other than these major factions, there were countless other smaller powers as numerous as raindrops scattered throughout Vietnam now, and the power conflict was extremely complicated. It was almost as problematic as China now. Nguyen Hong knew about the existence of these factions because of radio. However, due to the roads being unsuitable, these powers had refrained from engaging in all-out firefights, choosing instead to focus on swallowing smaller powers and expanding their own reach. Amongst them, Gaoping City's Vietnam Revival Army and Taiyuan City's Vietnamese People's Army had expanded till they had come across areas under Nguyen Hong's control. Both sides have engaged in a few firefights, testing each other's strength. After losing resources over such tests, all three parties had sent out negotiators and men to engage in a meeting and negotiation, finally coming to an agreement of an alliance. After all, they were all Vietnamese and there wasn't any form of blood debt between any of them. At the moment they did not fully join each other due to the differences in strength. As long as their power distribution reached a similar level amongst one another, the group would become a terrifying existence. As long as these three Vietnamese forces worked together, they would become a powerful and tyrannical force in this post-apocalyptic times. Hearing Wu Tantong's information, Yu Zhong's heart fell. As long as those three worked together, it was going to bad news. Especially since amongst the three of them Nguyen Hong was such a racist. If he became the leader of the three powers, to the Chinese in this post-apocalyptic times, it was going to be a disaster. As long as a racist became the leader of a large power, to those who are subjected to his or her views, it would be a nightmare. The events of World War II due to Hitler's views and actions had proven it to be such a case. Yu Zhong frowned as he pondered a while before he looked at Wu Tantong. He threw a tang blade in front of him, pointing to the captain of the squad, and ordered, "Go chop his head off. As long as you're my underling you won't die. If he doesn't die you'll have to." Since Wu Tantong had already given in once, his situation could not be salvaged. He took up the tang replica sword, and his eyes flashed with fierceness, before he screamed angrily and lopped the head of the captain off. He picked up the bloody head and he kneeled in front of Yu Zhong. "Your subordinate is willing to fight for you." Yu Zhong nodded his head as his gaze traveled to Fan Tongxian. "Fan Tongxian, if you want to rely on me, kill this man. As long as you kill him, you will receive my protection." Fan Tongxian hesitated a while as he thought back to Yu Zhong's ruthless and vicious methods, before he received the tang replica sword from Wu Tantong's hands. He immediately swung down on another captive before turning around to proclaim loudly, "Lord Yu Zhong, I'm willing to serve you." Yu Zhong saw that Wu Tantong and Fan Tongxian had both submitted to him, before he faced Qin Yao who was standing beside him asking, "Qin Yao, I'm going to go and raid Nguyen Hong's establishment. Are you going to come with me or stay here?" Qin looked at Yu Zhong, her eyes flashing with a resolute glint. "I'm coming with you." Yu Zhong pointed to another captive, saying, "If you want to come, kill this man." Qin Yao had been under Ji Qinghu's protection all this while, and had not actually tasted any hardship. While she did kill a number of zombies and mutant beasts under Yu Zhong's guidance, she had not yet killed another person. Without experiencing it first, she would never be able to grow into a proper combatant. The soldier who was pointed at by Yu Zhong immediately wailed, "No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender! I'm willing to surrender!" Just now those captives had seen it plainly for themselves. Whoever was pointed at would soon become a corpse. This led them to be filled with fear. Qin Yao's face went white as she looked at the captive, and a hint of reluctance showed in her eyes. She hesitated a while, but in the end she still activated her plant manipulation ability, and the vine shot out to pierce his brain, nailing him to the ground. He was dead. Chen Yao looked at the miserable plight of the captive, and she immediately felt nauseous as she turned around to vomit, her face ashen. Although she had seen countless deaths, it was the first time she actually killed someone with her own hands. The remaining captives were then killed by the other survivors under Fan Tongxin as a form of guarantee of their subservience. Yu Zhong brought out the equipments worn by the vanguard team and handed them out to the few survivors. These are your weapons. Even Ruan Chunhua got a handgun and rifle. Fan Tongxin and those who got guns were extremely excited as they played around with the guns in their hands. In this post-apocalyptic world, guns represented power. There were many who dreamt of owning a gun. As for those who did not get any guns, they looked on enviously at Fan Tongxin and the rest, their eyes filled with jealousy. Oh, how they regretted not killing the captives to prove their worth earlier. After distributing the guns, Yu Zhong brought Wutan Tong, Chen Yao and White Bones as the four of them disappeared into the darkness. Conducting military operations in the dark of the night was one of the most dangerous things one could do. However, to Yu Zhong, who possessed the night enhancement ability, it was the best cover. Wutan Tong pointed to a small camp that was lit up amidst the huge blanket of darkness and spoke. That's the camp of the vanguard teams. There is a battalion currently resting inside. Lord Yu Zhong, are you really going to go? There's a battalion there, you know. Yu Zhong looked into the distance and saw the small town and the small group of patrol men currently outside. Yu Zhong eyed Wutan Tong and said indifferently, your task is completed. Wutan Tong, stay here and wait for my victorious return. Of course, you can choose to escape as well, but if you escape, you better not let me see you again, otherwise, it will be your death the moment I catch sight of you. As Yu Zhong wanted to launch a sneak attack on Wei Yanhang's establishment, he naturally would not bring along this unstable factor who had just joined him. If he had to use this person who had just recently betrayed his own force, who's to say if he would suddenly shout loudly during the ambush? Then that would be even more troublesome. Wutan Tong's eyes flashed with understanding as he lowered his head respectfully. Yes, Lord. I will not run. Although Wutan Tong did not feel that Yu Zhong would be successful, he did not wish to infuriate this exceptionally strong person. After all, his own life was the most important to him. Yu Zhong observed the small town for a while before bringing White Bones and Chen Yao towards it. This vanguard camp could still be considered to have some tricks up their sleeves. They had 20 hidden sentries around, and their position was quite secretive. Furthermore, it was in the middle of the dark, so few enhancers would be able to detect it. However, all these were nothing to Yu Zhong, who had the night enhancement ability. He could clearly detect the positions of the hidden sentries, as he went around silently beheading each of them. After he took care of those sentries, Yu Zhong, Chen Yao and White Bones walked carefully towards the entrance of the town. At the entrance, there were currently 4 soldiers standing guard there, while 2 others were playing poker. Atop 2 high watchtowers, there were also Vietnamese soldiers looking around their surroundings in a bored manner. No one thought that they would be attacked, and they were more worried about the fearsome mutant beast. Yu Zhong pointed at the soldiers atop the 2 watchtowers. The distance between him and them was about 700 m. He could use his devil fire to burn them, but it would cause a huge disturbance. Chen Yao nodded and activated her plant manipulation ability as her vines noiselessly shot towards the entrance using the grass as cover. The 8 soldiers did not even notice a thing, as the 8 vines had already creeped up near them silently. Chen Yao looked at the 2 soldiers atop the watchtower, and with just a thought, they shot upwards explosively like 2 arrows and pierced the soldiers' heads, causing them to die on the spot. After assassinating them, Chen Yao shifted her gaze, and with another thought, the remaining 6 vines shot towards the 6 soldiers located on the ground. Of the 6 vines, 3 immediately penetrated the brains of the soldiers, causing them to die without a sound. The remaining 3 vines did not kill the other 3, as Chen Yao's control over her ability was not yet polished. Seeing that the 3 soldiers were about to shout out in their moments of death, 3 sharp bone spears shot out from the grass, causing their heads to be lopped off. Chapter 315, Sneaking into Town. Book 3, The South. I'm sorry. Chen Yao quickly apologized to Yu Zhong in a small voice. She did not manage to kill off the 6 of them in one fell swoop, and it almost cost them the entire operation. A sneak raid and a frontal assault were 2 entirely different battles. Yu Zhong could wipe the entire battalion out in a sneak attack, but in a frontal assault, they could only quickly leave the place. Yu Zhong smiled and consoled her, "No need to apologize. You already performed well. When you killed those soldiers in the watchtower, you had already completed your objective." Qin Yao was still inexperienced in battle, doing this much was considered pretty decent. Yu Zhong had already made plenty of preparations, getting White Bones to clean up what she might miss. As for himself, he was saving his strength to deal with any serious situation that might crop up. "Let's go." Yu Zhong swiftly rushed into the entrance of the town. The defense of the town was tight on the outside, but slack inside. The moment Yu Zhong entered the town, he, Qin Yao and White Bones quickly followed the small path leading towards the center of the town. Wu Tantong had already given the details about the layout and manpower distribution to Yu Zhong beforehand, as well as a crude map. Yu Zhong simply followed the map and arrived at one of the camps pretty quickly. Only he discovered that within the camp, the lights were all lit, and there were sounds of men shouting in delight while women were crying and moaning filled the skies. Yu Zhong looked out from the corner of a small alley, and saw that there was a wide open space, and there were many women sprawled on the ground like dogs, as a bunch of Vietnamese soldiers were surrounding the campfire and hooting in excitement and delight, raping the women in all sorts of ways and manner. There was a Vietnamese who was riding on top of a woman, using his shoes to whip the lady, causing her to crawl forward and crying out desperately, "Don't hit me. Please stop hitting me." Yu Zhong's vision was exceptionally accurate, and he could see that the woman was riddled with scars throughout her body. At the same time, her lower body was bleeding for some reason. The surrounding Vietnamese soldiers looked on and laughed loudly, finding it funny. After losing all sense of moral values and discipline, these Vietnamese soldiers became like beasts. Just like the Indonesians during the '98 riot, where countless frenzied Indonesians went on a rampage. Qin Yao saw the scene, and her heart was filled with fury and she gritted her teeth. She almost rushed out to slaughter those Vietnamese soldiers and instead spat out a word with intense disgust, "Beasts." Yu Zhong's eyes were filled with an consuming anger as well, because he could hear the words of the woman who was being tortured by the Vietnamese soldier, and she was speaking in Chinese. These beasts were actually raping his fellow countrymen. Yu Zhong breathed in deeply before grabbing Qin Yao's hands. "These beasts will be punished by me personally later. Let's bear with this for now. Heed my command." Qin Yao nodded while still gritting her teeth. She was an intelligent girl and knew that with just the two of them, they're not a match for these Vietnamese soldiers, therefore they had to tolerate it. Right at this moment, the woman who was treated like a sex horse suddenly shuddered, and she fell to the ground. Her weak body had obviously given way due to the torture and could not bear the load anymore. The soldier who was mounted atop her also fell to the ground, leading the other soldiers to roar with laughter at his misfortune. The Vietnamese soldier was enraged, as he immediately pulled out a handgun and opened fire at the unfortunate woman. With a bang, the Chinese lady was executed at point-blank range after such torture, simply because he was laughed at. As she died, her lifeless body slumped to the floor. Seeing such a merciless scene, Qin Yao's pale face started to flush red with fury, as she grabbed Yu Zhong's hands tightly, her entire body trembling with rage. Even though she had seen so much darkness and cruelty, she still could not get used to it. Yu Zhong pulled Qin Yao's hands as they swiftly left, making their way towards the dormitories. Soon Yu Zhong, Qin Yao and White Bones came to a room where there were Vietnamese soldiers sleeping. Yu Zhong activated the devil flame with his right hand, causing the door knob to melt. He quietly pushed the door open before swiftly and expertly waving his dark magic blade, decapitating the soldiers who were laying down slumbering. It was already late in the night, and other than those engaging in their rave at the open area, the rest of the soldiers were already sleeping or resting. Without a sound, 320 soldiers were beheaded by Yu Zhong and White Bones in a matter of minutes, turning into a dormitory of headless corpses. After killing all those Vietnamese soldiers who were sleeping, Yu Zhong ordered White Bones to stay behind to take care of those who would come back later, as he himself brought Qin Yao and left towards the armory. The firepower of an army was the most important thing during a battle. With ample ammunition, Yu Zhong would be able to deal at least twice the amount of damage and hold out longer on the battlefield. With his level 6 treasure storage ring, he could only keep those of use, and it was one of his trump cards. Yu Zhong and Qin Yao quickly came to the room in front of the armory. Qin Yao looked at the huge lock on the doors as she activated her plant manipulation ability, and the thin vines shot into the lock, shaking it open. Qin Yao's ability enabled her to be versatile in many different situations, and her ability could be considered extremely useful. Yu Zhong's Devil Flame was concentrated on offensive power, and was extremely tyrannical. Likewise, its defensive and other properties were lacking. Yu Zhong pushed open the door into the armory, and saw the countless rows of guns displayed neatly. Amongst the weapons in the armory, there were plenty of Chinese AK-47s, which were lethal on the battlefield. These AK-47s were extremely stable, and were well suited for battle in Vietnam, which had plenty of loose ground and mud. Other than the famous AK-47s, there were various other Russian and American heavy-duty rifles. Putting aside these assault rifles, the armory was filled with plenty of sniping rifles and grenade launchers. Amongst them there were even 3 Barrett snipers. Vietnam had been purchasing firearms and ammunition in the recent years. Although their military equipment was still a distance away from other domestic forces, it wasn't to a point where it's incomparable. Yu Zhong went ahead and kept the sniper rifles, the grenade launchers and other heavy firearms, as well as 200 AK-47 rifles into his storage ring, before he looked back at the remainder and hesitated. In the end he did not activate his Devil Flame to burn everything down. Yu Zhong and Qin Yao quickly opened another ammunition store. Within it, Yu Zhong did not discover any ammo for the PF-98, but he found loads of other types of ammo, including hand grenades, and even some other rockets. Yu Zhong made full use of his storage ring as he absorbed all that he wanted into the ring, packing it fully. After he replenished the ammo within his ring, he held his dark magic blade in one hand and an .03 rifle in the other as he and Qin Yao continued advancing in the dark of the night. With the flash of his blade, 2 sentries standing guard in front of a prison crumpled to the floor noiselessly. The prison was in fact just a huge warehouse. After Yu Zhong killed the Vietnamese soldiers in front of the warehouse, he hacked the door lock open with just a swing of his dark magic blade, and pushed the door wide open. The moment the door was opened, a rank smell consisting of human sweat, feces, urine and even blood that would cause anybody to vomit violently wafted out the door. Yu Zhong looked into the warehouse, only to see that the warehouse actually looked cramped because it was actually filled with over 200 Chinese, Caucasians and Africans. These Chinese, Caucasians and Africans were all riddled with scars, their bodies emaciated, and some had even been tortured till there's hardly any skin left. Their bones could be seen and their entire bodies had become deformed. The moment the door was opened, the people inside fell numbly to the floor, some not even getting up. A portion looked at Yu Zhong fearfully, unsure of who was going to be pulled out next, to be tortured till death. Yu Zhong looked at these 200 survivors who had suffered greatly, as he suppressed the fury billowing within him with difficulty and said, "I am Yu Zhong from China. Whoever is willing to go kill those Vietnamese beasts come with me." Hearing those words, the Chinese within the warehouse started tearing up, as their eyes flashed with a desire for revenge, and some started to walk out shakily like zombies. Some could not stand, but they used their hands to support themselves as they dragged their bodies towards Yu Zhong. Even the Africans and Caucasians used all their energy to climb towards Yu Zhong. Wuxian Hong pursued a policy of extreme nationalism. Other than Vietnamese, all other people who were caught were treated like slaves and tortured. All these people had to eat was grub for pigs. They could only drink urine and dirty water. Their eating, drinking and even their business was all done within the confines of this warehouse. Adding to the heavy labor, these survivors' health was on the verge of collapsing. Because of this armory only had 2 soldiers to keep watch. Those 200 over survivors were basically living corpses, and they would not be able to put up a fight against anybody. Everybody gets one. No fighting over it. Yu Zhong looked at those emaciated survivors as he brought out his huge backpack, taking out cans of Type 2 mutant beast meat and distributed them. If these emaciated survivors didn't regain their health, then they would just be a burden to Yu Zhong, and would be of no use in the battle to come. Chapter 316, Survival. Book 3, The South. The survivors each took a can of Type 2 meat, as their grimy hands trembled and greedily stuffed it into their mouths. They were famished, and the only thing on their minds right now was to consume that can of Type 2 mutant beast meat. Upon consuming the meat, the survivors regained a bit of health, and their ashen faces regained some color. One tan-skinned, scar-ridden military man with a blind left eye stepped up, his gaze full of vengeance as he talked in a raspy voice. "I'm Gan Tao, the squad leader of XX Army XX Battalion 3rd Company 4th Platoon. Yu Zhong, as long as you can bring us to kill those Vietnamese beasts, the entire 4th platoon brothers will give you our lives. All 12 of us. One by one, a few withered-looking men with a burning hatred in their eyes stood up behind Gan Tao, their expectant gazes on Yu Zhong. They had grown desperate and desolate, and Yu Zhong had suddenly appeared in front of them, bringing with him a glimmer of hope. As long as they could kill those Vietnamese soldiers, they were willing to pay any price. Yu Zhong eyed the 200 survivors as he frowned and asked, "Amongst you who can operate a firearm right now and engage in battle?" Yu Zhong had planned to free the captives, and make use of the firearms and ammunition he took from the armory to arm the captives. It seemed as though right now, even making use of 20 of them was the best-case scenario. The survivors' eyes were filled with fury and vengeance, as a few of them raised up their bony arms. Some even had deformed hands, looking towards Yu Zhong expectantly. These 200 survivors had suffered greatly, and desired battle now, to make those who humiliated and tortured them pay. Yu Zhong left the warehouse and came back with 2 huge bags, one of them stuffed with guns and another with bullets. "What's your name?" Yu Zhong pointed to a man with 2 deep scars on his face, his figure a little on the skinny side, and asked. The man with the face of scars, who was Chinese, replied, "I'm called Zhao Qing." Yu Zhong stared at Zhao Qing and replied in a heavy voice, "From now on you're the temporary leader of this warehouse. I need you to stand guard here and protect the rest of them, all the way till the battle is over. Any questions? I will leave you with 20 AKs and 600 bullets." Even after consuming the Type 2 mutant beast meat, those who were tortured heavily could not possibly regain their full vitality and be robust in just a short while. Yu Zhong looked around and estimated that about 30 of them regained their health to an acceptable level for combat after the nourishment of the Type 2 meat. Which was to say that the majority of the prisoners could not stray too far from the warehouse currently, nor were they in a position to fight. If these 200 survivors were to regain their health, they could become loyal subordinates to Yu Zhong, and a trustworthy and usable force. Zhao Qing grinned, "Boss, you rest assured, as long as I'm alive, I will not allow those Vietnam dogs to enter this warehouse." Yu Zhong nodded slightly and left 20 AKs and 600 bullets to Zhao Qing, before taking Gan Tao and 25 other survivors who could move and fight as they made their way out. As they passed the ammo store and armory, Yu Zhong left another 10 of the weaker soldiers to guard these 2 important places. As long as they can maintain control over these 2 buildings, Yu Zhong could fully equip and arm those 200 survivors, and boost their combat ability. After finishing these preparations, Yu Zhong brought the remaining 16 warriors towards the open square, and they made their way there carefully. Currently, at the open square, a group of 100-plus Vietnamese soldiers were still engaged in a crazy party, unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. The cries and moans of the women and the hearty laughter and grunts of the men filled the entire square. With just a thought, Yu Zhong summoned White Bones from out of nowhere as he pointed to the Vietnam soldiers and gave the order coldly, "Kill every single man there." Receiving Yu Zhong's orders, White Bones charged forwards like a tornado towards the Vietnamese soldiers. White Bones had a speed that surpassed that of a normal human being by a few times, so the moment it exerted all its strength, crossing a 100 meters only took a few seconds. Before those Vietnamese soldiers even had the chance to react, White Bones had already raised its right arm and 5 incredibly sharp bone spikes shot out. The expertly aimed spikes pierced through the heads of the intended soldiers like white lightning. At the same time, Chin Yao had already manipulated her vines to shoot out, wrapping around the necks of 5 Vietnamese soldiers before wrangling them hard, killing those soldiers. Yu Zhong had taken out his .05 submachine gun and charged towards where the Vietnamese soldiers were heavily concentrated as he used the old spray and pray method. Under the barrage of the bullets, 10 of them were hit by the bullets, 3 dying instantly, and the other 7 falling to the ground. The remainder were heavily wounded but not yet dead. Gan Tao and his other mates ignored the weaknesses of their bodies as they fired continuously, shooting at the Vietnamese soldiers. Those Vietnamese soldiers were sitting around the campfire, and as they were illuminated brightly, they became easy targets, being shot at by Gan Tao and the rest. When they were suddenly ambushed by Yu Zhong and the rest, a large number of them perished in the first wave of lead. Somehow the rest reacted quickly as they hollered and ran about, looking for cover. Some of the Vietnamese soldiers immediately grabbed up their guns and shot towards the darkness, providing some suppressing fire against Yu Zhong's group. Other than that, more soldiers were starting to take up arms, as they started to attack the lone axe-wielding White Bones who had charged into their midst. A large number of the bullets bounced off when they hit White Bones' body. It was like a killing machine, one hand wielding its axe, the other shooting out bone spears every which direction. Its mighty axe swings beheaded soldiers left, right, and center, each one spraying fresh blood into the air and puddling on the floor. No one could defend against it, and accordingly no one could even impede its movements. Seeing that their bullets were ineffective and their friends dying miserably, the remaining soldiers lost their morale and they started to escape in various directions. White Bones shot forward, killing those who wanted to try and escape. Every second there was a soldier that was felled by White Bones' axe. Gan Tao brought his men to give chase, but he had just stood up before he felt dizzy and fell to the ground again. The Type 2 meat had helped him regain some energy, but it could not support his continuous battle. You guys stay here. I'll go take care of them. Qinyao, go gather the women and equipment. Yu Zhong eyed Gan Tao and the rest as he left his customary few words before making his way out. Those women who were tortured miserably could still get their share of food, hence they weren't as emaciated as Gan Tao and the rest of the male survivors whose bodies were almost completely broken. After handing them some rations, they would regain some form of fighting ability. And while Gan Tao and the soldiers had no energy to give chase, they could still operate their firearms, therefore Yu Zhong was not worried about their safety. Qinyao quickly went to the open square and gathered the women to safety after Yu Zhong left. In the square there were over 80 women, every one of them had extremely dirty bodies and a nasty body odor. When Qinyao had approached them and said that they were being rescued, every single one of them started crying tears of relief. They had been tortured and raped until they were devoid of all dignity, and had suffered greatly. Now they were finally free from the nightmare. What a pity. There's not enough manpower, some were actually allowed to escape. Yu Zhong shot the last one, an escaping Vietnamese soldier who was within his sights, as he frowned. With just Yu Zhong and White Bones they had killed over 20 soldiers who had escaped, but there were some who had long escaped into the darkness, hiding in goodness knows what places. By this time the entire town had awoken due to the sounds of gunfire. It turns out there were actually 2,000 Vietnamese survivors, and they started engaging in riots, murder, rape and robbery. Regardless of the country, the events that occurred due to chaos would always be the same. Yu Zhong instantly executed a dozen of those troublemakers as he shouted, "Get lost back into your own house, there is a curfew now. Whoever is seen outside their houses will be shot dead." Yu Zhong was speaking in Chinese and most of the Vietnamese did not understand. However, as he walked towards them he was constantly executing those Vietnamese who were causing trouble. Seeing this, they understood his meaning and many of them hurried back into their own homes, while looking at the killing demon that was Yu Zhong as they trembled in fear. Yu Zhong and White Bones went around executing the remaining Vietnamese soldiers and any other troublemakers for the next 3 hours like some kind of apocalyptic Grim Reapers, and after the deaths of nearly 200 other people, did the chaos in the town mellow and peace settled in again. Pity. I still don't have enough manpower. If only I had more men, controlling this town would be a piece of cake. Yu Zhong casually whipped his gun backwards over his shoulder and shot a rioter in the head, as he thought to himself while full of regret. *1. By this time, the town had fallen back into its normal routine as though nothing had happened. However, Yu Zhong was very clear if he didn't do anything this town would be snatched back by Wuyan Hong again. He had successfully eradicated an entire battalion of Wuyan Hongs, but to deal with his total troop size of over 14 battalions, he alone was not enough. Chapter 317, Moving Forward. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong and White Bones came back to Qinyao with their bodies covered in blood, as Yu Zhong spoke sternly, "Qinyao, I'm handing this town to you. I'll give you 1 day, I need you to completely control this town in 1 day. Make sure that all the Chinese regain their vitality, can you do this?" The current 200 prisoners that were mostly made up of Chinese were extremely weak. Even after wolfing down the Type 2 meat, they still required a day's rest to recover. Without a whole day's rest, they would not be able to embark on any journey, in fact they might just perish along the way. Qinyao's eyes flashed as she spoke resolutely, "No problem. Yu Zhong, set your mind at ease. I will take care of this town properly." After going through such tempering, Qinyao was starting to grow quickly. She was already intelligent in the first place and had the talents and ability. However, she had always been focused on chasing after being more glorious than Jianghu. During the post-apocalypse, her combat ability had been subpar, and she was even overshadowed by Jianghu. Now that she was forced by circumstances, her latent ability had showed itself. Qinyao looked at Yu Zhong and asked, Where are you going? Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he replied, I'm going to go carve a new hole in that Vietnamese beast Nguyen Hong, and attract their attention, buying some time for the people here to recover. What Yu Zhong and the rest needed now was time. Without enough time to rest, those prisoners in the warehouse would be unable to recover their fighting strength, and just based on Yu Zhong and Qin Yao, they would be unable to take in on Nguyen Hong's army. Yu Zhong had to buy some time and obtain even more strength. Yu Zhong looked to his left and right and ensured that there was nobody, before he lowered his head to Qin Yao's ear and whispered, I will leave white bones to protect you. If things get to a non-salvageable state, abandon everyone and leave by yourself. Yu Zhong was after all not a saint, he had his own motives as well. Those 200 survivors that he rescued could not be compared to Qin Yao. If he had to make the decision to sacrifice, he would not hesitate to exchange the lives of those 200 survivors for Qin Yao. I know. But Yu Zhong, you should take white bones with you. You alone having to deal with Nguyen Hong and the rest of those animals will definitely be tiring. Qin Yao's heart filled with sweetness when she heard Yu Zhong's words, and she replied in a soft voice. Don't you worry about me, you just have to control this town. Yu Zhong smiled and he hopped on a motorbike and made for the closest town that Nguyen Hong also controlled, Qingya County. The Qingya County was the main base of Nguyen Hong, housing 50,000 survivors and 12 battalions. Also, the Special Wolf Fang Battalion consisting entirely of enhancers can be found there. The Wolf Fang Battalion was like Yu Zhong's own special combat forces. They all possessed special abilities, each of them having undergone countless battles. They possessed shocking combat prowess, and Yu Zhong did not dare say that he could take on any single one of them easily. This is gonna be tricky. Should I just charge in? Yu Zhong laid prone atop a small mountain as he looked at the county in the distance, his brows furrowing. It was now dawn, and the entrance of the county had signs of people traveling in and out, hence it wasn't the best time to launch a sneak attack. Without the cover of the night, Yu Zhong would find it hard to launch an attack and wipe out a battalion. Also, the county had some defensive walls that was constructed. As long as the people in the city closed the city gates, anyone who charged in would find themselves trapped. Regardless of how strong the expert may be, being surrounded by the soldiers would only spell death. Right at this time, a short man came running towards the city gates with an inhumane speed. Chasing behind that man closely was an alarming number of mutant forest lizards. Level 21 mutant beast, mutant forest lizard. They possess a tough hide and quick speed at the same time. Their bite contains bacteria. If one gets bitten, there's a high chance of dying due to falling ill. Seeing the huge group of mutant forest lizards coming towards them, the Vietnamese were all frightened, as they couldn't help but curse and try to escape back towards the city. Although the city walls could not defend against an assault from modern weaponry, it was extremely effective against mutant beasts and zombies. Therefore most major powers would construct such defenses that were abandoned with the passing of centuries. They all built walls on the outskirts of their cities. One Vietnamese soldier came to the top of the city gates, and he used his gun to fire at the man who had attracted the horde of mutant forest lizards over here, intending to kill him and hopefully stop the lizard's charge. However, the man in question was extremely nimble, dodging the bullets fired at him easily, causing most of the bullets to miss by huge margins. This man must be an agility-based evolver, and he must have the danger perception ability. Yu Zhong eyed the man and managed to evaluate some information from him, as he immediately pulled out his Barrett sniper, and fired a shot at the Vietnamese soldier. The enemy of his enemy was an ally, and since the Vietnamese was firing at a human, Yu Zhong felt that he had to save him. With a ping, the Vietnamese soldier's head exploded as he fell from the city walls. Seeing their comrade dying from a headshot, the rest of the Vietnamese soldiers started to panic, as they hid behind their walls for cover. Above the wall, there were still a few other soldiers firing non-stop at the man. The man continued to increase his speed, accelerating by another 30%, as he dodged the bullets and threw 3 lizard eggs at the city gates, causing them to burst open. After which, the man swiftly zipped off into a nearby forest, and disappeared without a trace in just a few moments. When those lizard eggs broke, the huge horde of mutant forest lizards were enraged, as they charged at the city entrance that was filled with many people. The soldiers above the city walls started focusing their fire on the mutant forest lizards in a frenzy, and a hot leaden hail of bullets rained onto those mutant forest lizards, creating countless bloody wounds. Unfortunately, since these mutant forest lizards were level 21, the bullets could not deal much damage to them after penetrating their outer hide. Unless it was a shot to the head, these mutant forest lizards would not die so easily. Instead, they became even more infuriated, and rushed towards the city entrance and started biting the Vietnamese people. Those Vietnamese survivors who were bitten cried out in agony, as they were chomped on by the mutant forest lizards, and even more lizards leapt and slammed their bodies down on them, pinning the soldiers to the ground. The mutant forest lizards were extremely ferocious. After charging into the city entrance, they started embarking on a killing spree within the walls. Right at this time, the city gates suddenly started to close, sealing off the entire city. Those mutant forest lizards that were halfway through the city gates were immediately vivisected in two. Above the walls, the soldiers continued to fire rapidly at the remaining mutant forest lizards, hunting them down one by one. The total number of mutant forest lizards were about 1,000, and under the hail of bullets they began to be felled one by one. Below, no matter how they charged at the walls, there was no effect. They had to leave helplessly. When those mutant forest lizards had assaulted the city, Yu Zhong had sniped 3 of the Vietnamese soldiers, causing the soldiers to not dare stick their heads out. Not even a few moments passed after the deaths of those mutant forest lizards when a dense flock of mutant birds the size of wild chickens, all with black feathers, flew over. Half the flock flew to the city entrance and started to feast on the corpses of both the mutant forest lizards and humans, and the other half went into the city and started attacking the inhabitants of the city. Level 14 Mutant Beast, Corpse-Eating Sparrow. A mutant beast that chases after the scent of blood and food in flocks. Almost immediately, the sounds of concentrated firing resounded out from the city walls, as the anti-air guns started spewing bullet fire, causing a large number of the corpse-eating sparrows to be shot down from the skies. However, those machine guns could not possibly protect the entire city, and within the city, there were many survivors who were speared and pecked on the heads by the corpse-eating sparrows, dying on the spot. The soldiers who were bending down on top of the walls could not deal with those corpse-eating sparrows, as the moment they stood up, they would be sniped by Yu Zhong. After sniping another 2 members of the Vietnamese soldiers very casually, he suddenly felt an intense gaze locked on him. Looking towards the source of it, he could see a 31-year-old male bringing out 50-plus members decked in military garb, every single one of them emitting a fierce aura with killing intent looking at him. The Wolf Fong Battalion? They're indeed experts. Yu Zhong only took a look at those 50-over men, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, as he could feel the fearsome strength of the group. They were definitely enhancers who had gone through countless battles, and not a single one of them could be said to be weaker than his own special combat forces. In these parts of Vietnam, there were forests and swamps everywhere hiding all sorts of mutant beasts. As long as one was willing to forge his subordinates through countless fighting with these mutant beasts, a power faction could quickly groom a few high-leveled enhancers. The only downside to this method was that, the moment one got unlucky, a huge number of elites might perish at the hands of a Type 2. Wuxian Hong had made use of this method, after paying the price of over 2,000 survivors. With this vile method he formed this Wolf Fong battalion of not more than 100 people, each one of them above level 30. Every single Wolf Fong soldier was an expert in the forest and had killed countless mutant beasts, their power shocking to the extreme. Chapter 318, Fighting for One's Life. Book 3, The South. Just as Yu Zhong caught sight of the Wolf Fong battalion, he suddenly felt an intense danger, as he immediately dodged to the side and out of their sights. Following the sounds of 6 gunshots, 6 bullets landed on Yu Zhong's original position. These were bullets fired by the snipers of the Wolf Fong battalion hidden away from plain sight. If he had reacted just a little slower, he would have likely been shot dead. The commander of the Wolf Fong battalion, Wu Dahui, looked to his short comrade of not more than 1.5 beside him and asked, "Chang Xen, did you manage to memorize his features? What's his background?" Chang Xen possessed an eidetic memory, and he had the active ability, God's Eyes. The moment he activated this skill, within his field of vision, he could see up to a distance of 6 kilometers, even something as small as a single needle on the ground. Chang Xen nodded. "I have already memorized his features. However, he's not any of the enhancers we have encountered before." Wu Dahui ordered 7 of his subordinates, De Yang, Chang Xan, Yu Qing, Long Feng, Ma Huijia, Li Bingyan and Wang Man. "The 7 of you shall go and get rid of that sniper." These 7 soldiers were all enhancers above level 30, and every one of them had their own killing moves just by teaming up. they could even easily dispose of a level 40 enhancer. Furthermore, Chang Xian had the rare ability, Pursuit. As long as he can remember the features when he activated the skill, as long as the target was within a range of 5 kilometers, he could sense the existence and position of the target. Chang Xian was in charge of Pursuit, while the rest of them can focus on surrounding and killing the target. This method had ensured the deaths of over 13 strong experts who had gone against Wuyan Hong. Amongst these 13 experts, one was even a powerful evolver that was above level 40. Yes. The 7 of them responded and swiftly left the county towards Yu Zhong's direction. When Yu Zhong saw the arrival of the experts of Wolf Fang Battalion, he had immediately retreated and quickly. He was confident of sniping any single one of the experts, but the moment he was surrounded, facing a frontal assault was something he had no confidence of winning. Chang Xian's right eye flashed with a strange glow, as he looked to the distance and laughed coldly. What an irritating bug to run so fast. One of the warriors, De Yang, who was 173 m tall and carrying a blade scar on his face, looked at the beautiful Li Bingyan beside him as he was running. She was decked in protective wear, and while her figure was petite, she had a curvy figure, voluptuous chest and sexy bottom, a healthy skin color, and her features exquisite. De Yang swallowed his saliva and laughed. Bingyan, after killing that bug, how about you come sleep with me tonight? Recently, I'm sick of playing with those Chinese ladies. De Yang was a level 39 enhancer, and was just lacking that little bit of experience to reach level 40. He was also the strongest within this small group, and hence, he could shamelessly propose such a lewd deal with this beauty that he coveted for a long time. With such a figure and looks, plus such power that placed her within the ranks of other strong enhancers of the Wolf Fang Battalion, not to mention the ability to protect herself, she was a rare person indeed. Li Bingyan shot De Yang a cold glance and laughed icily. If you're not afraid to lose that dirty thing of yours down there, you can come over tonight. Hearing Li Bingyan's words, De Yang shuddered involuntarily as he laughed dryly. Just a joke, a joke. Although Li Bingyan was extremely beautiful and had a smoking hot figure, she wasn't a pushover. Previously, 2 members of the Wolf Fang Battalion had designs on her. One of them had his lower member cut off slowly with a knife, the other had his head violently chopped off. After these 2 incidents, beautiful Viper, Li Bingyan gained a foothold within the Wolf Fang Battalion. Furthermore, the commander Wu Dahui was the childhood friend of Li Bingyan. With his protection, even if Li Bingyan caused some trouble, as long as it didn't anger Wuyan Hong, she would not be punished. All of a sudden, Chang Xian stopped, and his eyes flashed brightly as he said, "That damn bug has stopped." Seems like he discovered something. Everyone prepare for battle. Hearing Chang Xian's words, the 6 other members of the Wolf Fang Battalion grew cautious. They were well-experienced soldiers and would naturally not underestimate Yu Zhong. What annoying fellows. Yu Zhong had climbed atop a tree and kept his sniper rifle, his brows furrowing. Those 7 warriors who had given chase had almost entered his scope of vision when they suddenly hid in a clump of grasses, and continued moving towards him under cover. Under such circumstances, unless it was by he who was a sniper by specialization, it would be difficult to hit any of them. Yu Zhong had trained his sniping skills to be on par with those snipers from before the apocalypse, but he was also powerless to snipe the 7 experts with such circumstances. Fighting them in this jungle is really disadvantageous for me. Yu Zhong swiftly made a judgment as he observed his left and right, before rushing towards a highway in the distance. These Vietnamese experts were after all locals, and had fought against countless mutant beasts and zombies within the forest. If Yu Zhong wanted to fight against them on their familiar turf, it was a stupid move. Chang Xian asked De Yang. That bug started moving towards the highway. Seems like he's not very confident of fighting in the forest. De Yang? Shall we exterminate him before he leaves the forest? Of course. Let me personally go shoot down that inferior piece of shit. De Yang laughed coldly, before he activated his forest ranger transformation. With a flash of green light, De Yang's body started sprouting a layer of green leaves, covering his entire body, leaving only 2 eye slits and his nostrils that were not covered. At the same time, there were strange runes that looked to be a bow and arrow made out of green leaves etched on his body. The layer of green leaves covering De Yang continuously twisted and changed, morphing De Yang into something that looked like part of the forest. At a distance of more than 10 m, if one did not look carefully, it was almost impossible to discern his existence. After transforming into a forest ranger, not only could it boost the physical prowess of the user, It just so happened that the covering of leaves could distort the light, making it difficult for others to detect and pinpoint the position of the forest ranger. Other than De Yang, Yuqing, Long Feng and Ma Huijia, the remaining members had all transformed into forest rangers as well, their backs carrying huge bows as they started moving swiftly towards Yuzhong. *1. *2. After transforming into forest rangers, De Yang and the rest became experts at archery, and the power from their archery became even more threatening than their firearms. Therefore they had chosen to swap out their cold weapons for sturdy bow and arrows. Li Bingyan wielded 2 black revolvers in her hands, as she moved towards Yuzhong with her icy gaze. Wang Man was a summoner and he activated his Summon Wolves ability, constantly conjuring wolves that chased after Yuzhong. The Summon Wolves ability was a level 2 skill, but it was incredibly useful. Summoning one wolf only required 2 points of spirit, and maintaining the wolf for 30 minutes expended another 1 point of spirit. As long as the spirit was not exhausted, one could summon indefinitely. Wang Man had high spirit values and in one breath he summoned 25 wolves, which charged towards Yuzhong from different directions. These wolves could not only drain Yuzhong's energy through chasing, they could also detect his position, assisting the team in locating him. It was truly troublesome. Yuzhong was running straight for the highway when suddenly, a huge sense of crisis arose in his heart, and he immediately stopped, before exploding out with extreme speed, throwing himself towards a tree. 3 extremely sharp arrows that were made of mutant beast bones instantly arrived at Yuzhong's earlier position. Both hit at a step forward as well and a step backwards. If Yuzhong had reacted just slightly slower or moved backwards more or run forwards, he would have been pierced by any one of those arrows. His reaction is truly fast. However, it's too late. De Yang saw that Yuzhong had indeed made for the huge tree just as he expected. He laughed coldly and released his arrow. The mutant beast bone bow was stretched to its max, and a white bone arrow blasted out like a shooting star, piercing through the huge tree that Yuzhong was hiding behind, aiming to penetrate him. By the time Yuzhong felt the danger, it was already too late, as the fearsome bone arrow had lodged itself above his abdomen, sending him flying forwards for a few meters as he slumped to the ground. Done? De Yang's eyes flashed coldly as he thought to himself quietly. This arrow was called Sundering Arrow, and was a skill that he created himself as a forest ranger. Generally it was reserved as his ultimate killing technique. Just like Yuzhong's Devil Flame Sword and Devil Flame Spear, the Sundering Arrow possessed immense power, and could not be used consecutively. However, the moment it was used, it was extremely powerful. Previously, the level 40 Evolver had met his death with this arrow as well. After transforming into a forest ranger, only Wuyan Hong and Wu Dahui were De Yang's opponents. Facing a simple enhancer while he was still cautious, he had subconsciously viewed Yuzhong with contempt. De Yang relaxed his guard, while Yuqing, Long Feng and Ma Huijia did not, as they raised their bows and aimed at Yuzhong. They wanted to turn his body into a sieve, only then would they relax. Yuzhong suddenly opened his eyes wide as he wielded his 05 submachine gun and fired wildly at the direction of Yuqing, Long Feng and Ma Huijia's position. With the cover of their forest ranger transformation skill, Yuzhong had difficulty pinpointing their exact location, but his abundant combat experience enabled him to discern their rough position. Chapter 319 A Rain of Bullets. Book 3 The South. Under the dense rain of bullets, Yuqing, Long Feng, Ma Huijia swiftly retreated to behind a tree, and dodged the attack from Yuzhong. Damn bastards. So hard to deal with. Yuzhong felt a coppery sweetness arise in his throat, as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The arrow from De Yang earlier had been truly powerful, and exceeded Yuzhong's expectations, injuring him. In fact, if it wasn't for the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar's hide, Yuzhong might have been pierced and nailed to the ground. Yuzhong had not the time to take a breath when a flurry of strange arrows shot towards him from different directions, forcing him to evade with his maximum speed, without any time to catch his breath. Each time Yuzhong looked towards the direction where the arrows were shot from, all he could see were green leaves, long wild grass, and he had no way of discerning the bodies of the 4 forest rangers. If this continues, I'll be played to death by these fuckers. Yuzhong activated his shadow steps, and began to zip about within the forest. However, the 4 forest rangers followed him closely behind, continuously fired arrows and forcing his hand to the extreme, while wearing down his spirit and stamina. It was the first time that Yu Zhong was actually forced to this extent by 7 other experts. There were only trees and grass everywhere within the forest. Of course, this severely impaired his combat ability. He simply could not accurately fire his weapons. On top of that, these Vietnamese experts had transformed into forest rangers, taking to the forest like turtle to water. Everything added up to become more and more unfavorable for Yu Zhong. At this time within the forest, there were 25 wolves coming right for Yu Zhong. The wolves were for providing assistance and letting the 4 forest ranger enhancers know where Yu Zhong was. Since the forest is your terrain, watch me simply raze it to the ground. Yu Zhong looked at the 25 wolves charging at him, and with fury in his eyes, he activated his Devil Flame ability. 2 dancing balls of Devil Flame arose in his hands and he flung them on a tree, making it start burning furiously. Yu Zhong kept running around, letting his Devil Flames burn, as he threw them towards the trees and grass around him. The goal was to cause everything to start burning. As it was late autumn, the autumn winds were dry, and the trees and wild grass burned up easily. Very soon the entire forest started to crackle with fire. Yu Zhong glanced at the roaring flames and activated the Hurricane ability from his necklace. A huge hurricane appeared and sucked up huge amounts of Devil Flame as it formed and began blowing and moving towards the 4 forest rangers. Ah! A blood-chilling scream of supreme agony sounded through the forest. The expert closest to Yu Zhong was Yu Qin, and he was immediately consumed by the flaming hurricane. Deep within it, you could still see his silhouette as bits of his body ignited and burned off into ash. Enduring this pain was beyond human means and he let out another anguished cry. Yu Zhong raised his stinger and fired a single shot. With a bang, Yu Qing's brains were blasted out into the flame winds and his lifeless corpse fell to the ground limply. Within the relentless forest fire that he had started, the wolves summoned by Wang Man were all trapped by flames and swallowed up, turning into ashes. Indeed, they wholly disappeared from the world. Damn pyromaniac bastard. Does he want to destroy the whole forest? De Yang let out a furious curse, as he retreated from the Devil Flames explosively. *1. Fires in the autumn weather were the hardest to put out. The moment it flared up, well, the entire forest would most likely be burnt and destroyed. There were various life forms within the forest, including mutant beasts that could become meat and wild vegetables, small animals and many worms. To the Vietnamese, the entire forest was a treasure trove. Allowing Yu Zhong to destroy it all made De Yang extremely miserable. Yu Zhong continued dodging attacks, and within the flames, his body could be seen moving constantly with the Devil Flame covering him. He had no fear of the flames that he created, and would not be affected by the destructive properties of it. He charged towards the surroundings of the forest, causing large patches to flare up as he ran through them. The forests were impeding his battle ability. If he could cause them to be destroyed, then he would have an easier time facing De Yang and the rest of the experts. Kill him. We cannot let him destroy our forest. De Yang let out a furious roar as he stared at Yu Zhong. Pushing his spirit to its extreme, he pulled his huge bone bow back, and released another sundering arrow at Yu Zhong. Right when De Yang had set his sights on Yu Zhong already felt the immense sense of danger from behind. He exerted all his strength and flipped at a backward sideways angle, twisting his body to shoot to one side. The sundering arrow brushed past Yu Zhong's left shoulder, tearing a small hole in that incredibly tough black-scaled boar hide. This indicated, shockingly enough, that the power output of that sundering arrow by De Yang exceeded even that of a 25mm rocket. The fearsome sundering arrow shot through a huge tree, before finally lodging itself halfway into a second tree before stopping. As enhancers and evolvers leveled up, they would continuously improve and enhance their skills. Their basic power and strength was also not weaker than most modern weaponry. There were some enhancers who didn't even need to use any modern weapons to overcome people who used them. That side. After Yu Zhong dodged that damned lethal arrow, his right hand raised towards the general direction of De Yang and he conjured a Devil Flame storm that shot towards De Yang's location. De Yang had also felt the intense danger. After he shot that arrow to no effect, he immediately leapt, like an agile monkey, landing on top of another tree. After transforming into forest rangers, they became the masters of the forest, and possessed all sorts of strange abilities. One of the cons, though, was that they possessed weak defense, and could not protect against even normal bullets, unlike the werewolf transformation. The terrifying Devil Flame storm landed on thin air, but the fearsome flames caused that entire patch of forest to start burning up. As billowing smoke rose to the skies, enveloping the entire area with poisonous fumes. Cough cough. Under that blanket of poisonous fumes, the three forest rangers could not stop coughing, even tears were coming out of their eyes. It was the first time that they had come across such a fearsome enemy. Specifically, one that was able to burn the entire forest. Just as the entire forest was crackling merrily with flame, Yu Zhong suddenly rushed towards the highway. Give chase. Don't let him escape. De Yang shouted out furiously as he flashed forward, routing around the burning patches of forest to chase after Yu Zhong. Long Feng and Ma Huijia also followed under the cover of the forest, chasing Yu Zhong. When Yu Zhong had ran for 50 m towards the highway, he suddenly turned back, laughed coldly and activated his Devil Flame ability again. He conjured two extremely terrifying Devil Flame storms, shooting them towards the parts of the forest that were not yet burning. With that blow, the remaining parts of the forest were entirely blanketed by flames, and started burning furiously. De Yang, Long Feng and Ma Jiahui could not dodge in time, and were caught in that instant combustion of flames. However, as Yu Zhong had controlled his Devil Flame to envelop the forest, there was no way they could be burnt instantly. Go to hell. Yu Zhong's gaze was cold as he pulled out his stinger and aimed it at De Yang, who was the closest to the edge of the flames. His silhouette could be seen quite clearly. No. De Yang's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear as he wailed loudly. With a ping, De Yang's brains were blasted to smithereens. The enhancer that was considered one of the top 6 experts within the Wolfang battalion was killed just like that by Yu Zhong. After disposing of De Yang, Yu Zhong aimed at Long Feng and fired another shot. Without any suspense, Long Feng's brains were similarly blasted, and his lifeless body slumped to the ground. Just as Yu Zhong wanted to take care of the remaining Ma Huijia, a sense of danger suddenly arose in his heart as he leapt backwards. Puh. 2 gunshots rang out and 2 bullets came shooting by where Yu Zhong's head was just a second ago. Yu Zhong refocused his sight and discovered Li Bingyan rushing towards him like a specter, her hands holding revolvers, and firing at him as she was rushing forwards. Li Bingyan was extremely well versed in close combat. Her gaze frosted over as she fired her revolvers without stop. Her shooting angles extremely strange, forcing Yu Zhong to continuously retreat, and he dodged behind a huge tree to evade her shots. Right when Li Bingyan was about to come near, Yu Zhong suddenly shot out from between 2 trees like a cheetah, waving his huge 2 m long black-toothed blade. He slashed out towards Li Bingyan without a shred of mercy. If his blow landed, Li Bingyan would face a fate which did not include her lower body. Li Bingyan's eyes flashed with a strange glint as she laughed coldly. That tight body suddenly arched backwards as though she had no bones in her waist, dodging his terrifying slash, before rolling to a side, and jumping back towards Yu Zhong like a leopard, her hands clawing at Yu Zhong's throat. Yu Zhong threw his blade to the side at the first notice, and his left fist punched forward explosively at her. Li Bingyan caught Yu Zhong's fist agilely, locking his left fist, then swinging him with all her strength, throwing this man with twice her body weight towards a huge rock. *2. Li Bingyan's speed and technique was incredibly scary. As she forcefully swung Yu Zhong towards that huge rock, the tremendous impact traveled throughout his body, shaking his internal organs as he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Li Bingyan shot forward like an arrow, her right hand waving, and in it, a dagger appeared, before she slashed towards Yu Zhong's throat without mercy. Yu Zhong's throat was after all not protected. The moment she slashed it, he would definitely die. Yu Zhong was an experienced combatant though, his eyes showed a furious gleam, and a flash of light appeared in mid-air, as White Bones stepped out and stood in front of him. Li Bingyan's blade slashed onto White Bones' ribs before it was deflected off. Chapter 320, Unexpected. Book 3, The South. White Bones immediately shot out his 2 bone blades and slashed towards Li Bingyan. Li Bingyan again displayed her flexibility as she twisted at an incredible angle, dodging the slash of those 2 bone blades. Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief as he activated his Art of Fear, and a huge terrifying spirit attack weighed down on Li Bingyan. As long as it wasn't an spirit-based evolved or transformed enhancer, or summoner-focused enhancer, the Art of Fear ability could totally decimate any enhancer without a high enough spirit stat due to Yu Zhong's own spirit stat. In that instant, Li Bingyan was enveloped by just such a terrifying spirit attack, as all sorts of torture images and scenarios played out in her head, attempting to drive her insane. Li Bingyan was considered a strong person with incredible willpower, and she had plenty of equipment that boosted her spirit attribute. Considering this, she was not like a normal person without any defense against the art of fear ability. She bit down harshly on her own lips, splitting them and spilling blood, making use of her own pain to regain her senses. Right when she woke up from the fearsome illusion, Yu Zhong had already activated his bone-encompassing armor, and stepped in front of her, sending his right fist covered with bone studs, explosively towards her abdomen. By this time, Li Bingyan had no way of dodging that blow, as her abdomen was bent slightly in by about 5 centimeters. Yu Zhong's right fist had landed harshly on Li Bingyan's abdomen, and his 60-plus points of strength exploded without mercy. Li Bingyan immediately flew backwards, spraying blood from her mouth, knocked into a tree with a huge impact, and slumped to the ground powerlessly. If it was a contest of close-quarters combat, Yu Zhong could not hope to defeat Li Bingyan. However, to the Yu Zhong who was infinitely closer to level 50 and had all sorts of abilities and ultimate moves, he completely dominated Li Bingyan, not giving her a chance to even respond. Yu Zhong glared coldly at Li Bingyan, pointed at her, and 2 bone spears shot out from his finger, penetrating her shoulders and completely shattering her rotator cuffs in her arms. Ah! My arms! My arms! Li Bingyan let out an anguished shriek as her arms flopped by her side, her lithe and sexy body squirming and struggling, as tears rolled down from her eyes. Yu Zhong eyed Li Bingyan struggling in pain, as he pointed and shot a bone spear near her throat. As long as he swung, he could instantly slash the throat of this beauty from the Wolf Fang Battalion. Stand! From now on you're my captive. Of course if you wish to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Li Bingyan gritted her teeth as she stared at Yu Zhong with intense hatred, before she slowly stood up. She did not want to die, even if she was humiliated in his hands. As long as there was a chance, she could get a chance for revenge. Amongst the Vietnamese, there were many who understood Chinese as well, and Li Bingyan was one of them. Yu Zhong did not look at Li Bingyan for a moment longer. Instead he casted his gaze towards a patch of forest still untouched by the blazing flames, and his eyes were full of caution as he said, "Friend, have you seen enough? If you're still not going to come out, I'm going to treat you as an enemy. My treatment of my enemies includes the usage of guns and heavy firepower to wipe them out. Free of charge, of course." Yu Zhong grinned. There was a bit of rustling of the tree branches as a 1.7 tall man decked in a camouflaged uniform appeared. He was clean-shaven with a bright clear gaze, aged about 27 to 28. He stepped out revealing a smile as his hands held the head of a Vietnamese soldier. "Friend, don't be nervous. I'm not Vietnamese, in fact I'm Chinese. We share the same enemy, who knows, we might even become good friends. This guy here is called Chang Xan, he possessed the pursuit ability, and a number of our brothers have died because of this beast's ability. This time, it was thanks to you attracting the attention of the rest, that's how I managed to kill him." This Zheng Chang was the enhancer that had attracted the swarm of mutant forest lizards to the Tooth County. As he smiled at Yu Zhong, he threw the head of Chang Xan that was mangled and smeared with blood to the ground for inspection. Chang Xan's own combat ability wasn't high. His main ability, God's Eye, was an ability extremely hard to deal with. Based on this, he was even more troublesome than De Yang. Zheng Chang flashed a laughing smile at Yu Zhong, while his bright gaze traveled to Yu Zhong's bone-encompassing armor. On inspection of the armor, his own muscles tensed up, immersing himself in the optimal condition to fight or flee should the need arise. "I'm Zheng Chang. I'm from the Chinese Association. This brother must be Chinese as well. How should I address you?" Yu Zhong eyed Zheng Chang, asking without batting an eyelid, "How do you know if I'm Chinese?" Amongst the Vietnamese there are many who understand Chinese. Zheng Chang replied mildly, "Nguyen Hong is pretty caring of his fellow Vietnamese. Most of the Vietnamese experts around these parts have joined him. Those who possess the ability to kill his Wolf Fang warriors can only be as Chinese that he refers to as pigs and dogs." "I'm called Yu Zhong. Chinese indeed. You want one?" Yu Zhong observed Zheng Chang carefully before deactivating his bone-encompassing armor, with a thought, and taking out 2 can Type 2 meat. He threw one to Zheng Chang before opening his own and sitting on a huge stone he tarred wolfing down the meat. Zheng Chang observed Yu Zhong a while before taking a careful look at the can of Type 2 meat. Seeing no holes or seal damage, he chuckled good-naturedly, and also opened it to take a bite. The moment he savored that meat, his eyes brightened up as he praised, Type 2 mutant beast meat. Good stuff. Zheng Chang wolfed down a few more bites, before directly extending an olive branch to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong moving solo to take down Wei Hong is definitely impossible. Why don't you join our Chinese association? Let's join hands to deal with that monster, how about it? Humans who worked alone were always at a disadvantage. Even someone as strong as Yu Zhong, when dealing with the entire Wolf Fang battalion, he would almost definitely be forced to retreat. He could not fight them head-on. If Wei Hong deployed his entire army, Yu Zhong could at most cause some harassment, and if he wasn't careful he might end up dying. Yu Zhong did not reply immediately, instead he asked, "Who is in the Chinese association?" The Chinese association wasn't some secretive group anyway. Zheng Chang quickly highlighted some of the main information about the association to Yu Zhong. Wei Hong hated the Chinese to the core. As long as he caught any Chinese, they would be used as slaves, undergoing all sorts of torment and torture, often worked till their deaths. Under his tyrannical rule, many Chinese were forced to work until they were helpless, and hence started to rebel. These people created the Chinese Association to go against Wei Hong. Other than the Chinese Association there were the Freemasons, Green Triad, Tiger Triad, Leopard Triad, Big Blade Triad, etc., all sorts of Chinese gangs. The biggest one was the Chinese Association. However, as these individual groups were not that powerful, plus they weren't as united, they could not possibly match up against Wei Hong's Great Vietnam Empire. They could only continuously carry out harassing activities, though in some of the operations, their own experts had been killed by the members of the Wolf Fang battalion. This time, Zheng Chang had actually witnessed Yu Zhong killing the entire team by himself, and he had hence proposed that he join. It must be clear that these 7 members of De Yang's team were not easily killed. 3 evolvers of the Chinese Association had actually been killed by these 7 enhancers. Yu Zhong could single-handedly deal with them. It could be seen that he was truly fearsome. Yu Zhong just said a sentence in an indifferent voice. "If I were to join the Chinese Association, can I become the leader?" Zheng Chang laughed awkwardly. "No. But Yu Zhong, based on your strength, as long as you obtain enough merit in 2 years' time, becoming the vice leader is not an issue." After all, to them it wasn't some period of where strength rules, and the one who could fight the best would become the leader. Even if Yu Zhong was strong, if he joined the Chinese Association, he couldn't possibly become the leader in one step. *1. Yu Zhong shook his head. "Then forget it. I'm not interested in becoming someone else's underling. Let's just form an alliance." Zheng Chang sighed. Most Chinese did indeed abide by the saying, one would rather be a chicken's head than a cow's behind. Those gangs like the Freemasons, Green Triad, so on and forth, every one of them had a leader that was an enhancer above level 15, and they were not weak in combat. However, they were all unwilling to join the Chinese Association, and had only agreed to an alliance. Furthermore, within those smaller gangs, there would be infighting almost every day, and a grand battle would be staged every few days. Zheng Chang stole a glance at the captive Li Bingyan, and a heat could be seen in his eyes as he asked Yu Zhong, "How do you plan on dealing with this Wolfgang Battalion beauty? Why don't you give her to the Chinese Association? We can give you 20 AKs and 2,000 bullets." Yu Zhong's eyes brightened as he looked carefully at Li Bingyan and started to think. Li Bingyan saw Yu Zhong's calculating look and her skin crawled, as she immediately used fluent Chinese to speak to Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, let me go. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to give you 50 tons of rations, 20 AKs, and 4,000 bullets to exchange for me." Yu Zhong laughed and suggested to Zheng Chang, "Do me a favor. Let your guys go and approach the Wolf Fang Battalion for a trade. Get them to send 300 tons of food in exchange for this beautiful snake Li Bingyan. As your compensation you guys get 30 tons of rations. How's that?" Zheng Chang thought for a while, and knew that there wouldn't be any loss for the Chinese Association, therefore he nodded and agreed, "Fine." In this post-apocalyptic world, any faction would not turn down food. 30 tons was not a small amount after all. Just by putting in a little effort they could get such a sum? The Chinese Association would definitely not have any issues. The Wolf Fang Battalion commander Wu Dahui instantly exploded out with anger upon receiving a military report. What? De Yang's team was annihilated and Bingyan was captured? Chapter 321, Seeking Instructions. Book 3, The South. The soldier that was in charge of reporting the intel was trembling and broke out in cold sweat as he faced the pressure emitted from Wu Dahui's body, and he panted as he continued to speak. Yes. That person also wanted to pass a message saying that we have to take out 300 tons of rations to exchange for Li Bingyan. Wu Dahui's face turned steely as he grabbed the soldier tightly and asked, "Who was this guy who killed De Yang and the rest?" De Yang was after all one of the top 10 experts amongst this group of experts in the Wolfang Battalion. This small team had every single type of utility available. These included close combat, ranged combat, pursuit and summons. Even powerful evolvers had died at their hands. Yet somehow this elite team was actually wiped out by this single person called Yu Zhong, and Wu Dahui could not believe it. The soldier immediately replied, "The person who killed them all was a Chinese man. His name is Yu Zhong." Wu Dahui's gaze turned cold as he emitted out a killing intent. "Yu Zhong. Go back and tell them. I will take out 300 tons of food to exchange for Li Bingyan. Tell Yu Zhong, if he dares to hurt even a single hair on her, I will not let him go." "Yes." The soldier affirmed and quickly dismissed himself. A tan dwarf with a height not even 1.4 m stepped out. With a frown as asked Wu Dahui, "Dahui, are you really gonna exchange 300 tons of rations for Li Bingyan?" This dwarf was called Li Yuanda, and he was an agility-based evolver. He was also the vice commander of the Wolfang Battalion, as his combat prowess was second only to Wu Dahui. With his fearsome technique and speed, he had once single-handedly wiped out an entire line of soldiers who were fully equipped. Amongst the Wolfang Battalion, his views were treated with respect as well, and his teamwork and cooperation with Wu Dahui was extremely tight. Wu Dahui's face broke into a cold grin. "Of course not. I want to use the 300 tons of rations as bait, and thoroughly mess with that Chinese pig Yu Zhong. I will turn his bones into dust." As they say, the same type of men flock around a leader of their own hearts. Wuyan Hong's racism against China and her people was extremely apparently, and he exclusively viewed the Chinese as slaves. Wu Dahui and the rest of his subordinates were likewise, and didn't view the Chinese as people but rather something closer to a subhuman. It was almost like the Germany of World War II. Hearing Wu Dahui's words, Li Yuanda did not speak up anymore. He just wanted to kill people. As long as Wu Dahui did not go against his few principles, he would not interfere with Wu Dahui's actions. It was because of this, these two had such a great working relationship and did not have any conflict because of power. Not long after, huge trucks drove out of Tooth County, and they were packed filled with rations as they drove towards the mountain top that Yu Zhong had designated. 300 tons of food was after all not a small sum, and the fleet of trucks had to travel slowly for a few hours before arriving at the summit. Wu Dahui deployed troops to block off the mountain top, and swiftly arranged for the warriors of the Wolfang Battalion to get in position at different key points on the mountain. At the same time, there were 2 assault helicopters hiding within the forest, preparing to take off at any moment and commence an assault on Yu Zhong. Wu Dahui did not dare underestimate this Yu Zhong that could decimate his elite team, and though this type of strong character could not possibly take on Wuyan Hong's army, when it came to guerrilla warfare, it could cause problems for the Great Vietnam Empire. The Wolfang Battalion had killed a number of experts who had gone against Wuyan Hong, but these experts had given them a fair bit of trouble. Over 100 soldiers had died at the hands of these experts. These opposing experts had also caused quite the delay for some of his troops. As time passed, the important Yu Zhong still had not appeared. Damn that Yu Zhong. What the fuck does he want? After 3 hours, Wu Dahui was starting to feel impatient, his brows furrowing, and he cursed out loud. "Commander." Right at this time, a soldier ran forward from a small road as he reported, "Yu Zhong had sent someone over. He said since we have set up traps and ambushes, we don't have sincerity. He wants us to move everything to Bamboo Peak now." Wu Dahui's expression was steely, as the fear towards Yu Zhong increased by another fold. Was it seen through by him? He sure is cunning. Another soldier asked, "Commander, what now?" Wu Dahui pondered a while. This small hiccup was also within his calculations, and he gave an order. "Let's go along with his wishes for now. Bring everything to Bamboo Peak. This time none of you follow." "Yes." The soldier replied with respect. "As long as you're still greedy for this 300 tons of food of mine, you will not be able to escape from my clutches." Wu Dahui thought fiercely in his heart. Out of these 300 tons of rations, mostly were real rations, but there were 30 boxes which hid the experts of the Wolf Fang Battalion. As long as Yu Zhong sent someone to retrieve the 300 tons of rations, the experts in the boxes could then slaughter their way out, and with the support of the 2 assault helicopters, they would be enough to take down even an entire battalion of untrained soldiers. The Vietnamese soldiers abided by Wu Dahue's orders and moved the 300 tons of rations to Bamboo Peak, wasting another few hours in the process. "Commander, Yu Zhong wants us to send the rations to the lizard forest." After the entourage had arrived at Bamboo Peak and waited for an hour, a soldier came running to Wu Dahue and reported, "Fucking Yu Zhong. You dare to mess around with me? Once I catch you, I'll make you die a slow and horrible death." Wu Dahue's face was twitching with anger, and he lashed out on a huge tree. With a hong, his punch caused the tree to be split apart. He now knew Yu Zhong had no intentions of dealing with him in the first place, otherwise he wouldn't play him around like this. Wu Dahue gritted his teeth with his ashen expression and said, "Let's go back." Under Wu Dahue's command, the warriors of the Wolf Fang Battalion and the rest of the Vietnamese soldiers went back amidst their exhaustion. At this time, Yu Zhong had actually brought Li Bingyan along with him as they went towards the direction of the small town that was the living quarters of the vanguard team. He had already accomplished his objective of observing the situation in Tooth County for a day, and he had to return back to organize a retreat and leave the town. Yu Zhong could only cause a little disturbance for the troops of Wei and Hong, as he was not able to face the entire army. As long the Wolf Fang Battalion set out against Yu Zhong, they could easily wipe out Yu Zhong's current troops. Li Bingyan stared at Yu Zhong heatedly and said, "You're untrustworthy. Didn't you promise that as long as there was 300 tons of rations, you would let me go? Didn't our men bring the 300 tons of food for you? Why didn't you deal with them and then let me go?" Yu Zhong had not gone to the designated exchange points, and this had infuriated Li Bingyan. She was clear that the moment Yu Zhong stepped into the exchange location, it would only be death for him. She had held on to that hope, but her hopes were dashed because of Yu Zhong's actions. Yu Zhong eyed the angry Li Bingyan and coldly retorted, "Shut up. It's your Wolf Fang Battalion that cannot be trusted. They actually set up an ambush and hence caused the deal to fall through. Don't blame it on me." From their ready agreement, Yu Zhong knew there wasn't a chance for the negotiations to go through. 300 tons, it wasn't a small sum after all. Furthermore, if their positions were swapped, if Yu Zhong were in Wu Dahue's shoes, he would also think of ways to get rid of that greedy bandit. Li Bingyan stared at Yu Zhong with hate, before lowering her head with a humble expression. Her heart was, however, filled with thoughts of killing Yu Zhong countless times. After Yu Zhong brought Li Bingyan into the town, he saw the Chinese, Caucasians and African survivors all had recovered a little of their health, as their hands held weapons, patrolling the town, instilling fear in the Vietnamese survivors. Throughout the streets, there was not a soul in sight. Instead, there were some sandbags, barbed wires and a few soldiers. Seeing Yu Zhong walking over, those gun-wielding soldiers all saluted Yu Zhong, as their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. This man in front of them had actually saved them from their captivity and given them food, health, and their dignity. His actions allowed them to live once more as humans and not like pigs or dogs. This caused them to be deeply thankful to Yu Zhong. One of the Chinese soldiers with a huge burn scar mark on his face that gave him a ferocious appearance, came up and saluted Yu Zhong with idolization and gratitude in his eyes. He spoke saying, "Boss Yu, Miss Chin Shui is over there, please come with me." Those 200+ non-Vietnamese had led lives that were worse than pigs and dogs, and every one of them carried scars to show for it. Not many were unblemished. "What's your name?" Yu Zhong walked along with the soldier as he asked. "I'm Pan Jin Yong." The soldier swiftly replied. Yu Zhong lightly smiled, "Are you willing to be my personal guard?" Pan Jin Yong's expression would become even more ferocious at the mention of the Vietnamese, and he spoke with killing intent. "Of course I'm willing. But boss you, I want to be on the front lines to kill those Vietnamese dogs even more. Those bullshit professors who talked about retribution when the time comes and revenge would not solve anything, were simply talking. They did not suffer any form of harm, and could naturally engage in debate and theoretical talks. If their daughters or wives had been raped or hurt, if they could still maintain their calm and forgive the perpetrators, then that would be more convincing. *1. Yu Zhong had rescued these 200 people from the clutches of the Vietnamese, and it was normal for them to be filled with hatred for the Vietnamese. They could not wait to kill those who had caused them such suffering. Hearing Pan Jin Yong's words, Li Bingyan frowned. She was after all Vietnamese, and hearing everyone scolding the Vietnamese as dogs, she was naturally unhappy. Yu Zhong patted Pan Jinyong's shoulders and didn't force it. Then fine. Focus on recovering first. In the future, kill more enemies. Chapter 322, Suspicion. Book 3, The South. Who are you? Right as Pan Jinyong brought Yu Zhong before the town government building, four women wielding guns blocked their way and barked out coldly. Pan Jinyong stepped forward to declare, "This is Boss Yu, he's the man who saved us last night. He's Miss Qin Yao's boyfriend." These female survivors had been saved by Qin Yao personally and did not see Yu Zhong. "Many thanks, Boss Yu, for saving us." The four gun-wielding women looked at Yu Zhong, tears of gratitude welling up in their eyes, as they all got down on the floor and expressed their thanks with a huge bow. If Yu Zhong had not taken action, they would have been tormented to death without a shred of dignity. Yu Zhong sighed lightly, "Get up. It's what I should do." The women stood up only then. Yu Zhong allowed Pan Jinyong to lead him into the building. Out of the four women, two were assigned to follow Yu Zhong, just in case he turned out to be a fraud and had bad intentions towards Qin Yao. "Yu Zhong, you're back." In that office, Qin Yao was currently assigning responsibilities and duties to some female survivors. The moment she saw Yu Zhong, she squealed out in delight. Qin Yao had been under stress having to get things in order. In this town, the number of Vietnamese numbered above 2,600. The total non-Vietnamese were about 400. Most of these 400 had also been tortured and tormented, their bodies and health having suffered, and required time to recuperate. If the 2,000 plus Vietnamese decided to revolt, wanting to put down the rebellion with only the 400 weak non-Vietnamese would be difficult. Other than that, Qin Yao had to be constantly worried about the potential threat of Wuyan Hong's troops. In the forests, the mutant beasts could attack at any time. The distribution of the food amongst the survivors. All were matters weighing on her mind. Being the temporary leader, Qin Yao discovered that she had to consider so many issues within a short space of time. She finally understood the difficulties of Yu Zhong, who had to shoulder so many things all along. Seeing Qin Yao's pleased expression, the women in the room all took a deep look at Yu Zhong, committing the features of this man who saved them into their memory, before exiting the room tactfully. Yu Zhong lightly smiled and walked to the sofa beside Qin Yao and sat while praising her. "Qin Yao, good job. Seems like the entire town is under your control." Not anybody could just make use of a small force to subdue an entire town. Qin Yao had managed to do so without a big fuss. It showed how capable she was. Qin Yao looked to Yu Zhong and smiled sweetly as she sat beside him, and narrated how she went about doing things. After Yu Zhong left, Qin Yao had swiftly allocated all those survivors who could move and fight to control the important channels within the town. At the same time, after rounding the women who were treated like playthings by the Vietnamese soldiers, she distributed weapons to them. Although they were deemed as playthings by the enemy, they could at the very least eat decently, and while their bodies were weak, they had enough strength for combat. With the 200-plus female survivors wielding weapons and patrolling in town, the Vietnamese survivors were kept in check. Qin Yao had also imposed martial law, executing anyone who walked on the street, and all the Vietnamese survivors were forced to remain within their own homes, preventing them from engaging in any events. After employing various measures, Qin Yao could then consider herself to have fully tightened the control over this small town. This was after all northern Vietnam, where the Sino-Vietnam War had only occurred 30 years prior. Even still, many of the people here were still filled with hatred against the Chinese. In this area, being Chinese, the moment Qin Yao slipped up, she would face the wrath of these Vietnamese. At the time when Vietnam had fought against France and America in the Vietnam War, China had tightened their belts and sent war aid of over 20 billion yuan worth of supplies, volunteers who had helped in combat, and improved the relationships between the officers and fighters. It was all forgotten. Of course, the southern part of Vietnam, which was not as affected by the war, had different sentiments. The Vietnamese there were still on fairly friendly terms with the Chinese. After a day's rest, those who consumed the Type 2 meat had started to recover a huge part of their health, and could engage in low-intensity combat should the need arise. Of course, based on their current constitution, it was too much to hope for them to fight out a prolonged battle. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with anxiety as she stared fixedly at Yu Zhong. "What do we do now, Yu Zhong?" The situation did not bode well for them. Not only were they in unfamiliar territory, they were in the northern Vietnam area, where people viewed the Chinese with enmity. This made it particularly difficult for them to rally troops that they could trust. On top of that, many of the survivors would not be able to accept Yu Zhong's leadership as he was Chinese. Last but not least, their current position was too close to Wuhan Hong's Tooth County. The distance apart was not even 60 kilometers. As long as the opponent sent 3 battalions, they could easily wipe out Yu Zhong's group. Yu Zhong replied in a heavy voice, "Quickly organize everyone, we're retreating towards Lang Sun City." They could only take it step by step from here. After all, the direction to Lang Sun was fraught with forests that were filled with ferocious mutant beasts, as well as various towns overrun by zombies. The remainder were all within Wuhan Hong's control. If Yu Zhong were to try challenge Wuhan Hong's troops based on his current force, it was basically seeking death. Qin Yao frowned and said, "Yu Zhong, there are over 2,000 Vietnamese here. If we just retreat like that to Lang Sun, won't there be a problem? The mutant beasts will be attracted to them on the way." The migration of 2,000 plus people would definitely be a source of attraction for the mutant beasts with acute sense of smell. At that time, when Yu Zhong had arranged for the 100,000 survivors of Sy County to move to Ning County, they could only follow the highway as before the apocalypse. There weren't any huge wild beasts in those areas. This way there wouldn't be any large mutant beasts there after the apocalypse. At the same time, they had the protection of the army, and even then, during the migration, there were still cases of waves of mutant beasts launching assaults on the migrating group. Vietnam had so many forests, and the number of mutant beasts were shockingly high. If this group of 2,000 people were to migrate, the attacks of the mutant beasts were bound to happen. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a strange gaze as he said without batting an eyelid, "No cause for concern. Let's proceed." Qin Yao frowned as she looked at Yu Zhong. In her mind, she knew him to be someone who did care for innocent survivors. However, she was intelligent enough to understand what Yu Zhong did not say. It was hard to tell if those Vietnamese survivors were friends or enemies, and may possibly be the ones to stab a knife in their back. Under those circumstances, even if they all died, Yu Zhong would not possibly be heartbroken. Yu Zhong would definitely not leave 2,000 survivors to Wuhan Hong, because they would become his workers and soldiers. Qin Yao thought of those Chinese women who were treated like dogs by the Vietnamese, and she gritted her teeth. "Then I'll go and organize the moving now." Right then, a scary explosion resounded from outside. At the same time there were angry shouts and gunfire broke out. "Quick, follow me." Yu Zhong's face changed and he swiftly rushed out the door. Qin Yao also followed tightly behind Yu Zhong and ran out from the building. When Yu Zhong and Qin Yao had just exited the building, a few rockets landed on it, and following the terrifying explosion, the entire building was blasted apart. Qin Yao turned her head to look at the wreckage, her face pale. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong, she might have perished within that rubble. Yu Zhong lifted his head, only to see 2 assault helicopters in the air. The 2 assault helicopters were firing wildly, displaying their position as the tyrant of the skies, causing a huge number of buildings to be destroyed, burying the survivors within as well. With the different types of inflammatory bullets that was fired, the entire town was soon engulfed in a sea of fire. A large number of Vietnamese survivors came running out of their houses, wailing loudly before being shredded by the hail of gunfire. Those soldiers under Yu Zhong were firing their guns continuously. There were some who even tried to fire a rocket at the assault helicopters. It was just that the assault helicopters weren't staying stationary, or waiting for the rockets to hit them. Other than those with special abilities or evolvers like Yu Zhong, or agility-focused enhancers, normal people would find it hard to shoot down those assault helicopters with the rocket launchers. As for the normal bullets, they just deflected off the thick armor of the assault helicopters. The 2 assault helicopters only had to spray their line of fire towards those soldiers firing at them, and would be able to annihilate Yu Zhong's troops entirely. The 2 helicopters remained hovering in the air, exuding the aura of death and fear of an oppressive tyrant, as they looked and aimed at Yu Zhong's troops. Damn it! Yu Zhong eyed the 2 assault helicopters and his eyes flashed with coldness, as he activated his Devil Flame. The Devil Flame appeared in his hands and was condensed into a Devil Flame spear. With all his strength, he threw the Devil Flame spear under the guidance of his spirit to penetrate one of the assault helicopters. The Devil Flame instantly combusted. The terrifying flame roared within the body of the assault helicopter, causing it to burst into flames, turning it into a huge fireball, as it descended rapidly to the ground and crashed. The other assault helicopter saw that its companion had fallen, and it swiftly rose up, flying towards higher ground. As long as they flew to the clouds, Yu Zhong would not be able to handle them without any flying machines or modern weaponry. Chapter 323 Shocked. You're too slow. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a hint of cold fury, as the devil flame danced in his right hand. He condensed into another devil flame spear, and he used all his strength to throw it at the escaping helicopter. In a flash, the spear penetrated the helicopter. With a huge hong sound, the devil flame combusted and caused the remaining helicopter to explode in a ball of fire as well, before crashing towards the ground. Too strong. What strength? The troops that were standing beside Yu Zhong, be it female or male, had eyes filled with endless respect. Yu Zhong had used his own strength to take down 2 assault helicopters, which they couldn't believe was a feat that could be accomplished by a human. Damn bastard. He has already caught up. Yu Zhong had no joy on his face even though he destroyed the 2 assault helicopters. The 2 assault helicopters that were deployed by Wu Yinhong had instantly decimated a number of Yu Zhong's troops, and amongst the central force of 400 people, over 50 had died. Over 400 Vietnamese survivors were killed amongst the 2,000-plus survivors as well. An additional 400-plus had seized the opportunity during the chaos to run, and their whereabouts were unknown. Many vehicles had been destroyed by the 2 assault helicopters. On top of that, a vehicle loaded with over 30 tons of rations had also been burnt, turning the food contained inside to cinders. Evacuate. Yu Zhong looked at the burning town and the corpses littered on the ground, as he gritted his teeth and barked out the order. He could only commit this atrocity to heart and wreak vengeance in the future. After all, he couldn't do anything if he were to face Wu Yinhong directly with his current strength. Under Yu Zhong's orders, the remaining 1,000-plus survivors were led by the 300 soldiers who were still weak as they went towards the direction of Nabu town. A few of the vehicles that were not destroyed were filled to the brim with the items that could be brought along and followed the human group from behind. By this time it was already evening and night was about to fall. Still, Yu Zhong had no choice but to order the group to continue moving. This was because the town of the vanguard troops was really too close to Wu Yinhong's troops. Staying there would just mean certain death. In the dark, the advance of the troops had slowed to a crawl. Organizing a movement in the dark was easy to lose some troops if they were not careful, and especially since they're in the midst of the forest that was filled with mutant beasts, it was a dangerous operation. In the dark, pairs of green eyes lit up, as they stared down at the group of delicious prey. Without hesitation they embarked on a ferocious assault. Level 23 Mutant Beast, Mutant Leopard Cat. It is an agile night hunter. Careful. There are enemies. Yu Zhong had always kept his guard up, and the moment those ferocious mutant leopard cats with bodies like cheetahs and strange runes covering their bodies appeared, he had already shouted his warning. White Bones immediately charged forward into the midst of the mutant leopard cats, waving his iconic white bone axe about, at the same time, protruding small bone blades from its body. This combo of attacks ended up instantly decimating the mutant leopard cats that pounced towards it. Yu Zhong had already taken out his heavy machine gun and was firing wildly at the mutant leopard cats that somehow numbered in the 100s. Under the heavy barrage of firepower, those pouncing leopard cats found themselves being suppressed. The strength of the machine gun bullets were extremely lethal, and they, being low-level mutant beasts, were not mutated enough to deal with these bullets. The leader of the defense troop Gan Tao had fired a flare into the skies the moment the attack started, and had shouted loudly, "Fire! Kill those damn beasts!" The 300-plus soldiers started firing their guns at the mutant leopard cats. However, as they had not gone through much target practice prior, their shots mostly missed. There were even a few who received the recoil badly on their shoulders, causing their guns to drop to the floor. Thankfully, with just the efforts of Yu Zhong and White Bones, they managed to kill a large number of the mutant leopard cats. Under the flare, Qinyao had also seen clearly the mutant leopard cats, as she immediately activated her plant manipulation ability. She attacked while making use of 6 vines to slaughter those mutant cats that survived the onslaught of Yu Zhong and White Bones. The coordination between the 3 of them was so smooth that it allowed them to kill a large number of the mutant leopard cats, but as the total numbers were above 300, there were quite a few who managed to charge into the midst of the Vietnamese survivors, as they slaughtered those survivors mercilessly. The Vietnamese survivors were plunged into chaos. Those who were within the areas of attack quickly escaped toward various directions, wailing as they ran. Those extremely agile leopard cats pounced forward and swiftly bit the throats of many of those escaping survivors, gorging on them. As for those who had their wits about them, they ran towards the direction of Yuzhong, Qinyao and Gantao. Only by being near these experts could they have a chance to live on. As Yuzhong made use of his heavy machine guns to kill a large number of the leopard cats, he then pointed to those who were chasing the Vietnamese survivors, as dozens of devil flame balls were conjured out of thin air and shot towards those leopard cats. The dozens of devil flame balls exploded atop the heads of those leopard cats, directly killing a few of them. After decimating those leopard cats, he quickly pulled out his stinger and shot at the remaining leopard cats continuously. Each time he fired a bullet, he could cause the head of a leopard cat to explode. The heavy machine gun was the best weapon against a huge mob, and the stinger was most effective against single targets. Under the Night Enhancement, Yuzhong's agility had already surpassed normal humans by 10 times, and his stinger kept firing as he changed out bullets, every single movement of his fluid and precise. His shots rang out accurately and ferociously without stop, killing the leopard cats one by one. On the other side, White Bones was also killing with a speed that was slightly higher than Yuzhong. Both of them combined had slaughtered over half of the original group of mutant leopard cats. Congratulations on achieving level 50, you have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated as well as a skill enhancement point. Due to the possession of Heart of Darkness, your Devil Flame skill can be enhanced to +4. With it, its strength will be enhanced even further, and the power of the Type 2 Devil Flame will also increase exponentially. After Yuzhong had just used a stinger to kill off a leopard cat, the sweet notification sound resounded in his ears. He had gained a level. His mind thinking fast, he only chose to allocate the 2 attribute points to agility, and did not immediately enhance his Devil Flame to +4. With the combined ferocious attacks of Yuzhong and White Bones, the remaining leopard cats were finally scared off, as they left 200 corpses, before escaping into the distance. Continue moving. Yuzhong looked at the retreating group of leopard cats, before heaving a sigh of relief, and collecting the items dropped by the mutant leopard cats, and then ordering for the journey to continue. This wasn't the place to stay for long, and the fur of the mutant leopard cats were good materials for protective vests. Even though they could not defend against bullets, they could be useful in protection against the claws of normal zombies. But Yuzhong wasn't willing to stay too long here. The mutant leopard cats were considered smaller mutant beasts. If a Type 2 or Type 3 was to appear, then this entire group of survivors would only be facing certain death. After the assault of the leopard cats, all the survivors became aware of the dangers of the nighttime journey. They quickly picked up their speed as they continued on their journey in the darkness. Not long after the group continued on their way, a Type 2 mutant leopard cat with the body of a liger and the majestic aura of a king stepped out from the forest. It sniffed the scent in the air before shooting towards the direction of Yuzhong and his men. The Type 2 mutant leopard cat activated its maximum speed as it gave chase from behind, and the normal survivors could only feel the strong gust of wind blowing past, not even catching sight of the appearance of the Type 2 mutant leopard cat. Like the flash of a lightning, the Type 2 mutant leopard cat had reached Yuzhong's back, and noiselessly extended its lethal hooked claws towards Yuzhong's neck. Only when the Type 2 mutant leopard cat extended its claws, did Yuzhong feel the danger from his danger perception ability, and at the first instance he activated his shadow steps, lowering his body and dodging towards the side. White Bones, who was by Yuzhong's side, had also discovered the Type 2 mutant leopard cat as it swung its axe ferociously towards it. The speed of the Type 2 mutant leopard cat was truly astonishing. Even after activating his shadow steps, Yuzhong did not manage to fully escape from its claws, receiving a huge slash on his shoulders, and the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide was actually torn through by the Type 2 mutant leopard cat easily. Yuzhong's shoulder also received a deep wound, when the leopard cat actually clawed out a huge chunk of his flesh and blood. Level 60 Mutant Beast, Type 2 Mutant Leopard Cat, the Tyrant of the Forest. The Type 2 mutant leopard cat had no innate abilities, its strength could not compare with those huge mutant beasts, nor could its defenses match those of the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar or Type 2 mutant snapping turtle-like turtle. Its fur could only withstand against the bullets of a normal heavy machine gun, but not the explosive power of rockets. However, it possessed an incredible speed that was terrifying, nearing the extent of a Type 3 beast, and its sharp claws as well as a superior fighting instinct, therefore making it the top killer within the forest. Whitebone's axe was extremely fast, even an agility-based evolver would be hacked in two at such a close distance. However, the Type 2 mutant leopard cat just nimbly twisted its body, evading the blow of the axe before its four limbs stretched on the ground, and pushed off with great strength, crashing into Whitebone's body, knocking it backwards for a few dozen meters. Chapter 324, Type 2 Mutant Leopard Cat. Book 3 The South. Yu Zhong rolled to the side and swiftly leapt back to his feet, pulling out his trusty PF-98 that had worked against many Type 2 mutant beasts. Although it had only 9 rounds left at this crucial point in time, he couldn't care less. Yu Zhong had just aimed at the Type 2 leopard cat, when it used its four limbs to push itself off the ground, disappearing from Yu Zhong's aim like a ghost. This Type 2 leopard cat was not like other Type 2 mutant beasts which had huge bodies. Although it didn't have the power and defense that came with the size, its speed on the other hand was extremely terrifying. The moment the Type 2 leopard cat disappeared, it appeared to Yu Zhong's right, its eyes filled with a cold and cruel tint, as it swiped its claws towards Yu Zhong's neck. As long as it found its aim, Yu Zhong's head would be slashed away. Yu Zhong threw the PF-98 to one side while waving across his ring, and the 2m-long black tooth blade appeared in his hand. He only had time to bring it in front of him to defend, and the huge cat paw struck the blade. The moment the claws met the blade, a huge force reverbed throughout the sword, causing the black tooth blade to tremble uncontrollably. Yu Zhong had forcefully blocked this attack, but had been sent flying a few meters backwards. Although the Type 2 leopard cat was not as strong as the other behemoth Type 2s, its strength still exceeded Yu Zhong, who wasn't a strength-based evolver. The moment Yu Zhong was sent flying, the Type 2 leopard cat had sprung forward like a bolt of lightning. Its vapor-like movement made it appear in front of Yu Zhong, once more stretching out its huge claws to swipe at him. Yu Zhong took a deep breath, activating his gravity manipulation, as a 100 gene suddenly weighed down on the Type 2 leopard cat. With the pressure of the 100 gene, the Type 2 leopard cat found its speed greatly reduced, and while Yu Zhong, who had activated his shadow steps, accordingly was still far from matching it, he was not as helpless as he was at the beginning of the fight. Different skills could create different results for different situations. Yu Zhong's gravity manipulation was low level, and could only exhibit its effectiveness on a non-strength type mutant beast like the leopard cat. If it was a Type 2 black-scaled boar, then the 100 gene weight would not even feel like anything to the beast. Yu Zhong could now catch the speed of the Type 2 leopard cat, and his eyes flashed with ferocity. The black tooth blade in his hands turned into a flash as it slashed towards the mutant beast, intending to cleave it in two. This Type 2 leopard cat had truly given Yu Zhong a dangerous sense of pressure. The speed it exhibited was precisely the perfect counter to Yu Zhong's chosen path of enhancement. His main killing blow, the PF-98, could do nothing to the speed of this Type 2 leopard cat. Using the PF-98 was just a meaningless way to die. The Type 2 leopard cat agilely twisted its body, evading the blow from the black tooth blade, before it curled up slightly, and sprung out explosively towards Yu Zhong, knocking him to the ground. When it had knocked Yu Zhong to the ground, it opened its huge jaws to chomp down towards Yu Zhong's neck. At this critical juncture, Yu Zhong's left hand raised up to defend his neck, and the Type 2 leopard cat bit down harshly, its sharp teeth penetrating through the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide, crushing the bones in Yu Zhong's left hand. "Bind it, Qin Yao!" Yu Zhong hollered amidst the excruciating pain he was feeling. In response, 4 vines suddenly shot out from the ground, and coiled around the limbs of the Type 2 leopard cat like snakes, pulling down tightly, and dragging it forcefully away from Yu Zhong's body. Qin Yao had already risen to level 23, and not only was she an evolver, her plant manipulation ability was risen to level 3, her control over her vines had improved, plus the vines themselves had grown a lot sturdier. It was definitely enough to contend with this non-strength-based Type 2 mutant beast. Yu Zhong rolled towards this direction because he had seen Qin Yao's vines being controlled here. When the Type 2 leopard cat found its limbs entangled, it started struggling furiously, and the 4 vines were being tested to their limits, seemingly about to break any time. Yu Zhong eyed the Type 2 leopard cat that was bound tightly, and immediately activated his body-encompassing armor, and white bones turned into a bone carapace that covered his entire body. His left hand that was mangled by the leopard cat could only form an exoskeleton with white bones carapace. Stinky cat. You have bitten off more than you can chew. Now it's my turn. Yu Zhong glared at the Type 2 leopard cat, and his eyes showed a cold hate, before jumping onto the cat's head. As he landed, immediately his fist started pummeling the head of the Type 2 leopard cat, his 60-plus strength exploded out, beating the Type 2 leopard cat senseless. Yu Zhong punched out with all his strength, his fists raining down on the head, causing the brain to suffer the whiplash from the force until it started hemorrhaging. Yu Zhong's strength that was far greater than a normal person could not do much to a huge Type 2 mutant beast with a thick hide and huge body mass, but to the Type 2 leopard cat that was agility-focused, it had an immense potential to maim and kill. The Type 2 leopard cat continued to struggle violently, each time pulling the vines tautly. On the other side, Qin Yao's eyes were bloodshot. She had expended her spirit to maintain the strength of the vines, and to prevent them from breaking. Without the support from her spirit, the vines would have snapped long ago. Yu Zhong's fists collided with the head of the Type 2 leopard cat constantly. After bashing it multiple times did the leopard cat finally slump limply to the ground. Yu Zhong then heaved a sigh of relief, and allocated the precious skill point to the tamer technique, causing it to reach +2, increasing the number of life forms he could tame to 3. Yu Zhong then focused the tamer technique onto the Type 2 leopard cat that was beaten senseless by him, as a green light shot in between the brows of the leopard cat, and started to condense into a rune. Upon completion, it entered the body of the Type 2 leopard cat. The gaze of the Type 2 leopard cat immediately turned fierce, and the condensing rune dissipated. Yu Zhong's first attempt at taming this beast was a failure. Damn bastard! Yu Zhong roared out angrily as he pummeled the head of the Type 2 leopard cat with his right fist mercilessly, and lashing out with dozens of blows, causing the Type 2 leopard cat to throw up blood again, become dispirited. Yu Zhong saw that the Type 2 leopard cat threw up blood again, and once more activated his tamer technique, as the green light once again shot in between the brows of the Type 2 leopard cat, and condensed into a rune as it entered its body. Only this time, there was no further resistance from the Type 2 leopard cat, and the rune was fully absorbed into its body. When the tamer technique rune entered the body of the Type 2 leopard cat, Yu Zhong felt the connection established between them. Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and called out to Qin Yao, "Qin Yao, you can release it now." Qin Yao then deactivated her plant manipulation ability, and the 4 vines swiftly disappeared. She panted and her back was drenched in sweat, while looking at Yu Zhong, her heart filled with worry and fear. If Yu Zhong had been killed by that Type 2 leopard cat earlier, the entire group would have lost their will. Qin Yao shuddered to think of her fate in such treacherous terrains. Although Qin Yao had successfully become an evolver, in this post-apocalyptic world, the strong were as many as the clouds. Even Yu Zhong did not dare to say he was an invincible existence, more so for herself. She did not have the confidence to even handle a single warrior of Wei Hong's troops. The moment she was captured, she would live a life worse than death. The flesh and blood of high-leveled evolvers, zombies, mutant beasts and even the nuclei of some mutant beasts were all nourishments that helped evolution for mutant beasts. Amongst them, the nuclei was one of the preferred food of the mutant beasts, as swallowing them could help boost the evolution process. "Let's go." Yu Zhong called out to the entire fleet that had stopped moving. Under Yu Zhong's orders, the fleet that had come to a stop resumed its journey towards Nabu town. With lightning's protection, there were no more attacks from any mutant beasts along the way. Finally, daylight shone and they reached the zombie-infested Nabu town. When Yu Zhong reached Nabu town, he took out a small bottle of juice that was squeezed from the snake birth fruit and gave it to Gan Tao, saying, "Gan Tao, drink this. After you consume it, you will gain a huge power." "Yes, boss you." Gan Tao eyed the bottle without hesitation. He downed the whole bottle in a single gulp. Even if Yu Zhong did not have good intentions, he would not retaliate. Furthermore, he trusted Yu Zhong deeply because Yu Zhong had rescued him and his brothers from the depths of hell. After Gan Tao drank the snake birth fruit juice, he was soon besieged by that raging force, his entire body turning feverish, and his eyes went dark as he slumped to the floor. Squad leader. Gan Tao's brothers immediately knelt down to support Gan Tao, as they looked to Yu Zhong worriedly, hoping to get an explanation. Chapter 325, Gratitude. Book 3, The South. He will run a fever for a day. After that, he will possess a new power. During this period you must take good care of him. Yu Zhong just spoke this sentence before beckoning to Pan Jin-yong. Yu Zhong directly gave the level 3 skill, Forest Ranger Transformation, to him and said, "I'm handing you this skill book. Make good use of it to kill the enemies." Pan Jin-yong received the skill book and replied excitedly, "Many thanks, Boss Yu. I will definitely kill the enemies. I won't let you down." Level 3 skill books were extremely rare, and if Pan Jin-yong could utilize the skill book properly, he could become a strong enhancer. Yu Zhong was currently in a foreign land, and the number of people he could make use of was really too small. Hence, he could only give away a precious snake birth fruit as well as a level 3 skill book to these soldiers whom he had yet to know well enough. At the very least, they could start to form the basis of his establishment here, and increasing his might here was also a good thing. Yu Zhong patted Pan Jin-yong's shoulders, before taking huge strides with white bones to the entrance of Nabu town. At this time, at the entrance of Nabu town, Lightning had gathered with 100 of its companions. As a Type 2, Lightning possessed the ability to lead the other members of the same species. These mutant leopard cats were its subordinates. Greenie and Turtle both have the same type of ability. Only Greenie was a lone warrior and did not like to gather with other of its kind, hence it was hard for it to randomly summon a few fellows. As for Turtle, while there were no low-level similar members of its species, it could subdue the other Type 2 mutant types, and control their underlings through them. Yu Zhong patted Lightning and pointed to the small town. "We'll have to trouble you, Lightning, rid the town of all the zombies." Lightning nuzzled Yu Zhong for a moment, before letting out a low growl to the group of leopard cats. With Lightning's command, the 100 mutant leopard cats shot towards the town like arrows. As they ran, they could be seen pouncing on any zombie they came across. These mutant leopard cats were the result of a life form that adapted to the onset of the apocalypse virus. Therefore, the infection from the zombies was unable to hurt these mutant leopard cats. It was also the strongest advantage they had against the zombies. Many mutant beasts preyed on the zombies. As long as there wasn't a Z-type controlling an entire horde, the normal zombies could only become the food for mutant beasts. When the mutant leopard cats charged into the town, they embarked on a slaughter. If it was in the past, after eating enough zombies they would leave the town. However, this time, under their boss Lightning's orders, these mutant leopard cats slashed about without stopping, decapitating countless zombies. Lightning also charged into the town, casually slaughtering any zombies it came across. Be it an L2 or S2, there were no zombies that could escape from its claws. In just an entire morning, the 2,000 or more zombies in Nabu town had been totally wiped out by Lightning and its little brothers. Yu Zhong saw Lightning elegantly walking out of Nabu town, and gave the order to the survivors, "Enter the town." Under Qin Yao's organization, the 1000+ survivors trickled slowly into the town. Fan Tongshen strolled about in Nabu town. Along the way he saw the countless corpses of the zombies, and he felt his heart shook. What a terrifying man. The zombies were just cleared so easily by him. He truly is amazing. Wuyan Tong had followed along the side of the soldiers and felt immense shock when he saw the situation of the town. At that time, when he was told to wait outside the small town, he did not escape. On one hand, as a traitor he would not be let off by the cruel Wuyan Hong, and if he escaped to the forest based on his abilities he would most likely die. In fact, he harbored some hope with Yu Zhong. What he didn't expect was that not only did Yu Zhong single-handedly take down the entire Vanguard town, he even brought over 1,000 survivors out with him to enter Nabu town, and even then he still ended up annihilating the zombie horde within Nabu town with ease. He made the decision to follow Yu Zhong. After entering Nabu town, the corpses of the zombies were gathered and burnt. The different storehouses within the town were opened and obtained when Qin Yao assigned some duties to different people. The Vietnamese survivors were all given a bowl of thick gruel, before being herded into different bungalows and kept under watch. These Vietnamese survivors were not a dependable existence, as they could revolt at any time. After settling the accommodation of the Vietnamese survivors, the soldiers comprising of the Chinese, blacks and Caucasians finally got a chance to rest. When the soldiers got into their assigned rooms, they laid on the bed and fell into deep sleep straight away like pigs. They were still weak, had undergone a rough night of operations and almost could not handle it anymore. If an expert was to sneak into the camp now, just one person was enough to assassinate these soldiers in their sleep. Yu Zhong had faced battle after battle as well, and was feeling exhausted. After ordering White Bones to guard the door, he laid on the bed and fell into deep slumber. He was after all not like the strange creatures from the god and devil system. Even though he possessed power now, he was still immortal. After countless intense battles, he would feel tired all the same. On the other side, Wuyan Hong's response had been pretty quick as well. On the morning of the second day, he had deployed 2 battalions of soldiers from Tooth County to set off for the vanguard camp. Wuyan Hong had long since gotten information on Yu Zhong's sneak attack on the vanguard team from those Vietnamese soldiers who ran. They were extremely clear that 2 battalions led by 20 members of the Wolf Fang Battalion would be more than enough to decimate Yu Zhong's force. Hong. Following a huge explosion, the 2 battalions that were marching lost 2 of their men, while another 3 sustained heavy injuries. There are landmines. Everyone be careful. After that shout, all the soldiers became cautious and they stopped moving. Wuyan Hong had only set up this army of the great empire of Vietnam recently, and amongst them, while there were actual Vietnamese soldiers, the majority of them were normal survivors who joined in. They did not have much experience dealing with other humans, especially the unforeseeable threats such as landmines. The 3 soldiers that were blasted with heavy injuries moaned out in agony, severely undermining the morale of the troops. In this post-apocalyptic world, it wasn't just China that lacked medical resources. Even Vietnam had its struggles as well. These casualties would only be put out of their misery, as Wuyan Hong would not waste precious rations to take care of those soldiers that had become handicapped. Engineers. Go scout for the mines. Engineers, go scout for the mines. A Vietnamese commander ordered out loudly with a steely expression. A staff officer replied meekly, "Commander, we don't have the necessary expertise and equipment." In fact, there were some experienced engineers and proper equipment within the army of the Great Empire of Vietnam. However, they were all old soldiers and were part of Wuyan Hong's personal battalion. The rest of the battalions lacked the necessary expertise. Furthermore, their aim was to battle against the mutant beasts of the forests and zombies in towns, not facing against other humans with modern warfare. Furthermore, in their own home ground, they didn't expect that there would be landmines at all. This was a point that they neglected. Damn it. What do we do now? The commander's expression turned ugly as he lashed out. He had thought that this operation to attack Yu Zhong's forces was going to be an easy one, and they could casually quell any resistance from them. After all, when Yu Zhong had fought his way in the vanguard town, there was no one here to protect it. Never did he imagine that they would be stopped by a single landmine. The staff officer hesitated, as the safest method they could muster was to turn back and deploy some landmine engineers, as they helped to clear the landmines, before the entire troop can proceed carefully. However, he was not sure if the suggestion would be acceptable to the commander who seemed ready to explode himself. Another staff officer frowned and quipped in, "Why don't we find some wild beasts to open the way for us?" Making use of animals to set off landmines was also a common tactic. On top of that, there were other demolition methods, profession landmine-resistant vehicles, and engineers who could clear them. The commander cursed out loud, "Fuck. Under these kind of conditions, where are you going to find beasts?" Using animals to clear the landmines was in fact a good idea, it was just that it was a post-apocalyptic time now. Wild beasts such as cows and horses were hard to find. Even if they were found, they were rare and precious sources of meat. They could not be squandered on such a mission just to clear the way. As each staff officer chipped in with their ideas, the commander turned them all down. In the end, the 2 battalion commanders discussed, and decided to send someone back to request aid, asking for a team of engineers to come help clear the mines. When the team of engineers came, they immediately began demoning the place. What made the commander's blood boil was that Yu Zhong did not actually plant many landmines in a cluster, but at the same time he had placed countless other booby traps, which severely impeded the advance of the troops. By the time the 2 battalions arrived at the small town, night had fallen. In the town there were countless buildings and corpses that were blasted by rockets. Before Yu Zhong left, he had even set the entire town ablaze, turning it into a ghost town. This made the 2 battalion commanders extremely furious. As they did not know which direction Yu Zhong had led his people to, the 2 battalions could only spend the night within the town. With the previous encounters serving as a lesson, the soldiers of the 2 battalions did not dare slack off in their duties. Even at night, there were patrols to prevent the possibility of Yu Zhong launching a night raid. As he had escaped in time, Yu Zhong could have been considered to buy precious time for his troops, and avoided being annihilated by the army of the Great Empire of Vietnam. Chapter 326, Evolver. Book 3, The South. This is what it's like to be an evolver. I've become an evolver? After one whole day, Gong Tao had regained consciousness, and the moment he awoke, he could feel the earth-shattering change that had happened to his body. He had directly become an agility-based evolver from a normal human in just one day, and at the same time he gained comprehension in a level 3 agility skill. Enhance agility. Under the various enhancements of agility, Gong Tao already had a 30-point bonus to his base agility attribute. Even though he was only at level 1 enhancement, it could be seen how huge the change was. Captain. You're awake. Captain, how are you? Boss, you said you would become an evolver. How is it, did you become one? Right now in the room, it was filled with Gong Tao's subordinates and a few other Chinese survivors. They all knew that Gong Tao could possibly become an evolver under Yu Zhong's help, and would gain a fearsome strength, therefore they had come to observe. Gong Tao replied excitedly, "That's right. I've become an evolver." During the post-apocalypse, enhancers and evolvers all possessed miraculous abilities. Their strength that surpassed normal humans was not a secret, and everyone wished to become a powerful enhancer or evolver. Amongst them, the natural talent and enhancements of an evolver far surpassed that of an enhancer. Upon hearing that Gong Tao had become an evolver, many present were envious and jealous. One of the soldiers called Su Liangchen said, "Captain, let's have a spar." Su Liangchen was one of the best grapplers in their defense force. In the past, Gong Tao could not overcome Su Liangchen at all. Gong Tao's expression was full of eagerness and excitement as he replied, "Sure." Under the encirclement of the audience, they quickly came to the open grounds. Many of the soldiers were attracted to this spar between Gong Tao and Su Liangchen, and had gathered over. "Here I come." After the two of them had gotten in position, Su Liangchen let out a grunt, and charged towards Gong Tao like a ferocious tiger. So slow. Gong Tao looked at Su Liangchen and a thought appeared in his mind, as he slightly maneuvered his body and kicked out at the opponent's calf. The attack caused Su Liangchen to fall to the ground. He then casually applied his weight on Su Liangchen's back, and locked his right shoulder. As long as he applied a little pressure, he could easily dislocate his right shoulder. Gong Tao's actions were extremely swift, and surpassed what Su Liangchen could follow. He had no way to react and was easily overcome by Gong Tao. If it was in the battlefield, Su Liangchen would have been killed just like that. So strong. This is an evolver's strength? It's too powerful. When the surrounding soldiers saw Gong Tao subduing Su Liangchen with ease, their hearts were filled with excitement, adrenaline and a little envy. Since Yu Zhong possessed the means to change someone into an evolver, they were filled with excitement and hoped that they themselves could become an evolver as well. "Gong Tao. Boss Yu's looking for you." Right at this time the audience parted as a soldier came running up to Gong Tao. Gong Tao forcefully kept his excitement in check as he left with the soldier. Soon after, other than Gong Tao, Pan Jinyong and 25 other warriors who had recovered their strength quickly left Naba Town with Yu Zhong. Led by the locals Fan Tongxian, Nguyen Tong and 6 other Vietnamese warriors, they entered the Forest of Death. In Naba Town, those old soldiers were currently training up the 300 soldiers that Yu Zhong had gathered. Without strict military training in battle, the new soldiers would not amount to anything. The rest of the Vietnamese survivors were organized by Qin Yao, and assigned to work on the hide of the mutant forest venomous snakes. After becoming workers, these Vietnamese survivors were allowed to eat their fill, and the decent treatment made them feel slightly more satisfied as they did their job diligently. As Wuhan Hong did not have much rations, adding to the fact that most grain seeds were mutated, and the rest could not develop. Under those circumstances, the large majority of the Vietnamese survivors could only rely on gruel to survive. If they wanted to eat their fill, they had to rely on themselves. After entering the Forest of Death, they soon encountered a rustling within the tall grasses, as a few mutant jungle lizards jumped out and charged at Yu Zhong's group. The number wasn't considered high, there were only 7 of them, but every single one of them was vicious, and their speed quite fast. "Gong Tao. Pan Jinyong. Take care of them." Yu Zhong looked at those 7 mutant jungle lizards and gave a command to Gan Tao and Pan Jingyong. By this time, Gan Tao was decked out in a god and devil system protective covering that Yu Zhong had retrieved from the corpse of Jianghu. With these clothes his speed reached 40 points, becoming faster than the average human by 3 to 4 times. He held the black tooth blade that Yu Zhong lent him as he shot forward like an arrow, and swung the blade down on the body of one of the mutant jungle lizards. The sharp 2 m long blade easily dissected the mutant jungle lizard in two, and with that one-hit kill, Gan Tao gained a huge orb of experience, instantly achieving level 3. Gan Tao excitedly swung the blade back and turned into a flash as he went for another mutant jungle lizard, reaching level 7. On the other side, Pan Jingyong had transformed into a forest ranger. His hands wielded a dark magic blade as he engaged the mutant jungle lizards in close combat. After transformation, his senses were enhanced and his stats increased. He swiftly took care of the 2 mutant jungle lizards, also becoming level 7 with only a moment's work. White Bones raised its hands as 3 bone blades shot out from its arm, tearing into the limbs of the remaining 3 mutant jungle lizards. With Yu Zhong's instructions, 3 of the normal soldiers wielding chopping wood knives stepped up and expended some energy to kill the 3 mutant jungle lizards, and also gain some enhancements. However, as it wasn't by their own singular efforts, the EXP was split and they only managed to gain 1 level each. They could not compare to Gan Tao and Pan Jingyong who had reached level 7 in one shot. Yu Zhong led this small platoon of soldiers as they patrolled about the edge of the forest, hunting down all sorts of mutant beasts, pushing them to become stronger and raising their overall strength. As the Forest of Death had too many huge mutant beasts within its depths, Yu Zhong did not dare venture in too far. Every single Type 2 mutant beast was a terrifying existence, and if he wasn't careful he could cause this small platoon to be wiped out. Yu Zhong led this team of warriors and fought continuously within the Forest of Death for a grueling 7 days. After 7 days of constant battles, the 31-member team lost 2 of their members. As for the rest, they had risen to above level 10 and gained some measure of strength. The ones who experienced the most growth were the Evolver Gan Tao and Pan Jingyong who possessed the Forest Ranger transformation skill. Gan Tao had risen to level 26, while Pan Jingyong had become a level 21 enhancer. After becoming an agility-based Evolver, Gan Tao possessed more potential than the rest. Furthermore, with the equipment Yu Zhong prepared for him, slaughtering ordinary mutant beasts was easy for him. In addition, Gan Tao was from the military and had received proper military training, and hence he wasn't weak in the first place. That was why he could grow so fast. Evolvers grew faster than ordinary enhancers amidst battles. After raising this team of experts, Yu Zhong could be considered to have an additional trump card. A force consisting of 29 warriors of above level 10 was not to be underestimated. Of course, when compared to Yu Zhong's own special combat force or Wei Hong's Wolf-Fang battalion, they were still far off. Amongst the team, those who could contend with the Wolf-Fang battalion would at most be the agility-based Evolver Gan Tao, the Forest Ranger transformation, possessing Pan Jingyong, and Qinyao with her plant manipulation. After 7 days, Yu Zhong led this small team out of the Forest of Death. In order to quickly raise the strength of all of them, they had to venture deeper into the Forest of Death, where the more ferocious beasts reside. In that place, even Yu Zhong had no confidence of protecting everyone. After all, a Type 2 mutant beast was no joke, and they didn't possess enough heavy firepower. The moment they exited the forest and re-entered Nabu town, Gan Tao and the rest fell straight asleep when they reached their beds. While the 7 days of intensive training had strengthened them a lot, it was extremely exhausting for both body and mind. Was there any activity from Wei Hong's side? When Yu Zhong went back, the first thing he did was to find Qinyao to clarify on matters. Wei Hong and his troops were considered Yu Zhong's primary concern right now, as the power they held was too strong. If they were not careful, Yu Zhong and his team might be wiped out easily. Qinyao's brows lifted slightly as she swiftly replied, Wei Hong's troops don't seem to be making any moves towards us at this moment. The 2 battalions that he had stationed at the Vanguard town have already retreated back towards Tooth County. Intel was perhaps the most important aspect for any power. When Yu Zhong had left to train the small team, Qinyao had immediately selected 4 soldiers to survey at the front lines. That was how she obtained this precious information. Those soldiers were also fighters and possessed a little skill. Even if they met some low-level mutant beasts, if they could not defeat them they could at least escape. Those with a little bit of survival skills would be considered stronger than normal humans. With this in mind, Qin Yao had selected 4 such soldiers to conduct reconnaissance. Yu Zhong pondered a while as his brows furrowed. Wuyan Hong must be up to something big. After destroying an entire battalion and having stolen 1,000+ people as well as goods, if Wuyan Hong could even tolerate this, there must be something else that required his attention. That was why he had to recall his troops to protect Tooth County. Chapter 327, Making Necessary Arrangements. Book 3 The South. Yu Zhong conducted a series of arrangements after that. He deployed Gan Tao and Pan Jinyong to lead small teams of non-Vietnamese soldiers to sweep towards the direction of Guangxi, clearing the zombies that they came across. On one hand, they were to search for survivors and resources, on the other hand they could train to become strong. Currently, this small team under Yu Zhong could handle their own against any one battalion of Wuyan Hongs. Although they wouldn't be defeated, the gap between the prowess of the two sides was still large. Yu Zhong had to make use of killing zombies to strengthen this team. Only through constant battle would the team grow to become indispensable and independent. What Yu Zhong lacked most was time. The immense pressure made it hard for him to focus on establishing his roots and training the troops properly. After all, this was Vietnam. He had little to lose here and had not much capital. If he wasn't careful, he could be easily annihilated by Wuyan Hong. Under the combined efforts of the Vietnamese survivors, pieces of protective covering made from the hides of the mutant forest venomous snakes were produced and worn by the soldiers. The aesthetics was not much, but to these soldiers, these hide coverings were essential to their survival, and no one gave a hoot about the look of the hides. When the protective hides finished production, Qin Yao gathered the Vietnamese survivors and assigned work for defenses and constructions to be carried out. Under the supervision of the soldiers, outposts and secret places of firepower started to take form. Yu Zhong wasn't too sure himself if these constructions were going to be handy, but what else could they do to keep from letting the Vietnamese survivors idle around and give birth to dangerous thoughts? He chose to play it safe to prevent any chaos from happening. Therefore, he chose to make use of them to construct defenses. After he passed on some crucial objectives of development for Qin Yao to handle, Yu Zhong made White Bones stay on to protect Qin Yao, while he left towards Tooth County on his own. He had to create some hindrance to Wuyan Hong's plans. The inspection is pretty strict. Seems like it's going to be hard to sneak in. Yu Zhong quickly came to a hilltop near Tooth County as he observed the ongoings of the town, his brows furrowing. Currently, at the entrance of Tooth County, there were 16 soldiers stationed. They were checking every person and vehicle that was entering the town. Near the county itself, there were a few ponds, forests, marshes and areas where wild vegetables grew abundantly. As well, worms and aquatic life thrived there. As long as one wasn't afraid of being eaten by a mutant beast, it was possible to obtain huge amounts of food in those places. However, there were many smart people around. Some enhancers who could directly make use of their strength would organize a party of normal survivors to go pick the wild vegetables and fish, while they were in charge of facing any arriving mutant beasts. This was how countless hunting groups were formed. Just as Yu Zhong was pondering on how to enter Tooth County, he noticed a fleet of armored vehicles exiting from Tooth County, moving towards the direction of the main road into the distance. There's some activity. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened as he leapt onto Lightning's back, pointing to the fleet of vehicles and spoke lightly, "Follow them." Upon receiving Yu Zhong's orders, Lightning swiftly made its way towards the forest, with Yu Zhong on its back. They were closely followed by a pack of over 100 mutant leopard cat underlings. The large fleet soon came to a camp. In front of the camp there was a small town, and at the moment there were gunshots ringing from within the town. At the same time, there were various artillery pointed towards the small town, raining terror on the buildings, causing them to be blasted. The entire town was engulfed in dancing flames, yet the residents of the town did not seem to be giving up. Instead, they were retaliating with even more ferocity. The gunfire only ceased temporarily when the artillery was raining their rounds. The moment the artillery stopped, the gunfire resumed. The battle within the town was obviously brutal, and the battalion that had just arrived as reinforcements were quickly caught up in the fight. The countless soldiers made their way towards the town in a disorganized fashion. Good chance. Do it. Lightning, go kill those artillery soldiers. Yu Zhong saw the battalion of soldiers being deployed to enter the fray, and he quickly gave an order to Lightning before taking up his. 05 submachine gun and charged towards the battalion of soldiers. Lightning let out a low growl and shot towards the artillery squad like a bolt from the heavens. These artillery soldiers were the most wretched. Because of them, the other party had to struggle very hard. Without the support of the artillery, then the Vietnamese soldiers in the town would have to pay a price 10 times their current losses to achieve the current state of battle. Lightning's speed was way above Yu Zhong even after he had activated his shadow steps, to the point of unbelievable. The 500 m distance was near instantly covered by its movements in a matter of 2 to 3 seconds. *2. Before the artillery squad even had the chance to react, Lightning had already leapt into their midst and lashed out every which way, knocking soldiers to the ground and biting the ones with now exposed throats. Seeing that there was a Type 2 mutant beast amongst them, the Vietnamese soldiers promptly fell into chaos, as they struggled to take out their weapons and start firing. Sadly for them, Lightning's burst speed was absolutely too terrifying. It spared no effort as its claws swished left and right, easily slashing the throats of the closest soldiers. Many soldiers fell within these first few seconds. The rest of the mutant leopard cats had also now pounced forward, charging towards the camp in attack. While their speed could not compare with Lightning's, it was more than enough to spell certain death for the normal soldiers. Within the camp, other than the commanding officers, there were 2 platoons, a squadron and some soldiers in charge of the back-end support for the Vietnamese army. When the Vietnamese camp came under attack, the 2 platoons of soldiers swiftly picked up their weapons. They charged into the fray while relying on cover. Every step of the way they were firing at Yu Zhong and the huge group of mutant leopard cats. Yu Zhong continuously dodged about and attacked as was his wont in battle. Each leap avoided incoming bullets, while he lobbed grenades into the midst of the soldier groups as he passed. Honk, honk. *3. The sounds of explosions rang out as many soldiers were blasted and sent flying. With his countless battles, he had found plenty of use for the hand grenades. Some of the mutant leopard cats started suffering some wounds amidst the 2 attacking platoons of soldiers, and there were a few casualties already. Near the command center there were 2 12.7mm heavy machine guns, firing rapidly and causing mass destruction. Under the heavy barrage of firepower, 6 mutant leopard cats were quickly shredded, and 3 others suffered broken vertebrae and lost their combat ability. Just as the 2 heavy machine guns had begun exhibiting their prowess, Yu Zhong appeared from the side. He quickly hoisted a rocket launcher and fired a missile at one of the machine guns. With a flash, the Vietnamese soldier behind the heavy machine gun was blasted to death. After destroying the heavy machine gun, Yu Zhong waved his hand, and a grenade flew over towards the other heavy machine gunner, causing him to face a similar fate, dying together with the exploding machine gun. When the 2 machine guns were destroyed and the pressure of the 2 heavy machine guns was gone, the mutant leopard cats could once again unleash their fury. They suddenly frenzied and engaged in a mad slaughter amongst the soldiers. Facing the ferocious attacks of the mutant leopard cats, the Vietnamese soldiers finally lost their morale and started to abandon their posts, as they tried escaping in various directions. They were after all not troops that had gone through many battles, and many of them were still considered normal people. They had only received training for 2 months, and not being able to withstand the attacks of the mutant beasts was extremely normal. Yu Zhong ignored the mutant leopard cats slaughtering the Vietnamese soldiers, his own gaze a chilling cold as he rushed towards the command center. 30 Vietnamese soldiers quickly rushed out from the command center, 9 of them decked in strange attire. They were either wielding longbows or huge maces, some were even holding large steel shields, their aura very different from the normal soldiers. The 9 of them were experts from the Wolf Fang battalion, and were specially in charge of protecting the commanders from being killed in any attempts on their lives. The moment the 9 experts appeared, Yu Zhong pulled out his strongest weapon, the PF-98. Without hesitation he immediately aimed at one of the warriors holding a scepter and fired immediately. With a flash, the rocket landed and exploded on the warriors from the Wolf Fang battalion, bursting into raging flames. Before that poor guy even got to do anything, he was killed in one shot by Yu Zhong, the scepter in his hands also dropping to the ground. Shit! A huge man bellowed out in rage. Towering at 2 m, his hands carrying a huge steel shield that likely weighed a ton, he charged at Yu Zhong like a typical tanker. 4 other agility-based enhancers also activated their various abilities while running to the sides. They intended to surround him as they started firing their weapons wildly. One of the enhancers activated his Forest Ranger transformation, retrieving the long bow on his back, before firing an arrow at Yu Zhong. Even though they weren't in a forest right now, his power was still terrifying even though it wasn't at the max potential. A second enhancer slapped his hands to the ground, activating his earth manipulation skill, as sharp spikes exploded out from the ground, aimed at Yu Zhong. Another enhancer had huge fireballs conjured in both his hands, as he combined them into one and condensed it into a spear. He threw out with his might as the spear shot towards Yu Zhong swiftly. *1. Although Yu Zhong had killed one of their comrades, these 8 experts of above level 30 were absolutely capable of killing a normal level 50 enhancer through their teamwork. Chapter 328, Genuine Ability. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps, his body flashing out of sight. As he dodged the freshly incoming bullets, he zigzagged, evading the numerous earth spikes on the ground. Expertly multitasking, the blade in his hand danced simultaneously, and slashed at the oncoming ranger arrow. Hong. The destruction of the arrow caused a tremendous repulsive force to explode outwards, sending him 6 to 7 meters back from the point of impact. Thankfully at the same time, the huge bone arrow was also destroyed by him. Since Yu Zhong was in the air when the flame spear had flown out in attack, it hit him just as he landed. The blazing spear keenly pierced Yu Zhong in the upper right part of his abdomen, before combusting, and engulfing Yu Zhong entirely in flames. This explodable flame spear was the true killing move of this small Wolf Fang Battalion team. No one could withstand the flames that could burn everything. Is he dead? The foremost agility-based enhancer threw his spent gun away, as he took out a dagger, looking at Yu Zhong consumed by flames, and his heart relaxed a little. The rest of the team also relaxed. Regardless of the expert facing this team of 9 who worked extremely well together, they had that confidence that the enemy would fall. With a pung, the front-most agility-based enhancer had his brains shot out, as his headless corpse fell back onto the ground. All their eyes turned to the ball of flame, only to see that within the flames, there was an even more fearsome red-hot fire consuming the flames conjured by that enhancer. The enhancer with the fire manipulation ability saw his own fire being consumed, his eyes filled with shock. How is that possible? My fire was actually consumed by him. Is he also a fire manipulation expert? Yu Zhong's body was wrapped entirely in a thin sheet of the fearsome devil flame. He walked forward, his gaze cold, looking akin to the devil himself. He pointed towards the enhancer with the Forest Ranger transformation skill and the other enhancer with the Earth manipulation skill. 2 devil flame spears shot out explosively, penetrating their heads in an instant. After the impact, the combustion of the flames enveloped their brains and turned them into ash. Seeing that Yu Zhong had killed 3 of their elites within a matter of seconds, the remaining 5 Wolf Fang Battalion warriors felt a shudder in their hearts, as their fear of Yu Zhong mounted. The 2M tall man who was the leader shouted out crazily, "Kill him! If we don't, we'll die." Before he even finished speaking, lightning pounced noiselessly, landing on his back and bit off his head in one mouthful. The huge man fell lifelessly to the floor, his headless corpse leaking a fresh, brilliantly crimson puddle from the ragged stump. When their leader died, the remaining 4 members all lost their will to fight, and they started escaping towards the other directions. As for the important commanders they were supposed to protect, they were left behind. Yu Zhong looked at the enhancer with the flame manipulation skill, as he raised his stinger and aimed coldly at him. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender." The enhancer felt his heart turn cold as he immediately knelt on the floor and pleaded profusely. Yu Zhong shot 2 of the escaping Wolf Fang Battalion members, before coldly gazing at the enhancer with the flame manipulation skill. "Can you speak Chinese? If not, you can go and die." *1. Although Yu Zhong did not understand Vietnamese, the physical act of kneeling and raising hands was universal for surrender. That was why he spared the enhancer at first. Wei Ningguo kneeled and spoke out in haste, "Yes. Yes. I can speak in Chinese. My name is Wei Ningguo. I am of Chinese-Vietnamese blood, 3/4 Chinese in fact. Please don't kill me." Wei Ningguo was truly a mixed blood of Chinese and Vietnamese descent. Prior to the apocalypse, he was a small-time businessman working on the borders of China and Vietnam. He was extremely glib and well-versed with going with the flow in life. When he had to work for Wuhan Hong, he was a simple Vietnamese. Now facing Yu Zhong, he was suddenly a mixed blood with 3/4 Chinese ancestry. "Follow me." Yu Zhong gazed at him coldly before taking out a .05 submachine gun and charged towards the direction of the Vietnamese commanders. Thoughts raced in Wei Ninggua's mind as he looked towards the corpse of the leader who had been beheaded by lightning in one bite, and his heart trembled before throwing out all the useless thoughts, and he followed Yu Zhong closely. The commanders were mostly normal people, with a few being low-level enhancers. Their escaping speed could not possibly match against Yu Zhong's pursuit, and soon Yu Zhong caught up with them. Yu Zhong did not waste time talking with the commanders and directly used his .05 machine gun and sprayed wildly, killing them all as they fell into pools of their own blood. Wei Ninggua saw how Yu Zhong killed those 20 commanders without batting an eyelid, and his heart turned cold. After killing those 20 commanders within the entire camp, there were only the mutant leopard cats which were devouring the spoils of war. Yu Zhong brought Wei Ninggua as they walked around the command center, only to discover a small walkie-talkie crackling with an urgent voice. Yu Zhong looked at the walkie-talkie and asked Wei Ninggua, "What are they saying?" Wei Ninggua carefully reported, "Sir, they are from the 7th Battalion. They are currently asking if there are any problems with headquarters." Yu Zhong coldly ordered, "Very good. Tell them now. There are 3 battalions with unknown equipment currently attacking headquarters. Let them all retreat and protect the command center. Otherwise, their retreat will be cut off by these unknown forces." Wei Ninggua's heart trembled. Without any hesitation he replied, "Yes." After which, Wei Ninggua quickly proceeded to use Vietnamese and spoke frenzily into the walkie-talkie, ordering for the retreat of the 7th Battalion, which was currently attacking the small town. The 7th Battalion had heard the sounds of gunfire and explosions from the command center. Now hearing Wei Ninggua's explanation and order, they had no more doubts. They quickly pulled back from the small town and retreated in a frenzy towards the camp, in order to protect their way back. In this small town Wuhan Hong had deployed a total of 3 battalions of power. The 7th Battalion was the 8 sent as reinforcements. The moment they pulled back, the other 2 battalions were thrown into chaos, as they panicked and demanded the reason for withdrawal. When they heard that their retreat might possibly be cut off, the remaining troops of the 2 battalions immediately abandoned their positions and started withdrawing. Enemy troops cutting off possible retreats was a nightmare for strategies. The moment they could not retreat, then the 3 unknown battalions could easily wipe out everyone here. The 3 battalions that Wuhan Hong had deployed were the 7th Battalion, 9th Battalion and 5th Battalion. The 9th Battalion had the most number of new recruits. This time the attack on the town was for the 5th Battalion to guide the 9th Battalion, raising their combat prowess. This sudden retreat caused a multitude of problems. As the 9th Battalion soldiers had only received training for a short while, fighting a winning battle was not a problem, but a sudden withdrawal was almost like a collapse of fighting will. A large number of them threw away their equipment and started making a run for the exit of the town. When the Vietnamese soldiers were trying their best to escape, the leader in the small town saw his chance, and immediately organized 2 platoons of elite soldiers to start their counter-attack on the Vietnamese soldiers. As the main fighting force, the 5th Battalion was starting to become exhausted, and when they faced the rash actions of the 9th Battalion, they themselves could not tolerate it and started to run themselves. In the end, their retreat was chaotic and lacked all sense of order, as a number of soldiers were killed in their attempt to escape. The remaining soldiers of the 7th Battalion, 9th Battalion and 5th Battalion abandoned the armored vehicles and ran out of the small town. Just as they had made their way out, Yu Zhong had already summoned White Bones from far away, as he himself activated Shadow Steps, and brought lightning and a 100+ mutant leopard cats charging towards the 7th Battalion. When Yu Zhong charged into the midst of the 7th Battalion with his hands wielding his .05 machine gun, he activated his Art of Fear, casting it in a wide radius while firing wildly, and the huge spirit attack blanketed the entire area without restraint. If it was within an area of proper construction, the 3 battalions could easily defend against the attacks of over 100 mutant leopard cats, but as they were currently in the midst of escaping, and were suddenly assaulted by these ferocious mutant beasts as well as Yu Zhong, they were soon overcome. Many of them suffered heavy injuries, and the entire 7th Battalion was turned into a blubbering mess, with their body count mounting. The remaining 9th and 5th Battalion also escaped in various directions. The mutant leopard cats possessed insane speed, and the retreat of the soldiers could not hope to compare with them, as every second there were soldiers with their throats ripped out by the mutant beasts. Lightning exhibited even more of its unworldly speed, continuously flashing about, and soldiers would find their comrades being beheaded by a slash. After a mere 10 seconds, 15 soldiers had already lost their lives. Lightning's slaughter of the soldiers was at a terrifying speed compared to Yu Zhong. The moment the soldiers of the 7th Battalion collapsed, their remaining soldiers were slaughtered by the mutant beasts. After an intense battle of not even 2 hours, the 3 battalions were wiped out entirely by the 100-plus mutant leopard cats. A few fortunate survivors escaped to the forests, surviving the attacks of the mutant leopard cats. Wei Ningguo had been following by Yu Zhong's side, and upon witnessing the utter annihilation of the 900-strong army at the hands of these 100-something mutant leopard cats, he was filled with a renewed fear of Yu Zhong. What is this man? Too scary. How can he command such terrifying mutant beasts? Chapter 329, Eliminate the Remaining Troops. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong led the group of mutant leopard cats and engaged in a thorough slaughter of the 3 battalions, before he met with a representative from the town. The middle-aged man walked out from the town, and eyed the more than 100 mutant leopard cats behind Yu Zhong. His tone was extremely respectful as he said, "How do you do, sir? I am Zhang Weiyang. Thank you for lending a hand. May I ask how should I address you?" Vietnamese? Hearing Zhang Weiyang's Vietnamese, Yu Zhong frowned and his face turned cold. He felt a little disappointed as well. In this region, the Vietnamese didn't look at the Chinese kindly, just like there were similar Chinese provinces. Lastly, these Vietnamese that he saved might not be anybody good as well. He felt a little upset, and was starting to consider if he should kill all the survivors within the town cleanly to prevent a pointless hate war in advance. In these antagonistic parts, it was hard to convince the Vietnamese to accept Yu Zhong as a leader. He didn't dare to trust them too much as well. Since this was the case, he would consider killing them, rather than allowing them to be absorbed as part of Wuyanhong's forces. After all, with every increase in strength of Wuyanhong, it would spell additional trouble for Yu Zhong. Zhang Weiyang heard Yu Zhong's Chinese and immediately replied in fluent Chinese, "No. No. We're Chinese. We're from the Chinese Association." Yu Zhong then relaxed before replying, "I'm Yu Zhong. Is Zheng Chang present? If he is, let him speak to me." "Yes. Yes. He's here. I'll bring him here now." Zhang Weiyang then heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there was someone familiar to handle things, it would become easier. He was after all an astute person, and he could detect the rising killing intent from Yu Zhong when he had spoken Vietnamese. Zheng Chang walked out of the town quickly soon after, his entire body covered in ash, his eyes bloodshot, and his expression one of exhaustion. The moment he saw Yu Zhong, he became excited. "Yu Zhong. It really is you. Much thanks for your help. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the Chinese Association would have been wiped out this time." Zheng Chang then caught sight of the 100-something mutant leopard cats and lightning behind Yu Zhong. His eyes flashed with passion. "Are you controlling these mutant beasts? Holy shit, you're amazing. How did you do it? Can you teach me?" In this part of Vietnam there were forests, swamps, marshes, and the number of mutant beasts running around rampant was truly terrifying. If one could learn how to tame and control mutant beasts, although it would be hard to claim to that they could subdue the world, one could still have some capital and trump cards. Yu Zhong chuckled before gesturing to Lightning. Lightning let out a snarl before it quickly disappeared into the forest. Its little brothers also followed suit. "That I can't do," Yu Zhong directly rejected, and as he looked at the equipment left behind by the 3 Vietnamese battalions, said to Zheng Chang, "These equipment are mine. Can you get someone to collect them for me? Wei Ningguo, stay here and look after this." Wei Ningguo replied with utmost reverence, "Yes, sir." Zheng Chang blinked as his gaze turned different before speaking softly, "Yu Zhong. This isn't too good, right? We had fought quite hard within the town, and a number of our brothers have died. This equipment, we do deserve to share some, don't you think? What's more, what are you going to do with all this equipment on your own? You can't take them away anyway." There were after all armaments and more left behind by 3 entire battalions. There were even a few heavy artillery. These equipment and weapons were enough to make anybody's eyes go red in these post-apocalyptic times. Yu Zhong just opened his mouth to lay claim on these items, and it didn't sit too well with Zheng Chang. Yu Zhong's expression immediately frosted over and his tone became overbearingly cold. Zheng Chang, your words are wrong. If it wasn't for my efforts to save you guys, your Chinese association may only have had a few experts left this time. In fact, you might not even be alive to try and negotiate with me. Don't tell me that the price for saving all your lives is worth less than these 3 battalions worth of equipment? If he had saved a white wolf, Yu Zhong wouldn't mind using his own knife to kill it if it had no conscience. These 3 battalions worth of equipment could not be given away freely. With this equipment, as long as Yu Zhong found enough survivors, he could start equipping them to enlist into his force. Without equipment, even if he did find people, he could only treat them as cannon fodder. Hearing Yu Zhong's stern lecture, Zheng Chang's face turned ugly. He was not someone who forgot the gratitude of being saved. However, the importance of the equipment was too huge. If the Chinese Association could get their hands on these equipments, it would greatly bolster their fighting strength. In the end, he managed to suppress his greed as he replied in a heavy voice, Yu Zhong, the Chinese Association people are not ungrateful. This equipment belongs to you. I will get someone to help you gather them. Although they could not get the equipment, if they could receive the support of Yu Zhong who could control mutant beasts, it wasn't too bad of a deal to the Chinese Association. Yu Zhong then revealed a smile. Good. You're a friend worth having. I won't let you guys get the short end of the stick though. I can give you guys a platoon's worth of equipment. Out of the artillery platforms I can gift you 2 of them with 20 shells. If you guys can offer me reasonable prices, I don't mind selling more to you guys, but the maximum is a battalion's worth. Zheng Chang's eyes lit up in excitement. Like this? Thanks. Yu Zhong, really thank you so much. Come with me and have a sit in the town. Our president and the committee would like to meet you. The Chinese Association was really lacking in weapons and equipment. Many of the warriors were still using primitive weapons like knives, watermelon knives, butcher knives, long spears, etc. If it wasn't for the fact that they lacked weapons, they wouldn't have been forced to a corner by Wu Yanhong's forces, almost to the point of collapse. The single platoon worth of equipment was really precious to them. Yu Zhong smiled and said, I too would like to meet the heroes of the Chinese Association. A few Chinese survivors walked out from the town, and they started to gather the equipment of the Vietnamese soldiers, before packing them together under orders. Wei Ningguo became Yu Zhong's representative to oversee these Chinese survivors. In that small town within an office, a middle-aged man with a refined temperament, his looks imposing and dashing, bowed towards Yu Zhong, and he spoke with sincerity. How do you do? Yu Zhong, I am Xu Wenyan, the president of the Chinese Association. I'll take it upon my humble self to thank you on behalf of the 1,300 Chinese people within our association. Thank you for lending us a hand in our dire times of need. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid every single one of our Chinese people here would end up under the whip of Wu Yanhong, that beast. The Chinese Association had no shortage of experts. There were even 2 evolvers amongst them, but they lacked heavy weaponry. They had limited ammunition as well, and many soldiers could only rely on handguns or melee weapons to fend off the enemy attacks. This caused them to suffer greatly. When the 3 battalions of soldiers under Wu Yanhong had pressed in, although the Chinese Association managed to kill a large number of their enemies, they themselves were facing a mounting number of casualties. If Yu Zhong had not provided aid at that time, the Chinese Association would have likely fallen. Even though they had 2 evolvers above level 40, it wouldn't change a thing. If Yu Zhong had not enlisted the help of Lightning and its little brothers, it wouldn't have been so easy to decimate 3 entire battalions. Yu Zhong looked at Xu Wenyan and smiled. No problem. If we Chinese want to live on here, we need to stay united. It was something I should have done anyway. The fact that Xu Wenyan could pull together a small faction like this in Vietnam, it could be seen that he was capable as well. Regardless of his motive, at least he had ensured the dignity and lives of 1,300 over people. With regards to him, Yu Zhong had a favorable impression. Xu Wenyan looked at Yu Zhong before his eyes flashed and he laid out an attractive proposal. Yu Zhong, are you willing to join our Chinese Association? As long as you join, I'm willing to let you be the vice president. President? No. How can we let him be the vice president? No way. President. That's too important a position. Let him be an elder. With a single sentence from Xu Wenyan, the entire office went into an uproar and resisted loudly. The Chinese Association only had 2 vice presidents, both of them having contributed a lot to the cause, and their strength earning them respect. At the same time, the vice president possessed quite the amount of authority, even elders would have to obey. It could be said that their position was under one but above many. Seeing that this position was to be given to someone they barely knew, it was unacceptable to them. Quiet. Xu Wenyan frowned as he called out in a deep voice. He truly had the prestige. With just a single word, all the upper echelons quietened down, although dissatisfaction could still be seen in their eyes. Xu Wenyan looked to the two vice presidents beside him. Xingchuan Tiger, what are your thoughts? The Chinese Association had a president and two vice presidents. The president was Xu Wenyan and the two vice presidents Wang Xingchuan and Tiger Chu. Amongst them, Xu Wenyan and Wang Xingchuan were evolvers and possessed great might. Tiger Chu was also an evolver of above level 40, with countless battles and experience under his belt. He had helped the Chinese Association on many occasions, thus earning merit and rising through the ranks. Xu Wenyan could not ignore their views and just offer the position to Yu Zhong straight away. Wang Xingchuan was a skinny, tan-looking middle-aged man, his appearance a little wretched. He pondered a while before softly speaking, I'm for Yu Zhong becoming a vice president. Xu Wenyan's gaze then turned to Tiger Chu, a stout and muscular man with a face full of scars. Chapter 330, The Chinese Association. Book 3, The South. Tiger Chu lifted his head and looked at Yu Zhong as he nodded and said, I also approve of Yu Zhong to be a vice president. When the president and even the vice presidents have agreed for Yu Zhong to be a vice president, the elders could only shut up and look at Yu Zhong with envy. I'm sorry. I don't wish to join the Chinese Association. Let's just remain as allies. Right at this moment, Yu Zhong smiled and declined. If Yu Zhong was to join the Chinese Association, then the 3 battalions of equipment would be handed over to the Chinese Association without any conditions. Furthermore, he did not have enough prestige within the Chinese Association and no subordinates. If he wanted to gain some actual power and authority, it would be an uphill task. If Yu Zhong wanted to control the Chinese Association, he needed to ensure that he first captured the hearts of Xu Wenyan, Tiger Chu, and Wang Xingchuan. To him this was too troublesome. He would rather remain an ally, that way his position was more carefree, and he could do as he pleased. Zheng Chang had a look of shock as he spoke hastily, Yu Zhong, aren't you going to consider? It is the position of vice president after all. Zheng Chang and Yu Zhong's relationship wasn't too bad, and he wished for Yu Zhong to join the Chinese Association very much. With his strength, joining the Chinese Association would help to bring up the strength of the Chinese Association. In this parts of Vietnam, the Chinese Association was considered the biggest faction of Chinese. By joining them, there was a stronger chance of resistance against Wuyan Hong. Xu Wenyan's sharp eyebrows raised as he spoke directly, Yu Zhong, do you have any burden? We are after all good brothers here. As long as you join us, I believe we will be able to get along well. Yu Zhong shook his head and insisted, I'm sorry. I'm really not interested in joining. Let's just discuss on the issue with the equipment. I'm willing to sell 3 platoons worth of equipment. President Xu, what will you guys be willing to offer for it? Xu Wenyan broke out into a warm grin and said, Yu Zhong, just call me Wenyan. You're someone worth befriending. Even if you don't want to join us, you're still a good friend of ours. We will never forget the kindness that you've shown by saving our lives today. Xu Wenyan's words made Yu Zhong extremely comfortable, and instantly caused the friendship to be closer. He could naturally be such an outstanding leader not just because of his strength but also with his eloquence. Xu Wenyan thought for a while before lifting his head and asked Yu Zhong softly, Our Chinese Association does in fact need the batch of equipment. Dare I ask your conditions to sell those items to us? First, I would like the intel that the Chinese Association has, including those of Wuyan Hong and the other Chinese factions, their leaders as well as locations. Second, I would need to borrow 100 soldiers for a battle. I will require them for a month. Zheng Chang is extremely familiar with the areas around here. I hope to borrow him for a month as well. Third, prepare 200 tons of rations for me to use anytime. Fourth, allow my subordinates to borrow the territory of the Chinese Association to rest. Xu Wenyan thought for a while before he nodded and agreed, Fine. I'll promise you. The full battalion's worth of equipment was too important to the Chinese Association compared to a single platoon. That was why Xu Wenyan agreed to the terms. Yu Zhong grinned at Xu Wenyan. Much thanks, President Xu. Xu Wenyan wore an amiable smile as he replied, "It isn't safe here anymore. Let's move. After a night's rest, I'll hand those soldiers over to you." "Sure." Yu Zhong wasn't worried that Xu Wenyan was going to go back on his word. After all, Xu Wenyan possessed more power than Yu Zhong now. If he really wanted to swallow the equipment, Yu Zhong wouldn't have a choice. However, if things really got to that state, Yu Zhong wouldn't mind giving them something harsh to remember. Xu Wenyan then started introducing the rest of the upper brass of the Chinese Association. "Yu Zhong, let me introduce this bunch of good brothers. This is Vice President Wang Xingchuan, brother Wang, and this is Vice President Tiger Chu, brother Chu." The Chinese Association had a strong sense of brotherhood and valued loyalty. The top brass was made up of a president, 2 vice presidents, and 14 elders. They made up the majority of the authority, and were the top figures amongst the Chinese Association. Under the elders, the rest were members, and they formed the rest of the Chinese Association. Amongst the 14 elders there were 2 female elders, 12 male elders. Of the 2 female elders, one was called Jianghu, her looks ordinary with some 6 or 7 knife scars, her eyes radiating a ruthless gleam. The other was Xu Tianya with a full head of thick black hair, her features defined and her demeanor uncommon. She was strikingly beautiful and had a good figure. This beauty was also precisely Xu Wenyan's sister. The other 12 male elders were Zheng Chang, Feng Qingtian, Zhang Mu, Hu Yen, Lu Ming, Niu Wei, Zhang Shuwen, Sun Tai, Luo Ming, Luo Tu, Qin San, Lu Niujin. Every single elder was an enhancer above level 30. They possessed extraordinary combat abilities, and it was precisely because of them that the Chinese Association could withstand the assault of Wu Yanhong's forces. Other than these enhancers, the normal soldiers of the Chinese Association were mostly new recruits. The training period could not even compare with Wu Yanhong's training. They had fought bravely because they knew how Wu Yanhong treated the Chinese. They would rather die than end up in the Vietnamese's hands, and hence had gave it their all when retaliating. If it was a comparison of fighting force, without the help of these high-level enhancers, the Chinese Association's 1000 plus fighting members would not be able to contend against a single battalion of Wu Yanhong. However, these enhancers were not invincible existences. Initially there were 22 elders. The attack this time had caused the deaths of 8 elders. Now there were only 14 elders remaining. Without Yu Zhong's interference, the remaining 14 elders would not have been able to withstand the onslaught either. After a round of introductions, the Chinese Association started to evacuate. Survivors carried all sorts of resources and followed vehicles as they went away into the distance. The Chinese Association had no way of standing up to the entire army of Wu Yanhong, and since their town had been discovered, they could only hastily change locations. In this post-apocalyptic world, investigations weren't as easy and convenient. As long as the Chinese Association relocated, they could buy some time to rest and recuperate. The Chinese Association did not just have this one location as their base. Other than this town, they had 6 or 7 other secret locations. However, this town was the most important location of theirs. This time, Wu Yanhong had really struck at a good time, and almost wiped out the entire top brass of the Chinese Association. If Wu Yanhong was successful in decimating the upper echelons of the Chinese Association, then the entire Chinese Association would have suffered a great loss, and would not be able to put up any resistance against Wu Yanhong for a long time. The relocation was done quickly, and not long after, Yu Zhong followed the group to a forest. Within a secluded hillside, there were a few holes dug up, that was covered entirely by grass. Normal people would be unable to discover this place. It was so secretive that even if Wu Yanhong had plenty of local Vietnamese, they would be unable to find it. However, it wasn't all that convenient living here. The biggest danger they faced were mutant beasts, and in this forest, if there were too many people gathered together, attracting the attention of huge mutant beasts was a disaster. Other than those that travel in packs or groups, there were a few monstrous lonesome mutant beasts that posed even more danger to these survivors. The survivors started moving into the various holes and furnishing their new homes. Losing the town, they could only stay here for a long period of time and await the next chance. Yu Zhong walked quietly amongst them. Behind him was Wei Ningguo, who followed obediently. After witnessing Yu Zhong's methods, Wei Ningguo had killed all thoughts of betraying him, his own hands stained with the blood of Wu Yanhong's soldiers. Even if he went back, he would only face death. When it came to mealtime within the forest, the survivors all grabbed their bowls and drank some gruel with wild vegetables. In this post-apocalyptic world, any faction faced the same issue: rations. Unless they had opened the National Strategic Grain Reserve near Nanjing, which would provide a temporary reprieve from the problem. Both the experts of the Chinese Association and Wuhan forces had fought hard, killed many zombies and mutant beasts, yet their total reserves were not more than 2,000 tons. They could only eat sparingly, with the warriors enjoying a full meal, and the normal survivors eating half that amount. However, these survivors were contented with that. Under Xu Wenyan's leadership, the people had their basic needs met. If they were to fall under Wuhan's hands, then the males would definitely be tortured and tormented as slaves till death, while the women would be treated like playthings. After being raped and tormented, they would be turned to meat and eaten. When Yu Zhong and Wei Ningguo walked by, those survivors would look at them with a face of envy and respect, not because Yu Zhong was the one who saved them. No one knew who it was other than the top brass. Instead, it was that both Yu Zhong and Wei Ningguo were carrying AKs on their back, loaded with bullets. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was many survivors' dream to become a soldier. However, not everyone got to be one. A short figure looked at Yu Zhong and Wei Ningguo as she crept behind stealthily and nimbly stretched out her right hand towards Yu Zhong's pocket. Chapter 331, Thief. Book 3, The South. If the target was a normal person, the little shadow would have made off with the contents of the pocket already. However, Yu Zhong was a fearsome person with truly inhuman speed. He casually intercepted the small hand of the thief and coldly said, "What do you think you're doing?" Yu Zhong looked carefully at the little figure, discovering that it was a kid. Her entire face was grimy and covered in ash. Even her hair messy and all over the place, with specks of mud in it, various long strands covering her face. Her clothes were in tattered pieces. Yu Zhong frowned and spoke, "Thief?" The kid saw that Yu Zhong had grabbed her right hand, and her eyes flashed with fear as she started struggling and shouted, "Ah! Let go of me. I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief." As the child was struggling and protesting, Wei Ningguo pulled out a handgun and pointed it at her head as he spoke coldly in Chinese, "Shut up. Keep your cool and wait for our boss Yu to handle you. Otherwise I'll blast your head apart." In these post-apocalyptic times, human lives were really cheap. Be it the elderly, women or kids, as long as they angered a person of power, forfeiting their lives was a normal occurrence. Concepts like society and juvenile courts didn't really apply anymore. There were even maniacs and perverts out there who enjoyed torturing kids. Wei Ningguo, having been part of the Wolfang Battalion himself, had never allowed the killing of people to burden him, even the murder of kids. As the child looked at the gun pointing at her head, her expression full of terror, she dared not make any more sounds. She had seen the plight of countless pitiful children. She was clear that some people had gone beyond their rationality, and if this person in front of her was like them, if she was not careful, she might just lose her life. What happened? Following a sweet voice, Shu Tianya Zhang Shuwen Hu Yen appeared. The voice belonged to the beauty Shu Tianya. Yu Zhong pointed to the dirty little rascal that looked like a beggar and said to Shu Tianya, "Miss Shu, how are you guys doing? I'm not sure how the Chinese Association deals with people who steal. This little fellow here tried to steal my things and was caught red-handed by me." Shu Tianya's gaze immediately turned suspicious as she turned towards the child and asked with an overbearing pressure, "Is it true? Did you try to steal his things?" The beggar hesitated a while before nodding, "Yes." Shu Tianya sighed and her gaze turned complicated as she looked at Yu Zhong and said, "Yu Zhong, here, if a thief is caught, you can choose to beat the thief to death on the spot, or claim him or her as your slave. However, once he or she becomes your slave, rationing will be under your care. And it will no longer have anything to do with the Chinese Association." Yu Zhong frowned lightly as he thought, "Slave? Things are done like that here?" In this post-apocalyptic world, many factions were very harsh on robbers and thieves. If there was such behavior during a battle, if one was caught, he would immediately be executed. If it was during a lull period, Yu Zhong's first cause of action would be to throw the person into the scum battalion, leaving the person's fate to dying in battle, or fighting in enough battles to regain his freedom. The way things were handled here were slightly different, the fate being left to the hands of the master. In the eyes of the people within the Chinese Association, this punishment was extremely harsh already. After all, there was no way of making things worse than it already was in this post-apocalyptic world. Yu Zhong frowned as he took a look at the little rascal again, like as if he was looking at a burden. A child could only bring more trouble for a faction that does not have too much of a support. Unless the child happened to be like Yao Yao, a natural agility-based evolver. The kid looked at Yu Zhong gazing down with a frowning expression and immediately kneeled down in fright, hugging Yu Zhong's legs and begged, "Don't kill me, please. Please, uncle. I'm willing to be your slave. Don't kill me." Yu Zhong took one more hard look at the little rascal grabbing his leg, and he waved his hands at Waningwa. "All right. Accept you then. From today on you're under me." Waningwa received the order and took out the bag behind him, before pulling out a few small cakes and a bottle of milk for the little kid. The moment the kid received the cake and milk, she unceremoniously ripped the packaging open and started to take big bites and gulps. The cake and milk were extremely luxurious items in the New World, and if one wasn't careful it would be snatched away. When the various kids of the Chinese Association saw that the thief was able to eat such good stuff when she became Yu Zhong's slave, their eyes went red. They wanted to eat cake and drink milk too. The kids walking about started to converge towards Yu Zhong's location. Yu Zhong looked at the kids and he smiled at Shu Tianya. "Miss Shu, I'll leave you to handle these guys." Shu Tianya's eyes flashed with a strange gaze as she looked at Yu Zhong and replied coyly, "Yu Zhong, if you continue to call me Miss Shu, it's too polite. Call me Tianya or I'll take it that you don't see me as a friend." Yu Zhong chuckled, "Fine. Tianya. I'll trouble you with them then." Hearing Yu Zhong calling Shu Tianya by a first-name basis, Zhang Shuwen and Hu Yen both felt incredibly jealous. Both had been pursuing Shu Tianya for a long time, and they were clear, only those who she viewed capable of her standards could call her by name. It was obvious that Shu Tianya held Yu Zhong in high regard, and thus this made them jealous. Shu Tianya broke into an exceptionally bright smile, as her gaze swiveled towards Zhang Shuwen and said, "Shuwen." Zhang Shuwen immediately pulled out a gun as he pointed it at those kids, his expression stern and fearsome. "Get back. Don't get any ideas. Otherwise you might lose your life." The kids were immediately frightened off by Zhang Shuwen's fierce expression, their faces pale. Hu Yen walked towards Yu Zhong with a fighting intent as he challenged Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, I heard that your skills are top-notch. Do you want to spar with me?" Yu Zhong had the ability to command mutant beast. This was the common knowledge amongst the Chinese Association. However, as man could not be perfect, a person was unlikely to have many strong points, there was bound to be a weakness. Hu Yen thought that Yu Zhong was focused on controlling mutant beasts, but as for a single-handed fight he was likely to be weak. Yu Zhong lightly shook his head and declined the challenge. "Brother Hu, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in these activities, sparring for no reason is not my cup of tea. Please find someone else." Hu Yan's gaze was still fiery as he challenged, "Are you afraid? Yu Zhong, I know you can command mutant beasts. I'm very grateful that you brought the beasts to save us. But a true warrior would not back away from any challenge. Let us fight fairly. Don't worry, I'm a magnanimous man. As long as you feel that you cannot win me, immediately surrender, I will stay my hand. I would definitely not do any despicable thing." Hu Yen truly felt grateful that Yu Zhong brought the beast to save them. However, he was even more adamant on proving his worth in front of Shu Tianya, and showed that he was definitely above Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was at most lucky and managed to gain the ability to control mutant beast. Yu Zhong laughed mildly before casually replying, "All right, I admit defeat. It's your win, brother Hu." Yu Zhong really did not want to waste his energy on this type of aimless fight. Hearing Yu Zhong's indifferent dismissal, his face turned red, and he gripped his fists tightly till even the veins could be seen, his body trembling with rage. Hearing Yu Zhong's declination, even Shu Tianya felt a huge disappointment. She was extremely curious about this young hero who could command over 100 mutant beasts, and was commended by Zheng Chang as though he was a god. Now that Yu Zhong had refused, she was extremely let down. Zhang Shuan eyed Yu Zhong and asked softly, "Yu Zhong, just now you said that you're not interested in a challenge without any aim. Why not we do it like this? As long as you can win Hu Yen, then he and I will listen to you for an entire month. If you lose to him, then the 300 tons of rations offered to you by the Chinese Association will be reduced to 200 tons, how about that?" Zhang Shuwen was smarter than Hu Yen and saw through Yu Zhong's words, and hence decided to offer some terms to test Yu Zhong. Zhang Shuwen and Hu Yan were both enhancers above level 30, and possessed battle experience. If Yu Zhong could gain them as his followers for a month, he could accomplish a lot more. Yu Zhong pondered for a while before agreeing, "Fine. I accept. Brother Hu, are you okay with this suggestion?" Hu Yan was extremely confident as he proposed his own conditions. "I accept. But you cannot use the mutant beasts you command. If you command them to attack me, I am not a match for the Type 2 leopard cat." Yu Zhong replied deeply, "Not a problem. I won't use any mutant beasts." Hu Yan replied, "Good. Let's go." Yu Zhong followed Hu Yan towards a location which was specifically set up for training. This arena was meant for the different experts within the Chinese Association to exchange pointers. Many of them would challenge each other and raise their own abilities and discover more skills. Yu Zhong and Hu Yan's spar soon garnered the interest of the people nearby, and the experts all gather around to spectate. Xu Wenyan looked at the two of them within the arena, as he asked his vice president Wang Xingchuan, "Xingchuan, who do you think will win this match?" Wang Xingchuan looked at the two of them as he evaluated silently before saying, "Hu Yan is the most likely victor. If Yu Zhong doesn't use his ability to command mutant beasts, he most definitely isn't Hu Yan's match." Hu Yan had reached level 38 and was the fourth strongest expert within the Chinese Association, losing only to Xu Wenyan, Wang Xingchuan and Tiger Chu. He had his close combat skills enhanced to level 3, and within this arena, even Xu Wenyan would lose to him if he wasn't careful. Chapter 332, Ready for War. Book 3, The South. The arena was simply too small. Exchanging moves in such a location was extremely advantageous for close combat specialists. As for those summoners, magic and abilities-based enhancers, they would be at a disadvantage. An enhancer with its sniper specialization would be able to take down a close combat specialist from a distance of 2 kilometers, however in this arena, it would take only a second for the reverse to happen. Xu Wenyan and Wang Xingchuan acknowledged Yu Zhong's abilities, but they didn't think that Yu Zhong would stand a chance against Hu Yan. Xu Wenyan then asked Tiger Chu, "Tiger, what do you think?" Tiger Chu was also after all one of the mainstays of the Chinese Association, and he had the experience and eyesight to discern potential. Tiger Chu thought for a while, and a strange gleam appeared in his eyes as he said, "I feel that Yu Zhong would most likely win." Xu Wenyan frowned slightly and kept his thoughts to himself. Around the arena, people had gathered and everyone's eyes were on them. "Watch out, Yu Zhong!" Hu Yan roared out as a strange glint appeared in his eyes, and he started executing a strange set of footwork towards Yu Zhong. Originally, Hu Yan possessed an impressive speed of 70 points, but through his footwork, he suddenly appeared right in front of Yu Zhong like a lightning bolt out of a blue sky, as his hands reached viciously towards Yu Zhong's arms. Hu Yan's speed was swift and decisive, to the point of abnormal. The moment one was caught by him, he could dislocate the joints of the person just by exerting extra strength. Even the President Xu Wenyan had to admit defeat when facing this move. Just as Hu Yan appeared in front of Yu Zhong's eyes flashed, and he activated the Art of Fear skill, and an intense spirit attack assaulted Hu Yan. At that instant, Hu Yan felt himself entering hell, as countless heat waves rose from the ground and his body was splattered by boiling oil, causing his skin to suffer numerous burns. This is an illusion. Hu Yan was also a warrior with a stout heart and countless experience, and he maintained his calm during his pain. He bit down on his tongue, and with the help of the pain he managed to extract himself from the illusion. "You've lost." Hu Yan had just opened his eyes and heard Yu Zhong's cold voice, whose hands were placed on his neck. As long as Yu Zhong decided to squeeze, Hu Yan would find his windpipe choked. "I admit defeat." Hu Yan had a look of disbelief as he said. If it were a life-and-death battle, he would have been killed on the spot. Although he loved to battle, he wasn't a hothead who didn't know when to retreat. If he insisted on continuing, things would just get ugly. All the experts present saw Hu Yan pouncing towards Yu Zhong, and just as he had almost grabbed his hands, he suddenly stopped moving, and his throat was easily grabbed by Yu Zhong. With Hu Yan's skills, it should have been easy for him to dodge Yu Zhong's move, and still engage in a counterattack, but no one expected for him to stand there without resisting, causing everyone to be shocked. What power! Truly fearsome. Who knows how many other trump cards he's hiding? When all the experts of Chinese Association saw that Hu Yan was so readily subdued by Yu Zhong, their hearts were all filled with shock. Hu Yan's close-quarter combat skills were renowned amongst them, having been enhanced thrice. Now that he actually lost to Yu Zhong, their fear and admiration for Yu Zhong's strength grew. It appeared Yu Zhong could command mutant beasts and his own fighting capabilities were terrifying as well. He was simply an untoppable existence. Shu Wenyan took a long look at Yu Zhong and his eyes contracted as his expression was one of regret. If this expert could be used by him, the Chinese association would grow 3 times in power. Hu Yan called out with a little dejection, "I'm willing to admit my loss. From now, Zhang Shuwen and I will listen to your commands for a month." "Good." Yu Zhong nodded lightly. In this month he will have 4 enhancers, including Pan Jingyong and Wei Ningguo, above level 30 as well as 100 warriors of the Chinese association. It was a decent-sized power, and with it, Yu Zhong could utilize them to cause problems for Wu Yinhong. After an entire month, Gan Tao should have trained up a batch of soldiers after grueling combat against the zombies. By then Yu Zhong wouldn't be fighting a battle against Wu Yinhong alone anymore. After defeating Hu Yan, Yu Zhong brought the little kid and Wei Ningguo back to where they were staying. In this forest, even though Yu Zhong was a distinguished guest of the Chinese association, he could only bring them into a hole that was made in the mountain. There was a stone bed and some simple essential life tools within the cave. On the stone bed there was a layer of straw to act as a mattress. It was considered an extremely decent treatment as compared to the rest. The other normal survivors could only curl up in a patch of grass. Not many could get to use a stone bed. The moment they left the town and went into the forest, there would be many inconveniences. Of course, the forest was a lot safer as compared to the town now, and if there were any more conditions, then the survivors would rather go back to the town and sleep. "Go take a bath first, clean yourself up before seeing me again." Yu Zhong frowned as he looked at the little beggar-like child. "Yes. Yes, sir." The child looked at Yu Zhong a little timidly, before going over to where a few buckets of water was prepared for bathing purposes and started to wash herself. Yu Zhong then stared at Wei Ningguo and asked directly, "Wei Ningguo, tell me all you know about Wu Yinhong and his troops." Wei Ningguo replied respectfully, "Yes, sir. I will tell you everything I know." Wei Ningguo was after all an elite of the Wolf Fang battalion, and knew much more than most common people. Yu Zhong also had Li Bingyan back at the base with him, just that he didn't know if he could trust her intelligence. As for the things that Wu Tantong knew, it could not compare to someone who was in the know like Wei Ningguo. "Sir, I'm done." Right as Wei Ningguo was explaining about the situation vividly, a bright sound came from the side. Yu Zhong turned around only to see a small petite little girl, with a lush head of hair, exquisite features, and slightly yellow skin standing in front of him. Yu Zhong was a little taken aback as he asked, "What's your name? And how old are you?" Yu Zhong never imagined that this little dirty thief with such guts to steal from him was actually just a cute little girl. "I'm called Ming Jiejia. I am 12 this year. After December I'll be 13. My parents are Chinese. I know how to speak Vietnamese and I know how to read as well. I can wash clothes, cook and help to massage. From today I'm your slave. I will listen to you well. Whatever you require of me, I'll do to the best of my abilities." Ming Jiejia spoke out docilely as she presented her worth. In this post-apocalypse world, those with no value would be eliminated quickly. Ming Jiejia was clear on the rules of the current world now. Even if it was under the leadership of Shu Wenyan, the harsh realities of the world still existed. Only when a new prim and proper order was established and new systems and laws were in place, could the law of the jungle be replaced. Yu Zhong hesitated before asking warmly, "Ming Jiejia, I will rescind your status as a slave and allow you to go back. How about that?" Ming Jiejia was just a little girl with no combat power. She could not be put to use, and without a stable place, bringing her along would create problems. Yu Zhong had taken her in because he did not want to kill her for no reason. Yu Zhong was after all molded into a decisive and ruthless leader. He was not someone who spared his enemies regardless of who they were. Yet he was not an animal that killed without reason, and he could not bear to allow a young life to be wiped away in front of his eyes. Ming Jiejia immediately quivered and kneeled in front of Yu Zhong, her eyes filled with tears as she begged, "Sir, what did Jiejia do wrong? Please don't chase Jiejia away. If Jiejia leaves master, Jiejia will die. Please, please master, keep Jiejia. Jiejia will give her all to serve you." Yu Zhong had just given her cake and milk, and she did not want to leave such a generous master. Almost anyone would fight over just a piece of cake within the Chinese Association, *1 to the point where there were people being beaten to death before. Yu Zhong looked at the pitiful Ming Jiejia and his gaze softened. All right, from now on you're my maid and secretary. Come over here. Thank you, master. Ming Jiejia sobbed as she thanked him, before jumping onto the stone bed and started massaging his legs. Wei Ningguo looked at Yu Zhong and Ming Jiejia as he respectfully dismissed himself. Sir, I'll take my leave. In this post-apocalyptic times, where order had collapsed, there were many types of people present. Wei Ningguo did not want to intrude on Yu Zhong's matters and intentions. Yu Zhong was speechless when he saw what Wei Ningguo thought of him. He wasn't at liberty to explain himself as well, and he just waved his hands to dismiss him. The Freemasons were very different from the Freemasons in history. This was just one of the small Chinese factions within Vietnam, and the current leader was called Peng Lingbo, and he was an expert at level 25. He controlled a small village between Lang Sun City and Gaoping City, and had over 100 Chinese survivors dependent on him, with 300 other Vietnamese survivors. He alone ruled and enjoyed his current lifestyle. Chapter 333, Breakthrough. Book 3, The South. A somewhat skinny middle-aged man with hands full of calluses, and a face with a huge scar was speaking to Peng Lingbo. He was precisely the vice-head of the Freemasons, Zheng Mingyi. Leader, the Chinese Association has sent people once again to invite us. They want us to join them and resist Wuyan Hong's attacks. Peng Lingbo, whose features were well-defined, good-looking, and had a respectable look, snorted coldly, "Ignore them. We're currently having the time of our lives here. If we go over there, we would just become cannon fodder. They only have a few hundred guns. How are they going to fight against Wuyan Hong, who has over 1,000 troops? Isn't that just throwing an egg against a stone?" A hint of apprehension appeared in Zheng Mingyi's eyes as he continued to advise. "But leader, if the Chinese Association were to fall, Wuyan Hong's next target will most likely be us. He's such a vicious and cruel person and has killed so many Chinese. If this beast really sets his sights on us, we'll be in trouble." Peng Lingbo laughed shamelessly and said, "Mingyi, you're overthinking this. True, Wuyan Hong's strength isn't a joke. Even if all the Chinese joined hands to deal with him, we would not be a match for him. However, this is the forests of Vietnam. There are so many. As long as we make for the forests, regardless of his strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all. After Wuyan Hong establishes some form of order, he won't necessarily kill any more Chinese. Look at the case with Indonesia. Didn't they kill so many, but after a certain point they stopped? Once we wait till the rest are killed, we can come out of hiding and offer help to him." Peng Lingbo knew he wasn't Wuyan Hong's opponent, and hence decided to take another route. Instead of facing him head-on, he would wait till the slaughter was over, before trying to gain favor with Wuyan Hong. The Chinese in Southeast Asia had strong economic sense, but in the eyes of the leaders of those factions, they were like pigs and dogs. If they wanted to kill them, that would be it. At most, they would be condemned verbally for their actions, like that was going to help or something. Furthermore, after slaughtering the Chinese, they would gain the help of some heavenly assistance. There was no pressure in killing the Chinese. In each slaughter, all the wealth and possessions would be taken away and split between the other leaders and factions. As for the dead, no one gave a damn. *1. Under these circumstances, whenever the Chinese met such events, they could only run. Those with the capabilities would escape to America or other Western countries. Those who couldn't could only hide in the mountains or wait for death. Peng Lingbo's intention to hide it out and wait for things to blow over before coming out was shared by many other similarly smaller factions. Most groups' primary motivation was just that they had the opportunity to take over all of the goodies and positions of the other Chinese that would die. Zheng Mingyi gripped his fists tightly, his veins bulging out, and the scar on his face seemed twisted. He lowered his head, and suppressed the fury in his heart with great difficulty. Even though he had great hatred for the Vietnamese within the Freemasons, he was only the vice leader and therefore could not commandeer the entire faction to fight against Wuyan Hong. Right at this time, one of the warriors walked over and reported to Peng Lingbo, "Leader, the people from the Chinese Association are here again. They would like to meet you. They say it's to discuss a deal, that they would like to use a batch of firepower to exchange for those Vietnamese under us to be used as coolies." Peng Lingbo's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, Firepower? What firepower? In this post-apocalyptic world, nothing was as precious as firepower. Peng Lingbo had already set his mind on selling himself to Wuyan Hong. However, in order to do that, he needed to have capital, and for that, he needed to ensure that his capital was decent enough. The warrior spoke a little excitedly. It's rifles. They're intending to use rifles to buy over the few hundred Vietnamese as coolies. Peng Lingbo only had a few rifles, the rest of his arsenal consisted of various other handguns. Hearing that the Chinese Association were going to use rifles to exchange for Vietnamese, Peng Lingbo grew a little excited. Great! Let's go have a meeting with them. The Vietnamese within these parts were plenty. As long as one was to attack a town, they would find a few hundred Vietnamese survivors. Peng Lingbo felt that exchanging the Vietnamese survivors for these weapons was a great deal. Peng Lingbo and Zheng Mingyi strode towards their main meeting hall, where there were 5 other elders of the Freemasons seated. Other than them, there were 6 others, 5 matured men and a young lady who was extremely beautiful. *2. The moment Peng Lingbo entered the meeting hall, his expression had switched to that of a smiling visage as he welcomed the visitors. Esteemed friends from the Chinese Association. I am the leader of the Freemasons, Peng Lingbo. How should I address you guys? Yu Zhong eyed Peng Lingbo and spoke out indifferently. I'm called Yu Zhong. Leader Peng, are you willing to work with us to fight against Wuyan Hong? These 5 men were Yu Zhong, Zheng Chong, Hu Yen, Zhang Shuwen and Wei Ninghua, and the young lady was Gu Feifei. *3. Peng Lingbo's eyes flashed with a strange glint as he guffawed loudly. This matter let's discuss another time. Wuyan Hong's forces are large, we'll need a lot more planning. I heard this time, you guys are here to exchange rifles for our Vietnamese survivors. Let's talk about that first. How many guns and ammunition are you guys proposing for a Vietnamese? Peng Lingbo did not want to go against Wuyan Hong, but he did not want to fall out with the Chinese Association as well. After all, while the Chinese Association could not contend against Wuyan Hong, wiping out the Freemasons wasn't an issue. An elder by the name of Chen Libong called out loudly, Leader! This time you must distribute some to us, brothers of the Zhuke Hall, Vermilion Phoenix, not to be mixed up with the Vermilion Phoenix gang in SY County. Currently, our brothers are only using handguns. You can't be too biased this time. Another elder called Yi Shuexiong also called out, I agree. Leader. Our Baihu Hall brothers are also only using handguns, some are even using blades. This time you must definitely distribute some to us fairly as well. Otherwise, we brothers will cease working. The Freemasons had a number of halls under its banner, boasting the integration of people from Zhuke Hall, Baihu Hall, Xuanwu Hall, Ursa, Sirius, many such awe-inspiring names. In truth, they were just a motley crew. Even before the rifles had been exchanged, there was already squabbling over the distribution. As long as they possessed the rifles, the halls would make use of the chance to suppress the other halls, which would in turn lead to better resource distribution. Peng Lingbo shouted out loudly, Shut up, the whole lot of you. Under Peng Lingbo's furious shout, the elders ceased their squabbling. When he quelled their arguments, Peng Lingbo then turned to Yu Zhong and smiled apologetically, I've let you see our shameful side. Brother Yu Zhong, how many guns and bullets will you be exchanging for a Vietnamese survivor? None. Yu Zhong laughed and pulled out his stinger, pointing it at Peng Lingbo's head and pulled the trigger. I'm here to subdue you all. With a ping, Peng Lingbo's brains were immediately blasted into pieces. Pulpy bits, red blood and white bone chips splattered all over the place. Even Jing Qian, Hu Yen, Zhang Shuwen and Wei Ninghua had not expected Yu Zhong would suddenly kill. Leader. Chen Libong was a loyal supporter of Peng Lingbo, and once he saw that his leader was killed, his eyes turned red as he activated his high-speed movement and charged at Yu Zhong. Shut up and don't move, whoever does will die. Yu Zhong casually aimed the stinger at Chen Libong and fired, having already caught sight of his actions. Another gunshot rang out, and Chen Libong's brains were neatly left to dry on the wall, as his lifeless body crumpled to the floor. Yu Zhong had killed 2 people just like that within a short span of time. Wei Ninghua, Hu Yen, Zhang Shuwen and Zheng Chong had also taken action by then, as they swiftly pulled out their handguns and pointed it at the remaining people in the room. Their bodies were tense and were on high alert to activate their skills if need be to deal with them. They were currently in a hostile situation, and no matter how unwilling they were, since Yu Zhong had already acted, they had to stand with him. Seeing such a cruel scene, Zheng Mingi and the remaining 4 elders froze, not daring to move. When Peng Lingbo died to Yu Zhong's sudden attack, no one could gauge his strength, but Qin Libang was a agility-focused enhancer, and he was just killed in one shot. They could roughly guess that Yu Zhong's capabilities were far beyond them. Furthermore, there were the other 4 experts of the Chinese Association currently monitoring them. If they were to make a sudden move, there would only be death. The current atmosphere had turned extremely strange, as the 4 elders felt cold sweat down their back, and their gazes landed on Zheng Mingi. Now that the leader was dead, the vice leader had become their backbone. Even with their differences at such a crucial time, they had to stick together anyway. Zheng Mingi took a deep breath before looking at Yu Zhong, pointing to Peng Lingbo's headless corpse and asked, "Brother Yu Zhong, I am Zheng Mingi, the vice leader of the Freemasons. What is the meaning of this?" Zheng Mingi's question was also the question weighing on Yu Zhong's companions, who had not received any notification about what he was going to do beforehand. Yu Zhong had actually suddenly murdered someone without warning, and not just anybody but the leader of the Freemasons. Yu Zhong looked at Zheng Mingi and smiled gently. Peng Lingbo did not want to resist against Wuyan Hong. Hence I've killed him. I want to take over his faction. It's that simple. Zheng Mingi, you have a decision to make. You will join me to eradicate Wuyan Hong, or shall die here today. Your choice. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. 10-9. Zheng Mingi turned pale. He never would have expected Yu Zhong had just blatantly revealed his motive just like that. Chapter 334, Countdown. Book 3, The South. 2. Zheng Mingi quickly made up his mind. I surrender. I'm willing to eradicate Wuyan Hong alongside you. Zheng Mingi had a bone-deep hatred for the great empire of Vietnam. Every single member of his family had been tormented and tortured by them. He had joined the Freemasons only because he couldn't join the Chinese Association due to his obsession with revenge. Now under Yu Zhong's ultimatum, he chose to surrender, purely to help take Wuyan Hong down. Yu Zhong looked at Zheng Mingi surrendering, and he turned his head to glance at the other 4 elders. What about the 4 of you? At this time, the various soldiers of the Freemasons had gathered, and charged towards the meeting hall. Zhang Shuwen pulled out his handgun and fired a few shots at the oncoming Freemason members. He was after all experienced with guns. Every single shot of his found its mark and suppressed them. This kept the soldiers from wantonly charging in. Order them to surrender. Yu Zhong pointed his stinger at one of the elders and coldly commanded. That elder stubbornly retorted, Yu Zhong, I'm advising you to surrender. We have over 100 good brothers here, none of them will yield to you. You only have 5 men here, even if you kill us, the rest will not bow to you. In the end, both sides will suffer losses. What a valiant hero. Just die. Yu Zhong coldly pulled the trigger. With a pung. The elders' brains joined the final collage of Peng Lingbo and Qin Libang. *1. The stinger was exceptionally powerful, and its power output could contend with the ZPT-90S. The moment it hit the head would explode like a watermelon. Yu Zhong then aimed at another elder and coldly continued, The 100 men of the Freemasons are nothing to me. Just yesterday I wiped out 2 battalions of Wuyan Hong, totaling over 800 soldiers. Killing another 100 today would just be a side dish. Even if you are Chinese, as long as you're my enemy, I will not be merciful. Will you surrender or not? Hearing his words, the eyes of the Chinese Association members widened in shock. They could not believe that Yu Zhong had single-handedly destroyed 2 battalions under Wuyan Hong. Hu Yan spoke deeply, It's true. Yu Zhong has the ability to command mutant beasts. You guys had best surrender. Hu Yan did not think that Yu Zhong would be so ruthless, just killing when he thought of it, and actually eliminating the leader of the Freemasons. He even wanted to forcefully conquer the entire Freemasons. However, since the arrow had left its bow, he had to follow Yu Zhong's cue. Otherwise, if the rest of the Freemasons really fought, they would definitely face some loss. The elder had a look of shock as he exclaimed, I surrender. Don't kill me. The moment that elder gave in, Yu Zhong pointed the stinger at another elder. With the threat of death looming over their heads, the remaining elders all gave in with much difficulty, although it was only on the surface. They would revolt the second an opportunity surfaced. Yu Zhong, however, did not seem to care as he told Zheng Mingi and the elders, Tell them to stand down. Zheng Mingyi immediately went to the exit of the hall and shouted loudly, "It's me *2 Zheng Mingyi, stop immediately. I'm ordering you guys to stop your attack." That's the vice leader. Hearing Zheng Mingyi's command, the soldiers outside were at a loss on what to do. The gunshots stopped. The head of the security Kai Hengbo had a grim look as he held his gun and hollered towards the hall. "So what if you're the vice leader? We are all men of the leader, we only listen to his command. Those inside listen up. Let the leader come out, otherwise we'll kill every single one of you." Yu Zhong stepped out of the meeting hall and, pointing the stinger at Kai Hengbo's head, immediately fired and expertly displayed Kai Hengbo's thought organ on the nearby wall. He then coldly spoke to the rest, "Your leader has died at my hands. The vice leader and all the elders have already surrendered. The whole lot of you better surrender, I can still let you live. If you want to continue and resist, I'll give you death. Your wives and kids will be treated as slaves, belonging to only the victors. Surrender or death, you choose. Kill him. He's alone. Everyone kill him and seek revenge for our leader." One of the loyal supporters of Peng Lingbo shouted out in agitation. The soldiers of the Freemasons hesitated, some started to fire at Yu Zhong. There were also some who held back and hid as they watched the show. Countless bullets were flying towards Yu Zhong. He frowned as his body flashed away from his position, and he let out a single furious howl towards the sky. At a nearby forest, lightning heard Yu Zhong's call, and replied with a howl of its own, as it led more than 100 Type 2 mutant leopard cats towards the territory of the Freemasons. The speed of the mutant leopard cats was extremely fast, and pretty soon they surrounded the village as lightning entered the village on its own and shot towards the current gathering spot like an arrow. Mutant beast. Attack. When the warriors of the Freemasons saw lightning, their expressions all turned to one of horror as they shouted amongst themselves. The majority of the guns changed their aim towards it. Lightning's speed was incredibly fast. Not only did it dodge the bullets with ease, evading the attacks, but with every flash of its speed, a few soldiers would lose their heads. Lightning had just killed about 4 or 5 soldiers, when the soldiers started losing their morale and ran for their lives. They were just a bunch of untrained warriors after all, not even comparable to the Chinese Association. They were naturally unable to withstand the might of such a Type 2 mutant beast. In just a short span of a minute, lightning had charged through the heart of the Freemasons' town, swiping its claws casually and removing a soldier's head. Mutant beast. Type 2 mutant leopard cat. Upon seeing lightning, those warriors firing at Yu Zhong had a change of expression as they changed their targets to lightning. The number of Type 2 mutant beasts in these parts of Vietnam was not many. The appearance of one usually spelt disaster and rains of blood. The Freemasons could be easily wiped out by a single Type 2 mutant beast. To handle a Type 2 mutant beast, it would take a powerful faction like Wuyan Hong's troops with enough firepower to hunt down one, and that was including the potential cost of human lives. In the rain of bullets, lightning dodged them all gracefully, its body continuously dancing by, and each time it passed a soldier, the head of the soldier would be swiped off its position between the shoulder blades. No one thus far could withstand its attacks. What a fearsome Type 2 mutant beast. Seeing lightning engaging in an all-out slaughter amongst the humans, everyone was frightened out of their wits. Zheng Mingyi subconsciously reached for his neck and touched it, his heart filled with terror. Although he was a level 27 enhancer himself, facing lightning, he would die within a second. "I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender." Some of the soldiers started losing their morale and will to fight, and they started to throw their weapons down as they kneeled and begged miserably. The Type 2 mutant leopard cat only continued its elegant slaughter of those who chose to fight. The rest who had not joined in the fray earlier and watching on one side were spared. These led the soldiers to understand who was controlling the terrifying mutant beast. After being subdued by Yu Zhong, lightning also gained some intelligence, and ignored the soldiers who surrendered. Instead it continued to kill those who refused to give up. Soon the entire area was filled with corpses of the soldiers from the Freemasons. Zheng Mingyi and the 3 other elders witnessed this horrifying scene, and did not dare doubt the truth of Yu Zhong's words. When the main fighting force collapsed, the rest of the soldiers gave up and threw down their weapons as they surrendered. At this time, the 100 soldiers Yu Zhong borrowed from the Chinese Association came rolling into the town with their armored vehicles. They went about placing the various survivors under arrest. Yu Zhong also reorganized the remaining 113 Chinese warriors into 5 platoons, and handed them to be commanded by Zheng Mingyi, Wei Ninghua and the 3 elders, Yi Shuixiong, Zhou Dali and Ning Changshui who surrendered. Hu Yin, Zhang Shuwen and Jing Chang were all capable and powerful people, but were upper echelons of the Chinese Association. Yu Zhong naturally could not hand his troops to them. In each platoon, other than the Chinese, Yu Zhong filled the ranks up with some other Vietnamese survivors. As for the families of Peng Lingbo, Chen Libong and those who had retaliated, Yu Zhong sent the able-bodied men to the Scum Battalion, while the women were sent to the Women's Battalion to await future orders. After settling all of this, Yu Zhong then gathered the inhabitants of this small town. In this village there were 600 survivors, of which 400 were Vietnamese. Those Vietnamese were looking on at Yu Zhong atop the podium with fear in their eyes. Wuyan Hong had openly committed genocide of the Chinese, and those Chinese experts were filled with fury. Some did not care about whether it was wrong or right. As long as they saw a Vietnamese, they would slaughter them as well. As a result, both sides had a hatred that ran deep. The 400 Vietnamese survivors were afraid that Yu Zhong would indiscriminately kill them all. Zheng Mingyi, Wei Ninghua, Yi Shuixiong, Zhou Dali, Ning Changshui were looking at Yu Zhong as well. Most of them had strange gazes in their eyes. Other than Wei Ninghua, the rest were soldiers who had just surrendered, and it could be seen that they still did not approve of Yu Zhong from the looks in their eyes. They were only fearful of Yu Zhong's strength and his command of the mutant beasts. The human heart was unfathomable, and those soldiers of the Freemasons were looking at Yu Zhong as well with their thoughts concealed. I am Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong surveyed the crowd before him before coldly speaking out, I have eradicated the Freemasons. From today onwards you're all my people. Regardless of your Chinese or Vietnamese background, you will all have to listen to me. If you follow me, I will give you food, honor and glorious victory. Chapter 335, Warning the Troops. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong eyed them coldly and said in an icy tone, If any of you dares to betray me and become an enemy, I will chop your heads off and turn your family into slaves and give them to my subordinates to serve their every need. They will lead lowly and shameful days for the rest of their pitiful lives. For those who give their all to my cause, you will gain huge benefits and glory. You can choose to follow me and fight, or become my enemy. The choice is entirely up to you. Yu Zhong then waved his hands and called out deeply, Now, here are some weapons to bolster your strength. Take it. Soldiers that Yu Zhong borrowed from the Chinese Association started handing out guns from crates on the podium to the ex-Freemasons members. So many guns. When the inhabitants of the town saw the number of guns, their eyes widened in shock. The Freemasons had a dozen AKs at most, while they relied heavily on handguns. Now Yu Zhong suddenly pulled out over 100 AKs to be distributed. This led many to be filled with disbelief. Before any other stronger faction arrived to topple Yu Zhong, they now had no choice but to comply. Those soldiers who had just recently came under Yu Zhong's control started to feel their hearts surge with pride and joy, their happiness being worn on their faces. In this post-apocalyptic world, only the strong could lead good lives. With a single AK, these soldiers could each become a fearsome existence to normal survivors. Seeing that the weapons were distributed, Yu Zhong called out loudly, Now, let us go hunt our first prey. Come with me. Let's go annihilate Wuyan Hong's troops and take back everything from them. As long as we eradicate Wuyan Hong, food, women, riches, status, they will all be yours. Zheng Mingyi replied in a loud voice, Kill. 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 Kill them all. Take everything from them. Zheng Mingyi had always wanted to kill Wuyan Hong. Yu Zhong's intention struck a chord with his heart. At this time, as long Yu Zhong could take Wuyan Hong out, he was willing to give his all to Yu Zhong. *1. Kill. 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 Kill them all. The soldiers all called out in response, clearly riled up by that powerful speech. As their chants got louder, and with that rising morale, their inner fighting instincts were released. They released angry howls as though they were wolves. Move out. Yu Zhong commanded coldly. This entire troop that had just been subdued by Yu Zhong was motivated and led to advance towards their enemies in such a short time. As for the defense of the town, Yu Zhong left it to Hu Yin, Zhang Shuwen and Zheng Chang, the 3 elders of the Chinese Association as well as the 100 soldiers he borrowed. So Wen Yan had lent those soldiers to Yu Zhong with conditions if there were deaths within an acceptable range of 10 people, Yu Zhong did not need to be responsible. Beyond that, for every soldier that died, Yu Zhong would be required to fill the ranks with 2 Chinese. Hence Yu Zhong had only intended for them to guard the town and maintain security and order. Zheng Mingyi was an agility-based enhancer, and used to be a recon soldier. Therefore he brought a few other passionate soldiers along with him to scout the road ahead, providing intelligence. Those soldiers had wives and children back at the village, and Yu Zhong wasn't worried that they would escape. In fact, Yu Zhong had chosen those Vietnamese soldiers as they also had families, and if they dared revolt, Yu Zhong would not be merciful. Zheng Mingyi was currently maneuvering within the forest, his body covered entirely in a weird mutant tree sap, giving him an extremely foul stench. However, it helped ward off ants. The other 4 soldiers did the same, otherwise the venomous bugs in the forest could easily take their lives. As they were scouting, Zheng Mingyi heard the sudden roar of a vehicle engine. His brows furrowed, and swiftly brought his men as they made their way towards the direction of the noise. Zheng Mingyi quickly climbed atop a small hill, and looked towards a highway below, only to discover a huge fleet of vehicles currently making for the distance. The huge vehicle fleet was made out of various transportation trucks, and from the top of the hill, Zheng Mingyi could discern that the trucks were filled to the brim with haggard survivors. Those huge transportation trucks were flanked by a battalion's worth of fully equipped soldiers, and they were marching anxiously. In this post-apocalyptic world, most vehicle fleets required the protection of soldiers, otherwise the mutant beasts of the forest would be attracted by the sounds of the vehicles and attack them. What a huge catch. Too bad it's a bit too big and too thorny. I wonder how Yu Zhong would deal with this. Zheng Mingyi looked at the fleet below, as a glint appeared in his eyes, and he brought out the walkie-talkie and reported what he had seen to Yu Zhong. It's a battalion without heavy weapons. It really is a huge catch. Let us kill them all. Yu Zhong heard the intel report from Zheng Mingyi, and his eyes flashed with a resolute gaze. The fleet was currently making its way towards Yu Zhong and his troops. Yu Zhong quickly got his men to choose a small hill to hide. The vehicle fleet continued unaware as it made its way into Yu Zhong's trap. Attack. Yu Zhong immediately pulled out a heavy machine gun and rained bullets on the vehicle fleet. As the bullets penetrated the surrounding soldiers, piercing holes in their bodies and causing their innards to fall out. Wei Ningguo, Yi Shuixiong, Zhou Dali and Ning Changshui brought their own men as they got on the ground and fired their own guns at the soldiers. In just a matter of seconds, 30 men from the battalion had been killed. Ambush! Ambush! The commander of the battalion shouted out in fright and horror. He never imagined that they would fall into a trap here. However, the battalion of soldiers protecting the fleet were not elite soldiers, and they were just a bunch of untrained soldiers who had not undergone training. The moment they were ambushed, their formation collapsed. Many of them threw down their weapons, while some heeded the commands of their leader. After using the vehicles as cover, they started counterattacking. Yu Zhong saw that half the battalion had lost their composure and their will to fight. He felt excited and immediately let out a howl to the skies. Lightning, who was waiting nearby with a bunch of its brothers, replied with its own howl, and led them towards the battalion, their speed sending them past the defenses of the soldiers in a matter of seconds. The 100 over mutant leopard cats were truly fearless under the leadership of Lightning, as they continuously knocked the soldiers onto the ground, and ripped their throats out. Damn beasts. There were 3 enhancers above level 30 within the battalion, and they were there specifically to deal with mutant beast. Upon seeing those mutant leopard cats, they charged out. Amongst the 3 level 30 enhancers, one was a strength-based enhancer. He wielded a huge shield in one hand and a huge hammer in the other. Both added up to reach 700 Jin, and that huge hammer could easily flatten a small jeep. The massive shield could even withstand the firepower from heavy weapons, just that it wasn't something that normal people could casually carry. Another was an agility-based enhancer who was wielding a pale blue dagger, his figure dodging through the crowd. The last one was an enhancer with the ice manipulation ability, and he pointed to one mutant leopard cat as 8 ice shards were conjured out of thin air, piercing into the body of the mutant leopard cat, before suddenly exploding, causing the blood of the mutant leopard cat to freeze instantly, as it fell to the ground dead. Lightning had already noticed the presence of these 3 enhancers at the first moment. It leapt into the air before suddenly appearing in front of the agility-based enhancer, and swiped its claws out. In that instant, lightning had caused his body to be snapped in two. After taking out the agility-based enhancer, it immediately made its way towards the strength-based enhancer while evading countless bullets. The shield-wielding enhancer caught a glimpse of lightning and his face fell. Type 2 mutant leopard cat. Damn it. Why would there be a Type 2 mutant beast here? His eyes glossed over as lightning disappeared from his sights, and in the next instant, an extremely sharp claw had slashed from behind him, causing his head to be lopped off easily. The ice manipulation. Enhancer looked at lightning with shock and dread, as he immediately turned to flee towards a jeep. It was definitely impossible for him to deal with a Type 2 mutant beast on his own, and retreating was the only way to ensure his survival. A gunshot rang out, and a new hole was made in the head of that remaining enhancer, as he crumpled to the floor as a lifeless corpse. Yu Zhong eyed the corpse of the ice manipulation enhancer as he put down the Bartlett sniper, switched to his heavy machine gun and continued firing wildly at the soldiers. Surrender and you'll be spared. Throw down your weapons. Surrender and you'll be spared. Zheng Mingyi shouted loudly. Surrender and you'll be spared. Throw down your weapons. Surrender and you'll be spared. The entire clearing was filled with triumphant shouts. This type of jeering to force the enemy to succumb was extremely gratifying. Each time there was such a call, it was the end of a battle. Under the joint attacks of the mutant beasts and humans, the battalion which had lost all sense of order could not regroup. Many threw down their weapons, hugging their heads as they trembled and looked at the mutant beasts. There were some who tried to flee towards the forest, but their basic human speed could not match against the mutant leopard cats, and they were easily knocked to the ground before having their throats ripped out. Chapter 336, Killing the Prisoners. Book 3, The South. Not long after, the entire defense of the vehicle fleet crumbled. Yu Zhong had ambushed over 200 people, and the death count was also about 200. In rewards he gained a battalion's worth of equipment, although there wasn't a single heavy weapon. This battle had cost the lives of 2 soldiers from Yu Zhong's side, 8 injured people and 3 dead mutant leopard cats. There was simply no comparison between the losses of both sides. These should have been new recruits. Yu Zhong walked among the dead bodies littered around the area as he thought quietly to himself. If they were an elite team, even when facing that ambush they would have reacted properly at the first moment, and would not collapse just like that. Boss Yu. The captives have already let up. Zheng Mingyi brought some captives to Yu Zhong in excitement. It was the first time he had been part of such a clean operation, where they successfully wiped out an entire battalion and suffered minimal losses. This led Zheng Mingyi to be filled with respect and admiration towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong looked at one of the captives and asked, "Who are you people?" The captive returned Yu Zhong's gaze and revealed his identity honestly. "We are soldiers from Li Guangyi's Vietnam Revival Army. This was the 3rd Battalion of the 3rd Regiment, 1st Division. This time, our mission was to escort 600 Chinese to Wuhan to exchange for some firepower." Using humans to exchange for firepower. Yu Zhong frowned as he continued asking, "What is the relationship between you guys and Wuhan?" The captive replied, "We had a few clashes with Wuhan in the past. There were victories and losses from both sides. Recently we haven't engaged in war. It seemed like the upper brass were passing judgment on some things. As for the details about that, I'm not entirely sure." The captive was speaking entirely in Vietnamese, and Ming Jiejia, who was standing beside Yu Zhong, translated everything for him. Yu Zhong continued grilling the captive with many questions. This led to him obtaining precious information about the Vietnam Revival Army. Li Guangyi used to be a commanding officer within the Vietnam Army. After the apocalypse, he had brought men to absorb a few battalions, as they continued to clear out the surrounding towns, saving the inhabitants, and establishing the Vietnam Revival Army. Under the constant expansion, Li Guangyi's Vietnam Revival Army grew to an astounding power of over 40,000 survivors and 14 battalions of about 4,500 soldiers. However, as rationing was still an issue and training was inadequate, this 3rd Battalion of the 3rd Regiment, 1st Division happened to be a newly established unit, and without the proper training or sufficient experience, they had been taken down easily by Yu Zhong. If it were the elite troops of Li Guangyi, the outcome of the battle would definitely be different. Li Guangyi had absorbed a number of strong soldiers and obtained numerous weapons, and wasn't a simple force that could be defeated by this random bunch of soldiers that Yu Zhong had just recently subdued. Yu Zhong walked towards the huge transportation truck, only to discover that within those vehicles, there were many Chinese packed together like pigs and dogs, their clothes in tatters, their bodies giving off foul smells, and their eyes were filled with fear. There were even many women who had obviously been raped and mistreated, their bodies covered with light yellow spots. Seems like this Li Guangyi is not a decent character as well. Yu Zhong's killing intent surged for an instant, before he continued on. He had seen enough of the cruelty of the post-apocalyptic world, and he knew that no matter how he pitted his fellow Chinese, it wouldn't do any good. He might as well kill more of those Vietnamese who took pleasure in torturing. *1. Yu Zhong came to the second truck, and saw that 30 extremely beautiful women were brought out from within, and the soldiers he had recently subdued has thrown their weapons down and were tearing at the women's clothes. The women were crying out shrilly in fright as they struggled powerlessly. After a victory, it was time to mess with the women. This had always been the way of the Freemasons, and Peng Lingbo had made use of this method to win over subordinates. This had led many of the deplorable men to be loyal to him. Truthfully, even before the apocalypse, there were countless cases of people engaging in plundering and rape during times of war. It was hard to maintain a sense of decency then, not to mention the current times. Ming Jiejia looked at the women struggling on the floor and she frowned as she hid behind Yu Zhong. She had come across such scenes countless times, but it was still hard for her to stomach. Even though she was young, she was still female after all. These kinds of situation made her feel disgusted, but she was powerless to stop it. Yu Zhong furrowed his brows as he eyed those degenerates who had lost all sense of their morality as he coldly shouted, "Apprehend these beasts." The soldiers who were spectating silently uncomfortably stepped out at least and made a grab for those soldiers. "Fuck. Get the hell off me. Once your father I am done, you'll get your turn." When one of the soldiers was pried away, he started to curse out loud, but then he saw the cold glare of Yu Zhong standing a distance away, and his complexion instantly turned pale as he stammered, "Boss, you." Everyone fall in. Yu Zhong's own expression was steely as he commanded. Under Yu Zhong's command, all the 100 over soldiers immediately got in their positions, and they knew what it was about as they stood silently and looked at Yu Zhong, awaiting his decision on their punishment. Yu Zhong looked at those soldiers and said coldly, "These beasts tried to rape women on the battlefield, they're no longer my men. I'll announce now, these men will be executed on the spot." Hearing his judgment, the soldiers who had lowered their heads awaiting their punishment immediately looked up in agitation and started to protest. As one of the soldiers struggled, he shouted out loudly, "Boss, you were the one who said, as long as we join you and fight, we would get food, women, victory. This was only one time that I fooled around. Why have you sentenced us to death? Yeah. I can't accept this." Those soldiers continued to protest violently, they wanted to fight for a chance at survival. Yu Zhong silenced them with a look, "I gave you strength, not the right to rape and humiliate your fellow countrymen. If you want women, I will give them to you. If you were normal civilians, I would have just thrown you into the scum battalion. However, this is the battlefield. You are all soldiers. Soldiers who forget themselves and throw their weapons down just to enjoy themselves deserve the death penalty." Yu Zheng looked at Zheng Mingyi as he coldly ordered, "Commence the execution." Zheng Mingyi felt a chill in his heart, and knew Yu Zhong was forcing him to decide. If he executed the order, his position would drop amongst the soldiers that used to be part of the Freemasons. After all, these were previously Freemasons members. However, if he did not execute the order, Yu Zhong would immediately sentence him to death as well. Zheng Mingyi did not hesitate any further and ordered harshly, "Open fire." Zheng Mingyi's soldiers immediately raised their guns and fired at the soldiers who had humiliated the ladies. Although these soldiers were their comrades in the past, if they didn't open fire, they would be the ones to face death. Under the gunfire, those soldiers were shot dead. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the soldiers and said in a heavy voice, "I hope you'll understand that their plight will be the consequences for any similar incidents in the future. Women, wealth, and food I'll provide them. But you'll have to abide by my rules and orders. Understood?" Wei Ningguo was the first to shout out, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." The soldiers all replied with a chill in their heart. They had just been forced into Yu Zhong's ranks, and they had not yet fully accepted him as a leader. But they were willing to follow the strong person who could lead them to constant victories. As long as he could lead them to win battle after battle, their loyalty and morale will naturally grow. However, the moment he failed, this group would instantly scatter. Yu Zhong next coldly ordered, "Take our fellow countrymen, let them pinpoint those amongst the captives who had taken part in slaughter or tormented the Chinese in any way. Execute those offenders." Zheng Mingyi's heart went cold instantly, and his fiery passion arose as he replied in a loud voice, "Yes, sir." "Wait." Right at this moment, Wei Ningguo suddenly exclaimed. Yu Zhong's gaze turned icy as he looked at Wei Ningguo. Wei Ningguo's back broke out in cold sweat, yet he hardened his skin and told Yu Zhong, "Boss, you killing the captives won't be too good. Furthermore, if this matter is to travel out, there will be lesser people willing to surrender." Since time immemorial, there were few powers who executed their captives. It was not because they were kind or merciful, but the moment news were to spread, fewer enemies would be willing to surrender, instead they might fight it out. Wei Ningguo was hoping that Yu Zhong would become an overlord, and continue being a big tree that he could rely on. Hearing Wei Ningguo's words, Zheng Mingyi also faltered as he looked to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "Carry on." Zheng Mingyi nodded, and immediately brought men to lead the survivors out of the vehicles, as they went to identify the culprits. The Vietnamese captives were not any decent people themselves, as under the identification of the enraged Chinese survivors, various captives were pointed out and pulled from the holding place, and immediately subjected to execution. "Don't kill me." "I was wrong. Don't kill me. I've already surrendered." Amidst cries and shouts, many of the Chinese survivors saw their tormentors and torturers getting their just desserts, and they could not help but sob in relief. It was truly a venting of their grievances and frustrations. Many of the Chinese survivors immediately kneeled towards Yu Zhong, as they kowtowed repeatedly. Yu Zhong had slaughtered their hated enemies and in an instant won their support and goodwill. Yu Zhong pointed to those Chinese survivors and told Wei Ningguo, "See that? After killing the scum, I've gained their favor. If I kept them, then those scum might not even be loyal anyway. I'm Chinese after all, and considering the situation, I would still want to seek revenge for my countrymen, regardless of the consequences, otherwise the road in the future would definitely be tougher." 2. *1. Alamog. Removing the root of the weed to prevent further growth before worrying about the holes in the lawn later. Who's to say if this is right or wrong, but in an apocalyptic world you don't make decisions lightly, I should think. *2. Alamog. Two ideas being expressed here. Number 1, he plans to use a mostly Chinese fighting force in the long run in these lands. Number 2, by removing the Chinese rapists and Vietnamese who were torturers and racists, he #2a. Chinese rapist deaths, establishes firm authority, decisiveness in decision-making and a very clear gain and loss system. Yu Zhong giveth and Yu Zhong taketh away. And part #2b, racist Vietnamese prisoners' death. Establishes relief from inner hatred amongst mistreated Chinese survivors. Establishes mass gratitude for resolving something they themselves never could, showcases personal power and determination in his decisions once more, and removed a later thorn which could cause the whole group to fail if hatred and racism between Chinese and Vietnamese were to spring up among his forces. Which it would. Ever seen someone who really hates one particular race? They can't be reasoned with, their reasoning for hatred is usually flimsy and it's a thoughtless, irrational rage/hate that manifests itself simply from being in the same vicinity. Uneasy face. Chapter 337, Pearl Fruit. Book 3, The South. After hearing Yu Zhong's words, Wei Ningguo lowered his head in silence for a while, before nodding slightly. With over 500 Chinese survivors who supported him, Yu Zhong's position was consolidated further. Although in the long run, killing the captives was not auspicious, in order to win the hearts of the Chinese survivors, killing those Vietnamese that were worse than beasts was the best method. With the identification of the Chinese survivors, over 100 captives were pulled out and immediately executed by beheading. The remaining Vietnamese captives were all frightened, their eyes filled with fear, afraid that they will be the next to be targeted. Not all the Vietnamese were monsters though, Those who did not commit any offense were directly sent to the scum battalion as cannon fodder. After settling the issue of the Vietnamese captives, Yu Zhong then came to the last vehicle with a huge container. Ming Jiejia followed silently behind Yu Zhong. She was extremely pleased with Yu Zhong's decision on handling those Vietnamese captives. During the post-apocalypse, the Chinese led wretched lives in this huge country of Vietnam. Any Vietnamese would take the chance to humiliate or even kill a Chinese. Killing them back gave Ming Jiejia a sort of outlet to vent her hatred. After all, she was Chinese as well. Seeing that Yu Zhong had walked over, two soldiers who were standing by opened up the container. They discovered that there was a small tree contained within, with numerous green leaves, its height about 1 m, and there were 8 small pearl-like fruits that were snow-white in color growing on that tree. What is this? Yu Zhong pulled over a captive platoon commander Mu Peixiang and asked. Mu Peixiang happened to be the highest commanding officer within the captives. Mu Peixiang swiftly replied, Sir, we aren't too sure on the background of this thing as well. This is something that the commander of the cheetah battalion discovered in a small town. When he found it, there were 16 mutant fierce-teeth apes around. To kill those apes, we lost a number of comrades as well. Yu Zhong did not reply and just looked at the strange tree as he waved his hands and dismissed Mu Peixiang. Yu Zhong reached out to pluck a fruit from the tree as he took in a whiff of its scent, and could detect a strange sort of fragrance from the tree. Yu Zhong held the pearl-like fruit and hesitated. He was 80% confident that it was definitely something good. However, he wasn't too sure about its effects. If it caused a person to faint, he would definitely be ripped apart by those soldiers he had just subjugated. Ming Jiejia was extremely astute and could discern Yu Zhong's dilemma, as she came towards Yu Zhong with a smile on her face and her huge round eyes as she said, Master, are you afraid that the fruit has poison? Why don't you let me try it for you? Yu Zhong looked at Ming Jiejia and said in a heavy voice, Jiejia, I'm 80% sure that this fruit is something good and won't be harmful. However, since it's not a certainty, are you sure you would like to try it? Ming Jiejia had a resolute look as she said, Let me. Ming Jiejia could tell that this fruit was something precious as well. Furthermore, she wanted to take the chance. If the pearl-like fruit could allow her to become strong, then she would have gained a huge benefit. In this post-apocalyptic world, the chances to become someone strong were little. Even if it could not endow her with power, she would still gain Yu Zhong's trust. The only risk was that she might be poisoned to death. Yu Zhong looked at Ming Jiejia and her determined expression and threw the pearl-like fruit to her. Okay. Take it. When Ming Jiejia received it, she did not even take a moment of hesitation, and directly swallowed the fruit into her stomach. When the fruit entered Ming Jiejia's stomach, it turned into a cool stream of energy that flowed within her body, as it nourished her limbs and nerves. The cool energy rotated within her body for a few rounds, before solidifying. Ming Jiejia's face then took a greenish hue as she opened her mouth slightly and spat out a mouthful of baleful air. Her frail little body shivered non-stop, like a helpless bird, as she looked at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong immediately grabbed her into his embrace, and found that the little loli was as cold as a block of ice. Yu Zhong observed the trembling Ming Jiejia and came to a conclusion. The side effects of this fruit are still unknown, but it definitely has some benefit in terms of enhancement. Yu Zhong chose not to take the fruit himself. Instead, he got his men to seal the container after seeing Ming Jiejia's plight. Right at this time, Wei Ningguo came up to Yu Zhong and asked respectfully, Boss Yu, are we still attacking Nandu Town? Nandu Town was Yu Zhong's intended target this time. There was a platoon of Wuyan Hong's forces guarding the town, and within the town, there were about 1,300 survivors, of which 200 Chinese were being treated as slaves. Yu Zhong had decided to ambush Li Guangyi's forces from the Vietnam Revival Army on the spur of the moment. He gained a number of captives and Chinese survivors as a stroke of luck. Of course. Yu Zhong activated his summon skeleton skill, and White Bones stepped out of thin air. Yu Zhong pointed to White Bones and said, Wei Ningguo, this is my trusted aide White Bones. He represents my will. You must follow his orders. Yes. Wei Ningguo felt shock and amazement as he replied. It was the first time he actually saw a life form appearing out of thin air. Yu Zhong eyes Wei Ningguo and said in a low voice, Wei Ningguo, bring them back to base. If anyone makes any funny moves, you can tell White Bones, and it will help you take care of the situation. Yes, sir. Wei Ningguo felt a chill. He knew this was a test and the hidden meaning behind it. If he himself were to try anything funny, this white bones would execute him at the first moment it could. Yu Zhong had just gained control over these troops for too short a time, and had used extreme force to subdue them. He had not won their loyalty yet, and if he wasn't there was a possibility of a revolt. However, with the existence of white bones, which was impervious to bullets and knives, and even the heavy firepower of a 12.7 mm machine gun, suppressing this mob would not be hard. Yu Zhong would then be rest assured to lead his men to launch an assault on Nandu town. Under the command of Wei Ningguo, half of the troops stayed behind, and were responsible for protecting and escorting the survivors, Vietnam captives and the equipment they obtained as they made their way back to the town of the Freemasons. The other half would follow Yu Zhong's lead to advance towards Nandu town. Nandu town was a small territory on the borderline of the areas under Wuhan and Li Guangyi's control. There was a small elite platoon of soldiers currently stationed there. At the same time, there were various fortifications being carried out. Different attacking points were densely placed, and without ample firepower, it was very hard to attack this town. What a tough defense. Yu Zhong brought men to Nandu town as he looked at the seemingly impregnable defense, with reinforcements present to support one another as he furrowed his brows. Facing that defense, lightning would only be sending its brothers to death by charging blindly. The mutant leopard cats were truly fearsome, but against a turtle-like defense, with experts who were not exactly weak, if the mutant beasts were to forcefully try and attack, they would only lose out in the end. Zheng Mingyi observed Nandu town from afar, before walking to Yu Zhong's side, quipping unhappily, "Boss Yu, why don't we fall back for now? This Nandu town seems too tough to handle. Even if the brothers charged down, we would not be able to achieve anything." Zheng Mingyi was extremely eager to attack Wei Ningguo's troops, but he was also extremely clear that with just their strength, it would be hard to do anything significant. The terrifying mutant leopard cats that had exhibited their prowess in the wild would not be of much help either against this town. It's just a single platoon. It's okay within my capabilities. Yu Zhong had calculated silently before making a decision. Wait here. I'll go take care of that platoon. Zheng Mingyi had a look of shock as he exclaimed, "Boss Yu, that is a platoon. And they're part of Wei Ningguo's elites, not some random riffraff. They're all within some protective buildings and not so easy to deal with. Do think this through carefully." Those troops of Wei Ningguo's were actual elites who had experienced and survived countless battles. Amongst them, there were many veterans and some actual military personnel from before the apocalypse. Their combat prowess was not like the troops of Li Guangyi that Yu Zhong had ambushed earlier. With the combination of elite troops and proper fortifications, even if there were 3 of the battalions that Yu Zhong had taken down, it would not be enough to cause any problems for the town. Zheng Mingyi was pretty strong himself, but he had to admit that he would be easily killed if he were to saunter into the town by himself. Zheng Mingyi had decided to rely on Yu Zhong after witnessing his methods and strength. He did not wish for him to die here. "Don't worry. You guys just wait here for the order to take care of the town." Yu Zhong laughed before pulling out his Bartlett sniper rifle, and aimed at a patrolling soldier from such a large distance and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the patrolling soldier's head was blasted apart. Enemy attack. Sniper. There's a sniper. Following the angry shouts, the platoon of elite soldiers quickly ran for cover within the fortifications, and did not allow for a second target for Yu Zhong. Great response. No wonder they're an elite platoon. Yu Zhong eyed the swift and smooth motions of the soldiers and couldn't help but frown. Chapter 338, Slaughter. Book 3, The South. However, Yu Zhong had already prepared himself mentally from the very start. A single platoon of elite soldiers was not going to be a problem for him at all. Yu Zhong pulled out a Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide from his ring, and donned it, before swiftly making his way towards the small town. Snipers. Yu Zhong had just moved when he felt 7 or 8 lines of sight locking onto him. However, this snipers could not possibly aim properly from such a distance, especially when Yu Zhong was employing his high-speed movement. If one wanted to get a hit on an enhancer as fast as Yu Zhong was, it was only possible if it was a sniper with the level 3 sniper specialization. otherwise it would be extremely hard for any other normal snipers to try and even catch him. Yu Zhong got within 200 m of the town in just a matter of a few breaths, and the various fortifications and defenses started spewing out bullets fiercely. There were multiple flashes from the different guns and a dense rain of metal came pouring towards Yu Zhong. Facing such a fearsome hail of bullets, unless it was a Type 2 mutant beast, it was basically impossible for any other mutant beast to be able to withstand it. If Yu Zhong had commanded the Little Brothers of Lightning to launch an assault on the town, just facing this rain of bullets would stop them in their tracks. In that dense barrage of bullets, Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps, as he constantly flashed about, not staying in a single location for more than a second. The area within 200 m of the town had been cleared of everything, there was not a single scrap of cover available. If Yu Zhong wanted to push forward on his charge, he could only do so under the blanket of bullets. In that town there was no shortage of the bullets from the 12.7 mm heavy machine guns. Even if the bullets could not damage Yu Zhong's defenses, the force of the impact would still cause him some injuries. After all, his body's resilience was still not as tough as a Type 2 mutant beast yet. As Yu Zhong was running, his eyes were constantly darting about, taking in every single detail about the town, and the locations of all the fortifications and defenses. He pointed to a part of the town, and 10 balls of devil flame the size of his fingers appeared, and shot towards 10 of the defense points. On impact, the 10 locations combusted and were caught in flames, with 30 of the elite soldiers under Wuyanhong instantly burnt to death. The fearsome devil flame also caused the weapons to catch fire, before exploding and adding further to the blazing flames within the defenses. In just a single moment, the platoon of elite soldiers were all incinerated by one move from Yu Zhong, although it had cost him 20 points in spirit as well. This kind of result was only possible by having the devil flame, skill enhanced thrice, as well as having all 6 attributes exceeding that of a standard person. Only someone like Yu Zhong could pull it off. As someone who was also an enhancer with flame manipulation, Wei Ningguo would at most be able to conjure 8 spheres of flame, but to cause such destruction he would need to expend over 40 points of spirit, which would most likely drain him after a single attack. When those 10 defensive positions were destroyed, 80% of the firepower of the town had been neutralized. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a glint as he retrieved the 05 submachine gun from his back and charged towards the town. When the 10 defensive locations were decimated, the 8 snipers hiding within the town did not stop firing at Yu Zhong. However, while those snipers were considered experts in their own right, trying to snipe Yu Zhong, who had exponentially faster speed than a normal human, was just impossible. Their bullets could only land on his shadows, not even ruffling his clothes. The remaining troops saw Yu Zhong charging forth all by himself, and they quickly retreated towards the second line of defense in an orderly fashion. A few mortar personnel started firing rounds at Yu Zhong's direction, causing myriad explosions all around him. Yu Zhong reacted by conjuring even more devil flame spheres all around him. As he created them, they flew to the different defensive locations and exploded, causing numerous Vietnamese soldiers to be incinerated. Pretty soon there were various fire traps burning all around the town, and the elite soldiers of the platoon under Wuyanhong were burnt to death by Yu Zhong's devil flame, turning into ash. When the commander of the elite troops Li Xiaoli saw Yu Zhong making his way around town killing the various soldiers, his eyes showed a hint of shock. Too scary. This damned fellow is too frightening. He must be an evolver that is similar to the Emperor. He's not someone who we can handle. A staff officer came up to Li Xiaoli and asked, "Commander, what do we do now? We have already lost half of our brothers to that guy." Li Xiaoli's eyes flashed coldly as he gave the order, "Evacuate. Transmit my order. Everyone is to evacuate from the town. Let all the survivors escape from here now." Li Xiaoli also gave an extremely cruel order before the staff officer left. "Before we leave, kill all the Chinese." Under such dire circumstances, Li Xiaoli could not even ensure the total evacuation of the Vietnamese survivors, not to mention the Chinese who were like pigs and dogs to him. Every Chinese survivor had been subjected to torment and torture under Wuyanhong's camps. The moment they were given a chance, they would become enemies dead set on seeking revenge. Li Xiaoli was a cruel man, and he would naturally not allow such a plight to cause problems in the future. The staff officer trembled and hesitated a while before asking, "What about the Chinese women? Do we kill them all as well?" In the small town there were a number of Chinese beauties who were just sent here. The staff officer could not bear to kill those women when they haven't got the chance to play with them. Li Xiaoli stared at the staff officer coldly and barked, "Kill them all." "Yes, sir." The staff officer could detect the unhappiness from Li Xiaoli, and he quickly replied before dismissing himself swiftly. The staff officer quickly came to the holding cell of the Chinese survivors, and conveyed Li Xiaoli's orders to the Vietnamese soldiers standing guard outside the jail. The door of the jail cell was then opened up, and from within numerous Chinese survivors walked out, their clothes in tatters, their faces devoid of expression or color, and their bodies emitting a foul smell. These Chinese captives were all used as slaves to construct fortifications and defenses by the troops of Wuyan Hong, and they ate only the worst available food. There was no freedom and they could only move around like zombies. "Quick. Chinese dogs. Get the hell out here. Faster." A Vietnamese soldier knocked the head of one of the Chinese captives viciously, causing his head to bleed and blood to drip on the floor. "Damn it. Useless shit. Go and die." The Vietnamese soldier cursed out before aiming his gun and firing at the Chinese captive. With a pung, the Chinese captive had a new hole in his head as he slumped to the floor lifelessly. When the rest of the captives witnessed this, their eyes flashed with fear, but they did not dare make any moves. Those who had dared retaliate had been killed long ago. The various Chinese survivors were quickly ushered to a huge clearing, in which there were 3 heavy machine guns mounted, and 12 Vietnamese soldiers decked in military uniform were standing there. When the Chinese were herded into their positions, the platoon commander in charge of the execution barked out, "Open fire." In an instant, the 3 heavy machine guns spat out a line of fire, as a dense rain of bullets tore through the Chinese survivors, causing them to be turned into sieves, fresh blood dyeing the ground. "Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'm begging you, please don't kill me." When the rest of the Chinese on the other side witnessed this, their eyes filled with fear, and many started to beg pitifully. "What the fuck are you being noisy for, Chinese dogs? Shut up." The miserable pleading of the Chinese infuriated the Vietnamese, and their eyes turned grim, before pulling out their handguns and fired at some of the Chinese. Under the various gunshots ringing out, those Chinese captives who were wailing were immediately executed. Seeing this cruel and harsh scene, all the Chinese captives knew that it was futile and desolation could be seen in their eyes. Some of them were brought to the clearing amidst their silent sobs, awaiting the next wave of execution. "These damn Chinese dogs. They should all be slaughtered." The Vietnamese cursed out loud and was about to bark out his order. "You fucking Vietnamese beasts should be the ones to die." Following Yu Zhong's chilly voice that affected one to the bones, the stinger was placed at the temple of the platoon commander. With a pung, the head of the platoon commander who had been giving orders to execute the Chinese exploded, blood and brain matter splattering on the ground together. "Kill him. Kill that devil." When the Vietnamese soldiers saw Yu Zhong, they broke out in commotion and started to fire at him almost simultaneously. "All of you can go die. Peace." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his devil flame, and 11 flames landed on the 11 other Vietnamese soldiers, causing them to combust instantaneously. "Ah. It hurts. Save me." The crackle of burning fat and the sizzle of flesh was drowned out, as the Vietnamese soldiers started wailing in agony. Being swallowed by the flames, yet not dying instantly, they struggled for a few moments in excruciating pain before they were finally burned to death. Burning slowly to death was one of the most cruel ways of punishment, and Yu Zhong had gained a substantial amount of control over his devil flame. Now he could control the power output. He could cause it to kill immediately or to cause them to suffer in pain. "Bunch of beasts. Wuyan Hong, you fucking beast. Everyone under him are just like him. He doesn't deserve to live." After killing those soldiers, Yu Zhong took in the surrounding, and his fury and killing intent billowed as he saw the numerous bodies of the Chinese that were just executed. Chapter 339, Eradicating Li Xiaoli's Troops. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong suppressed the fury he had and fired a signal into the skies. "Boss, you has released the signal. Follow me." Zhang Mingyi saw the signal in the skies, and quickly led the 50 or so men towards the direction of the town. Yu Zhong could easily handle a small company of elite soldiers, but to gain control over 1,000 people of a town, it was too difficult to do by himself. Protecting the Chinese that he had just saved would be hard to do alone, therefore Yu Zhong needed the help and assistance from Zhang Mingyi and the rest. Yu Zhong looked at the 200-plus Chinese captives and said, "I'm Yu Zhong. I'm Chinese and I've come to save you. From today onwards you're my people. I will do my best to protect you guys. As for Wuyanhong, that bastard, I will not let him go." When those Chinese captives heard Yu Zhong's words, they started bawling with emotions, many even started kneeling and kowtowing to him. If Yu Zhong had been just a little bit later, they would have been executed mercilessly. As of this moment, almost everyone was filled with gratitude and reverence for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong waved his black-toothed blade and cut open the bindings on the Chinese captives, and in turn, those freed went to help the rest undo their bindings as well. Yu Zhong looked at those Chinese survivors and said in a low voice, "Those who still have energy, take up a gun and join me in my fight. Right now, only you can help protect yourself." Amongst those survivors, 20-ish men quickly stepped right up, and they went to pick up the equipment from the 12 Vietnamese soldiers, before standing quietly and awaited Yu Zhong's orders. These Chinese survivors had already witnessed Yu Zhong's tyrannical strength, and coupled with the fact that they did not have a leader amongst themselves, they already started to listen to Yu Zhong's orders subconsciously. Yu Zhong looked at the 12 gun-wielding men and asked, "Which of you have handled a gun before?" One of the men with a height of 1.6 m, sunken eyes, a clean-shaven head, and a sturdy look replied in a low voice, "My name's Li Guanghua. I was a retired soldier from the Chinese army." Yu Zhong took a look at Li Guanghua and acknowledged him. "Good. I shall appoint you to be the temporary commander of these survivors. You will be in charge of gathering all our Chinese comrades. Defend this position, and do not allow those Vietnamese to bully our Chinese comrades further. I will go decimate every single one of those Vietnamese animals. After that I'll come back and bring you guys out of here." Currently, the town was in a huge mess and there was chaos everywhere. If no one was to stand guard here, those Chinese survivors would be in for further torment. Yu Zhong had to chase down the soldiers of Wuyanhong's troops, and had no time to stay here. Li Guanghua replied in a clear voice, "Yes, sir." Yu Zhong saw that Li Guanghua had accepted his order, and quickly left the place, giving chase to the remaining soldiers of Wuyanhong's troops. The company of elite soldiers stationed here numbered a total of 150 over soldiers. Yu Zhong had single-handedly killed over 80 of them. Li Xiaoli was also an officer with plenty of combat experience. The moment he saw that Yu Zhong was running around unhindered, he had called for an immediate evacuation. The remaining elite soldiers had swiftly boarded various APCs under Li Xiaoli's commands and started to make a run for the exit of the town. Yu Zhong had chosen to save the Chinese survivors first, thus expending some precious time, and by the time he reached Li Xiaoli's command center, he saw numerous APCs driving off towards the distance. "Fuck. I'll definitely not let you assholes off." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a hint of madness as he activated his shadow steps, and ran after the APCs. After activating his shadow steps, Yu Zhong's speed would reach a level of nearly 140 points, and him running at full speed allowed him to reach the fleeing APCs in a short span of time. With Yu Zhong giving it his all, the distance between the two parties was gradually lessening. With such an absurd point total for his speed stat, Yu Zhong could be considered almost superhuman in the pre-apocalyptic world. With a pung, Li Xiaoli had not even reached Yu Zhong when his brains were blasted apart. "Kill them all. Leave not a single one behind." Yu Zhong's icy gaze swept across the Vietnamese soldiers as he commanded lightning. He had not a shred of goodwill towards these Vietnamese beasts who had slaughtered a huge number of Chinese, and naturally did not want to leave anybody alive. Upon receiving his order, lightning, whose innate beast savagery ran through its blood, felt extremely excited, and immediately led its brothers to slaughter the remaining soldiers, before helping themselves to a feast. Yu Zhong then collected all the equipment that was left behind into one of the APCs, leaving the ground full of dead bodies, and drove the APC back to town. By this time the entire town was engulfed in chaos. Under Li Xiaoli's orders previously, there were many Vietnamese mobs and Vietnamese survivors who just wanted to escape from the town. When Yu Zhong led Jing Mingyi and Li Guanghua to subdue the town and cleanse it of all the troublemakers, ensuring that everything had quietened down, there were only 200+ Chinese survivors and 600+ Vietnamese survivors. When the situation had been contained, Yu Zhong then brought them to leave the town. Before he did, he even released a fire in the town, causing it to be burnt down cleanly, leaving nothing behind. The most luxurious villa in Tooth County had been converted to the main living quarters of the Great Empire of Vietnam, and all the commands were given out from here. Within the villa, in a meeting hall, there was a man of about 27 years old, his body burly, his features defined, and had a head of long hair that reached his shoulders. He had a fierce expression on his face as he was looking at another middle-aged man kneeling in front of him as he asked, "What? 3 battalions were destroyed by the Chinese Association? How is that possible? How can they have that kind of power? Is this for real, Song Weiyun?" Song Weiyun's back broke out in cold sweat and he dared not reply. Slowly, "It's true. My liege, from the reports of those soldiers who made it back alive, they were ambushed by an enhancer that could command a large group of mutant beasts. He even had a Type 2 mutant beast with him." The young man with a fierce aura between his brows was precisely the leader of the Great Empire of Vietnam, Wuyin Hong. He had just returned from hunting mutant beasts in the forest and had received news of the demise of 3 of his battalions, causing him to be enraged. Chapter 340 Wuyin Hong's Fury. Book 3 The South. 3 battalions consisted of almost 1,500 soldiers. At the same time, amongst those 3 battalions, there were the 5th and 7th battalions which possessed decent fighting strength. They were soldiers that Wuyin Hong had painstakingly trained up amongst the 14 battalions under his command. Since these 3 battalions were decimated, it was like Wuyin Hong had received a deep knife wound. Of course it infuriated him. Wuyin Hong frowned and stared at Song Weiyun and asked in a low voice, "Type 2 mutant beast? What kind of person can control a Type 2 mutant beast?" Wuyin Hong frequently honed himself within the forests, and naturally knew of the ferocity of the Type 2 mutant beasts. It was the first time that he heard of an enhancer who could control a Type 2 mutant beast. We do not know the name of that enhancer who could control the Type 2 mutant beast. However, we have his photograph here. Song Weiyun quickly pulled out a photograph where Yu Zhong's appearance was distinctly captured. After all, the soldiers of the 5th Battalion were still elites. Even when they had collapsed and retreated, there were some who managed to take pictures of Yu Zhong. "It's him?" The Wolf Fang Battalion's commander Wu Dahue saw the photos of Yu Zhong and he couldn't help but exclaim while his expression turned ugly. He hated this person to the core, after he had wiped out his elite troops and was currently holding Li Bingyan captive. Now that he saw Yu Zhong's photo, he lost his sense of self subconsciously. Wuyin Hong's gaze retracted and turned to Wu Dahue. "Dahue, you know this guy?" The Wolf Fang Battalion was one of the sharpest weapons of Wuyin Hong. Wu Dahue was also a well-liked general of Wuyin Hong. Since the elite battalion had gained a lot of merit for the Great Empire of Vietnam, Wuyin Hong valued Wu Dahue's opinions greatly. Wu Dahue gritted his teeth and spat out in a steely tone, "Liege, this is the Chinese expert that assaulted Tooth County previously. The team led by Daong had perished at his hands." Although the Wolf Fang Battalion was termed as a battalion of elites, the actual number of experts inside did not exceed 100 people, and for 10 experts to have died at the hands of Yu Zhong, it was considered a huge blow to the Wolf Fang Battalion. Wuyin Hong frowned before asking, "Do you guys know his background?" Although Wuyin Hong was a ruthless and merciless killer, he wasn't an idiot. He wanted to find out about Yu Zhong thoroughly, before deciding on the next course of action. The various officials all stared at each other, their faces grim, and not a single word was spoken. Yu Zhong had been transported by the Nether Beast only recently, no one had even heard of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had committed such huge acts one after another successively, no one would know about him. Furthermore, collecting intelligence in this post-apocalyptic era was not like in the past, and it took much longer to gather enough information to make a detailed judgment about a person. Wuyanhong looked at his officials keeping silent, and he couldn't suppress his anger anymore as he lashed out, "Rice buckets! A bunch of useless rice buckets. *1 This Chinese dog has killed so many of our brothers. So many days have passed, yet you useless pricks have not been able to get a hold of any information on him. Not even his name. I've really kept you guys around me for nothing." The Great Empire of Vietnam was coined by Wuyanhong himself, and he took pride in it as his very own nation. Prior to the apocalypse, he was only an ordinary Vietnamese citizen, albeit with extremist and racist views. He did not possess any etiquette or charm. The moment this self-appointed emperor got angry, the words that came out of his mouth were definitely curses. After screaming and lashing out at his officials, Wuyanhong's anger was finally abated. He calmed down and eyed his intelligence officer coldly, commanding, "And Nishuan, how are you doing your job? I'm giving you a week, I don't care how, you better get me information on this Chinese dog, is that clear?" And Nishuan cried out miserably inwardly. This mysterious person had just suddenly appeared and started wreaking havoc. It was going to be extremely tough to get information on him. This was after all the post-apocalyptic world where people were scarce and information sharing was poor. To get to the bottom of a person's background, it was going to take more than 10 times the effort. However, seeing Wuyanhong's gaze of fury, he could only harden his skin and reply to the affirmative. "Yes, my liege." As someone cruel and harsh, those who dared retort or talk back to Wuyanhong would almost certainly be reduced to a pile of bones. And Nishuan naturally feared death, and he could only agree to embark upon this monumental task. Only then did Wuyanhong nod his head in satisfaction, as he thought to himself that once he gotten information on this Chinese man, he would be able to let him have a taste of his prowess. "Liege. Liege. Emergency intel." Right at this time, a communications officer knocked on the door of the meeting hall with urgency as he called out, "Come in." Wuyanhong frowned as a bad feeling arose in his heart. The communications officer walked into the meeting hall and reported loudly, "Liege. Nandu town had been attacked by the Chinese Association. Li Xiaoli's troops have been totally annihilated. Every single one of the 156 soldiers have been wiped out." "What?" Wuyanhong's face instant drained of color, his right fist smashing fiercely on the table, causing a hole to appear in it. Li Xiaoli was one of the generals under Wuyanhong that could fight battles extremely well. The 100-plus warriors stationed at Nandu town were all elite soldiers as well. Just that single company could easily cause his 9th Battalion to be defeated casually, and they had finished their fortifications of Nandu town, without the assistance of any heavy weapons. Even 2 infantry battalions would find it hard to breach the town. An entire company of elite soldiers was actually decimated by someone. This was threatening to push Wuyanhong off the edge. He had wanted to use this company as the core for a new battalion to be trained up that dared and could fight. Wuyanhong suppressed the fury in his heart with difficulty, as he stared at the communications officer and questioned harshly, "A thorough report. I want a thorough report. How did Li Xiaoli and the rest die?" Nandu town was fortified. Li Xiaoli's company was also full of well-trained soldiers. Wuyanhong could not wrap his head around how the entire company could be destroyed so easily, not even being able to resist before reinforcements arrived. It seems that an expert from the Chinese Association that could manipulate flames appeared. His flames easily killed the entire company of Li Xiaoli. The communications officer hesitated a while before giving what he knew. Based on the reports of the survivors who managed to escape, the expert was called Yu Zhong. Wu Dehui was currently frowning as he thought to himself, before suddenly turning to Wuyanhong and said, "Flame manipulation? That's right. Liege, the Chinese expert who killed Deong and the rest was also an expert who could manipulate flames. It seems that Yu Zhong must be the person who killed Deong and had launched an ambush on the 5th, 7th and 9th battalions." Wuyanhong's eyes flashed with an incredible violent gleam as he ordered his police chief, "Yu Zhong. Seems like he has thrown his weight in with the Chinese Association. Goddamn you Chinese Association. I'll never forgive you bunch of animals. Ma Tsuanxiang, go catch 200 Chinese dogs to be executed. Since that Chinese dog Yu Zhong dare to kill our noble soldiers of the great empire of Vietnam, I'll kill his fellow country dogs." Ma Tsuanxiang's eyes flashed as he replied with respect, "Yes. Liege. In Tooth County, there were 2,500 Chinese survivors. These Chinese survivors were either from overseas, while some were absorbed by Wuyan Hong after he attacked Friendship Town. In fact, the total number of Chinese that Wuyan Hong had captured once numbered in the 6,000s, but after the different torture and torment, there were only 2,500 left. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed the Chinese males as slaves to do the hard labor, and the Chinese females to be treated as playthings, he would have killed them all long ago. It was precisely because he had killed too many Chinese slaves that he had to raise the issue of buying some Chinese slaves from Li Guangyi in exchange for a huge amount of rations, just so he could replenish his ranks of work and sex slaves. Wuyan Hong's eyes darted about with a ferocity as he gritted his teeth and barked. "And Nishuan, go and check the current location of the Chinese Association. This time, once I know where they are, I'm gonna make sure they're wiped out." And Nishuan immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, Liege." Under Wuyan Hong's commands, the various reconnaissance and intelligence soldiers set out as they made their way to the different locations of the Chinese Association. The Wolf Fang Battalion soldiers were also sent out, especially to check the surrounding towns, to search for traces of Yu Zhong and the Chinese Association. Wuyan Hong also ceased his training in the woods, and instead he started arranging for the genocide of the Chinese. Under the pressure and forceful suppression of the great empire of Vietnam, the surrounding Chinese factions were smashed. The Chinese survivors were all captured and became Wuyan Hong's slaves. The difference in power of both sides were too great. Up against an absolute power, the Chinese had no way of retaliating. As for Yu Zhong, who had conquered Nandu town and exterminated the troops of Li Xiaoli, he brought the spoils of war and survivors out and joined the rest of Wei Ninggua's troop. After that, they abandoned the small town of the Freemasons, and everyone headed north, entering the forest to join with the Chinese Association. "You're awake. How do you feel?" After concussing for 3 days, she finally blinked her eyes open, and immediately saw Yu Zhong beside her. This lady felt extremely touched before she closed her eyes and checked her body status, before revealing an excited smile. "Master, my spirit has risen by 20 points. Now it's at 26 points. Good." Yu Zhong gazed at Ming Jiejia and smiled gently before he pondered a while, and took out a bottle filled with snake birth fruit juice and handed it to Ming Jiejia before saying, "This can let you become an evolver. If you feel that you can be loyal to me for your entire life, you may drink it. If you feel that you can't do it, I won't force you. I can give you your freedom as well. I will put it bluntly first, if you dare to betray me once you gain strength, I will definitely not let you off." Ming Jiejia received it as her face showed an expression of resolution, and immediately gulped the contents, before using her sweet voice to say, "Master, rest assured in this lifetime Jiejia is yours." Chapter 341 Chinese Association's Conclave Meeting. Book 3 The South. The moment Ming Jiejia drank the snake birth fruit juice, she started to run a fever and fainted yet again. Yu Zhong left White Bones to stand guard over Ming Jiejia, before striding out of the room. At this time, Li Guangua and Zheng Mingyi were training their subordinates. All the Chinese survivors and the Vietnamese survivors were following the strict training regime diligently. Yu Zhong was Chinese, and in this foreign land where ethnicity was important, he could only find it in himself to trust his fellow Chinese. Therefore, every single one of the 700-plus survivors, regardless of their gender, were drafted into his army, and were undergoing the strict training. These Chinese survivors had undergone so much torment and humiliation, every one of them having braved the worst. They had no complaints with regards to Yu Zhong's training. The women did not put on any dainty airs like the ladies of before the apocalypse, many choosing to go through the same tough training as the men. Those who did not go through the training, it was not that they did not want to, instead their body constitution did not allow them to withstand that kind of rigorous regime. Yu Zhong observed every single soldier who was standing under the hot sun and going through the training with a resolute look on their face, and he nodded with satisfaction. These women had all been on the receiving end of cruel torment. Not only did they not eat their fill, they had to endure rape. Now that they possessed the chance to gain their dignity and strength, everyone grasped at that chance with a fervor, some even more outstanding than the male soldiers of before the apocalypse. Yu Zhong was a bit of a male chauvinist, and believed that waging war was a man's job, and disliked pulling the women into it. However, in these parts of the world where the Chinese were the minority, he had no choice but to train them up and equip them as well. Otherwise, he would land himself in an awkward situation with insufficient troops. Yu Zhong's establishment had a small number of Vietnamese survivors as well. However, these Vietnamese that he used were all people with families and loved ones. This way he could lower their desire to betray him. Even then he did not dare use too many Vietnamese, otherwise if they all revolted, he would have a problem in his hands. Yu Zhong looked at those Chinese survivors training diligently under the hot sun and he frowned slightly, and thought to himself in regret, "What a pity! If only there was a Type 2 mutant beast carcass." If there was sufficient Type 2 mutant beast meat, then those survivors could swiftly regain their vitality, and could engage in tougher and more rigorous training, enhancing their battle potential. At the same time when Yu Zhong was overseeing the training of the Chinese survivors, the upper brass of the Chinese Association was currently engaged in a conclave meeting. Xu Wenyan lightly sighed. He only disappeared for a few days and suddenly amassed a group of over 1,000 people. He sure has some ability. Yu Zhong had borrowed 100 Chinese Association members, but came back with more citizens than the current Chinese Association, and at the same time he gained a battalion and a company's worth of equipment. The upper brass of the Chinese Association were all dumbfounded. Qin San humphed with a little discontentment. Humph? That group that Yu Zhong brought back is at most a gathering of some random trash. How can they compete with the elites of our Chinese Association? He may have 1,000 or more people, but we just need 200 to completely overwhelm him. The troops that Yu Zhong had recently integrated were in fact a mob of untrained people. Not only were they lacking in military training, they had no battle experience as well. They definitely could not match against the warriors of the Chinese Association. Feng Qingtian had an imposing look as he retorted, "That may be true, but they had obtained plenty of equipment and weapons, and are currently undergoing training by Yu Zhong, that monster. With just 2 to 3 months of training, they will become a formidable force." Lu Niujin had a relaxed look. "Isn't that fine for us?" They are also of one mind and want to exterminate that Wuyan Hong. If they become stronger and are our allies, the pressure on us would be greatly diminished. Wuyan Hong was after all the greatest enemy of the Chinese Association. In Vietnam, where there were Vietnamese survivors everywhere, even if the Chinese Association tried their best to expand, they would not be able to match Wuyan Hong. With enough time, provided that nothing goes wrong within Wuyan Hong's forces, they would only grow bigger and stronger, yet the Chinese Association would only become smaller and weaker. Luo Mingyin had a deadpan face as he spoke grimly. However, this Yu Zhong may not be some saint himself. The moment he saw Peng Lingbo, he killed him mercilessly and subjugated his forces. Once he fully established himself, what if he does the same to us as well? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The moment Yu Zhong met Peng Lingbo, he had executed him and forcefully conquered his subordinates, and even gave the kill order for those Vietnamese survivors who had surrendered. All these proved that he was definitely a ruthless and decisive person, which led the upper brass of the Chinese Association to be nervous. It was true that Yu Zhong was Wuyan Hong's enemy, but who could guarantee that he would be the Chinese Association's friend for long? Luo Yi's eyes flashed and he proposed an extremely vicious idea. Why not kill him now? Then swallow his people, how about that? Like that, our Chinese Association would have 4 battalions worth of equipment and 3,000 some people. Even if that Wuyan Hong sent another 3 battalions to attack us, we would be able to defend and retreat. The moment those words came out from Luo Yi, many of the officials felt their hearts shudder. If they could successfully pull it off and swallow his subordinates, then the overall strength of the Chinese Association would increase by a huge margin. In this post-apocalyptic world, other than one's own strength, everything else was superficial. Attacking other factions, swallowing other troops, it was not like the Chinese Association had not engaged in such acts before. Xu Wenyan's brows lifted as he sternly reprimanded, "No way! Luo Yi were Yu Zhong's allies. He had saved our skin once, we can't do something so immoral. Don't ever mention this again. The next time you do, you'll be subjected to punishment." Hearing Xu Wenyan's words, there were a few of the officials present who broke into a relieved smile. Some even let out a breath of relief. Not everyone had treacherous thoughts after all. Yes. President. Luo Yi had a look of embarrassment as he replied before keeping silent. Niu Wei, who was in charge of logistics and supply, asked, "President, Yu Zhong has just sent men to reclaim the 2 infantry battalions worth of equipment. Do we give them up or not?" Xu Wenyan laughed lightly. "Of course, those equipment were left by him here, under our care. Now that he's here to take it back, we have to return it. We can't offend our ally." Niu Wei nodded a little reluctantly. Yes. It was after all 2 battalions worth of equipment. This represented a huge strength for any faction. Niu Wei was naturally unwilling to return those to Yu Zhong. After the wrapping up of discussion on a few more matters, the rest of the upper brass dismissed themselves one by one, leaving only the 2 vice presidents with Xu Wenyan. "Wenyan, why didn't you agree with Luo Yi's proposition? I want to know the truth." Wang Xingchuan looked at Xu Wenyan and asked in a low voice. He knew that the Xu Wenyan in front of him wasn't some upright, virtuous and honorable man. Those kinds of characters could not possibly survive in this harsh world, let alone build up a power in an antagonistic country. After Wang Xingchuan heard Luo Yi's suggestion, he was extremely tempted, and wanted to get rid of Yu Zhong as well, and swallow his subordinates and equipment. When Xu Yan reached out to lift his cup of tea as he gracefully took a sip, then replied mildly, "Xingchuan, let me ask you, if you want to kill Yu Zhong, how confident are you of accomplishing it?" Wang Xingchuan frowned as he contemplated silently for quite a while before replying, "Based on the reports from Zheng Chang and the rest, if we were to attempt an assassination, 3 of us would have a 70% chance of defeating him. However, if he were to still be hiding more tricks up his sleeves, then it would be hard to kill him. Instead, we might accidentally alert him to our intentions. If it were a frontal confrontation, if we want to kill him, we don't stand a chance." "Precisely. Defeating him may be easy, but killing him would definitely be extremely difficult. If we're unable to kill him successfully, then he would become our Chinese Association's strongest enemy. Right now, we share a common enemy, Wuyan Hong. Killing between ourselves will only benefit that Vietnamese beast. Yu Zhong's troops are still weak. If he want to deal with Wuyan Hong, he also requires working hand in hand with us. Within the near future, he definitely would not do anything to us. Unless we're weak like the Freemasons and not willing to fight against Wuyan Hong. Therefore, at least until Wuyan Hong is wiped out, our allied relationship would definitely be sturdy." Xu Wenyan's eyes flashed with a strange glint, as he presented his conjecture on Yu Zhong's thinking. In fact, Yu Zhong had not any designs on the Chinese Association, simply because the pressure of Wuyan Hong's forces was too huge. He needed a strong ally who could fight to attract the attention of Wuyan Hong. Peng Lingbo and his Freemasons was practically a joke. There was no use for them in the bigger picture, therefore he had casually exterminated them and swallowed their forces. Tiger Chu suddenly asked, "What if Wuyan Hong is truly wiped out by Yu Zhong?" Xu Wenyan smiled dumbly. "If he could really exterminate Wuyan Hong, then our Chinese Association can just rely on him. This is Vietnam we're talking about. If Yu Zhong wants to take command of this place, he would need to rely on us Chinese. When we first established the Chinese Association, it was to fight for us Chinese to retain our dignity and livelihood. If he can do it better than us, then there's nothing wrong with throwing in with him." Tiger Chu and Wang Xingchuan pondered silently before nodding in agreement. If Yu Zhong could really exterminate Wuyan Hong, continuing to fight against Yu Zhong would be like a mantis trying to stop a car. Furthermore, Yu Zhong was Chinese. Having another Chinese person as a leader, there was nothing wrong with that. Of course, this was all based on the assumption that Yu Zhong did have the capabilities to take Wuyan Hong down. If not, they would not rely on a useless character as well. After the meeting of the upper brass of the Chinese Association, they returned the items to Yu Zhong without much ado. Even the 300 tons of rations were sent to Yu Zhong quickly. With such handling, Yu Zhong felt a little taken aback. He had thought that there would be delays, even to the point of having to exercise some force to get them back. After an entire day, Ming Jiejie was finally starting to stir from her coma. "How's your condition now?" Yu Zhong sat at the window in Ming Jiejie's room. He looked at her, who had just woken up, asking in a concerned tone. Chapter 342, The Only Chance. Book 3 The South. Ming Jiejia lifted her head to see Yu Zhong sitting beside her, and her heart leapt with joy, before she closed her eyes to sense the changes in her body. She then quickly said, "Master. The 6 attributes are now like this: Strength 12, Agility 11, Spirit 43, Stamina 10, Endurance 10, Vitality 11. I've become a spirit-based evolver, and have learnt the level 3 skill, Summon Shadow Wolf, and the level 3 passive skill, Affinity. After becoming an evolver, every part of the body's constitution would gain enhancements. Even if it's a child, after turning into an evolver, her current constitution would be better than other normal people. It was the case for Yao Yao then, and is the same case for Ming Jiejia now. They both possess bodies stronger than even an adult." When Yu Zhong heard that Ming Jiejia had obtained 2 skills, his eyes shined with delight. Obviously Ming Jiejia was a genius who possessed some potential as well. That was how she managed to comprehend 2 skills at once. Yu Zhong had used the snake birth fruit juice to help others to evolve, but those evolvers had only gained a skill upon evolution, unlike Ming Jiejia who gained 2. Yu Zhong's eyes retracted and he said, "Oh. Let's summon out your beast to have a look." "Yes." Ming Jiejia replied docilely, before waving her little hands, and activated her Summon Shadow Wolf. A demon wolf appeared noiselessly out of thin air, its fur entirely black as night, as it stared at Yu Zhong silently while it stood beside Ming Jiejia, giving off an impression that it would snap anytime. Yu Zhong looked at the shadow wolf and asked Ming Jiejia, "What are its abilities?" While walking in the shadows, it's hard for people to detect it. It also has the pursuit ability. Ming Jiejia thought for a while before waving her hand at the shadow wolf. The shadow wolf and Ming Jiejia were connected through thought, and it walked to the shadows at a corner. The moment it came into contact with the shadow, its body seemed to twist and meld into the shadow on the wall. Yu Zhong had kept his eyes focused on the shadow wolf, and even though he thought he was mentally prepared, he still could not see the shadow wolf. His heart went cold and his gaze focused once again on the shadow, barely making out the existence of the wolf. As long as his attention was shifted away just slightly, he would not be able to see it anymore. Yu Zhong asked Ming Jiejia, "How many of them can you summon?" If this type of shadow wolf could be summoned in numbers, then in the dark of the night, they would be a fearsome force. It could stay hidden noiseless within the shadows, and could easily rip out the throats of normal people. Ming Jiejia thought for a while before replying, "This shadow wolf requires 10 spirit points per summon, maintaining it requires 2 spirit points every 10 minutes. Therefore, my maximum capacity is 3 shadow wolves with a time limit of 10 minutes. Yu Zhong continued asking, "Then what about the affinity ability?" The affinity ability had never been dropped even after Yu Zhong had killed so many mutant beasts. It was definitely somewhat special. Ming Jiejia furrowed her brows slightly. "This skill doesn't have much use, it only increases the goodwill that mutant beasts will have for me." Yu Zhong continued asking, "Can it be used to tame mutant beasts?" If it could be used to tame mutant beasts, then it was an useful skill. Otherwise it was just of a small help. Ming Jiejia observed her skill carefully before replying, "Nope. It can only increase the affection levels so mutant beasts would not attack me. However, the skill is useless against the more aggressive types and those that do not possess some intelligence." Yu Zhong thought for a while then said, "All right. Time for breakfast." "Yes, master." Ming Jiejia replied obediently, before picking up the food beside her and starting to munch on it. Qin Yao, Ming Jiejia and Gan Tao. As of now Yu Zhong had 3 evolvers with him, but none of them were going to be of help against Wuyan Hong. As for the rest, Yu Zhong could turn them into evolvers, but their loyalty was questionable. "Boss Yu." Zheng Mingyi walked into the room and looked strangely at Yu Zhong who was sitting beside Ming Jiejia, as he saluted respectfully. Yu Zhong nodded lightly and asked Zheng Mingyi, "The thing I asked you to check, how is it?" Zheng Mingyi reported, "The surrounding areas have all been locked down by Wuyan Hong. Furthermore, I've received news from the Chinese Association that the nearby Chinese factions have been facing extermination by Wuyan Hong. Many Vietnamese survivors have joined Wuyan Hong's side as well." Wuyan Hong had suffered a huge loss, with Yu Zhong having decimated 4 of his battalions. However, with just an order he could totally wipe out a huge number of Chinese factions, while absorbing the Vietnamese survivors himself. He was recovering his power and extending his reach. After all, they were in Vietnam, and as a Vietnamese he had the influence. Yu Zhong then asked, "Can the Chinese Association get messages to the rest of the Chinese factions?" Zheng Mingyi had a grim look as he shook his head. "Not possible. Those that the Chinese Association can reach have already been swept by Wei and Hong. Those who have not been wiped out have all hidden within the forest, and communications with them have been lost." "Seems like we're all alone?" Yu Zhong's eyes flashed, his heart felt like it was pressed down by a huge stone as he softly spoke out. In this area, there was only the Chinese Association and Yu Zhong's establishment that were still struggling in the forest. If things continued on like this, it would only be a matter of time before Wei and Hong's troops discover them. Once they were discovered, they would be awaiting the full-scale assault from his troops. Although the survivors under Yu Zhong all possessed high morale, their training was not sufficient to prepare them to withstand the attack from Wei and Hong. Trying to expand one's own power in a foreign land was simply too hard. Especially since they were at the northern areas where the Vietnamese still disliked the Chinese. If it were the south, Yu Zhong's expansion would have gone smoother. Yu Zhong finally asked, "What about other intelligence?" Zheng Mingyi hesitated a while before saying, "I caught someone from his mouth. I've obtained information that Li Guangyi had already allied with Wei and Hong, and had agreed to be under him. Also, I'm unsure when it happened, but Li Guangyi had borrowed 2 battalions of soldiers from Wei and Hong. Something must have happened. This is also our chance. Maybe our only chance." Yu Zhong frowned as his mind started racing. But what kind of event? Li Guangyi's also someone with 10 battalions. How could he lower his head to borrow from Wei and Hong? Alright. A zombie horde. There must be some movement from the zombies around Gaoping City. Otherwise Li Guangyi wouldn't be that nervous. Yu Zhong analyzed the situation and thought through the possible scenarios faced by Li Guangyi, before coming to this conclusion on the most fearsome enemy. The zombies are the enemies of all humankind. Gaoping City itself had over 500,000 zombies near it. With only 10 battalions of 4,000 over soldiers, and the majority being new soldiers, coupled with the fact that there was still friction between the soldiers of the battalions, wanting to deal with a horde of 500,000 zombies would be a problem. In terms of power, Li Guangyi's troops could never compare to Wei and Hong's troops, therefore that was the only plausible reason for Li Guangyi to submit to Wei and Hong. After thinking through all this, Yu Zhong immediately stood up and made for the Chinese Association's direction. Xu Wenyan heard Yu Zhong's suggestions and his eyes flashed with shock, and his brows furrowed. "What? Yu Zhong, you want us to go with you and launch an attack on the north? Do you know what you're saying? The north is Li Guangyi's territory. Right now, Wei and Hong's forces are out there everywhere searching for our tracks. The moment Li Guangyi sends some troops to block us, Wei and Hong can cut us off from behind, and the end result is unimaginable." Lun Yojing could not resist and exclaim, "Yu Zhong, are you crazy? It's not that you're not unclear of our strength. Every one of us added together would still not be enough to deal with Li Guangyi. As long as he deploys a few battalions, it would be enough to block us." Everyone's gazes landed on Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong said in a deep voice, "I've not gone crazy. This is our only chance." Li Guangyi had borrowed 2 battalions from Wei and Hong, and I reckon that it's to deal with the zombie horde in Gaoping City. Under such circumstances he most likely has no time to deal with us. As long as we can eradicate the forces sent by Wei and Hong, we can break out of this encirclement and make for Guangxi from Gaoping City. Wang Xingchuan frowned and looked at Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, you said it yourself. Li Guangyi had borrowed the troops on speculation that it was to deal with the zombie horde. What if it's not, and instead, it's in preparation to deal with us?" Hu Yen stared at Yu Zhong. "If that's the case, I'm afraid our entire association will perish. All 2,000 plus of us will become corpses." Yu Zhong looked at Xu Wenyan and replied mildly, "I know that. However, staying here is not an option. Just a bit more time spent here, Wei and Hong's forces will come by sooner or later. By that time, unless we hide further in the forest where the Type 2s and Type 3s are, or we'll have to clash with him. Based on our current power right now, we definitely would perish under either option. Going towards Gaoping City and launching an attack is our only way out now. My decision is set. Regardless of what you guys say, I'll be attacking after a day. Wenyan, what are your plans?" Fighting towards Gaoping City was definitely risky. Yu Zhong knew that with the slightest error, this establishment of Chinese would definitely die. However, it was the only chance they could afford to do something, otherwise, there would be no other chance for survival in the future. Chapter 343, Risky Infiltration. Book 3, The South. Xu Wenyan frowned, pondering silently before replying. Yu Zhong, your suggestion is too risky. I would like to consider it a few days before giving you a firm answer. Yu Zhong laughed indifferently. A few days? Sure. Once you're done thinking you can let me know. But I'll be leaving tomorrow. You best be giving me an answer tonight. Yu Zhong didn't like dragging things on. Since he had already made a decision on doing something, he wanted to do it well. The moment he left the Chinese Association's meeting location, he had already ordered for his men to prepare to evacuate and attack towards the north. As for the different people in the Chinese Association, Yu Zhong knew that it was hard to convince them without enough evidence. After all, this operation to attack Gaoping City was indeed a risky one. It could be said that it was a gamble. If he won this gamble, then he could escape from this quicksand that was Vietnam, and gain access to the other side, which was home. If he lost the bet, then those survivors that were following him would die. The moment Yu Zhong left, Wang Xingchuan directly asked Xu Wenyan. Wenyan, seems like he had already made up his mind to attack Gaoping City. What do we do? Are we going to risk it together with him? Xu Wenyan contemplated a while before replying, let's wait and see. The Chinese Association was not willing to bear such a huge risk on a gamble. After all, it was a lot safer here. Evening, Yu Zhong had just finished his dinner, and was taking a stroll in the nearby woods with Ming Jiejia. Come out. Yu Zhong suddenly looked to a dark corner within the forest and called out. How did you do that? That's twice you've discovered me. Zheng Chang was slightly annoyed as he walked out of that dark spot, walking towards Yu Zhong as he asked curiously. Yu Zhong chuckled and changed the topic. How is it? The Chinese Association ought to have come to a decision yet? Is it to fight or to stay? Zheng Chang stared at Yu Zhong a while before replying in a solemn tone. Yu Zhong, you're really unsure if there is a zombie horde at Gaoping City right now. Yu Zhong looked calmly at Zheng Chang and replied, I'm not a god, how can I confirm what the situation is like over there right now? I've only come to a conclusion based on the available information. Zheng Chang had an earnest look as he tried to appeal to Yu Zhong. Let's go scout the place out now? You have the Type 2 mutant beast as a mount, we can check the situation out in just a single night. Yu Zhong thought for a while before rejecting it. No way. I need to conserve enough stamina and spirit to deal with the fight tomorrow. Zheng Chang's suggestion was pretty decent, but he neglected one point, which was Yu Zhong did not trust the Chinese Association. If Yu Zhong left to conduct reconnaissance, it was likely that the Chinese Association will swallow his subordinates. If he came back, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He couldn't possibly kill the members of the Chinese Association. These days, Yu Zhong did not step too far away from his people because of his concerns. Zheng Chang was a little disappointed, but he continued trying to plead with Yu Zhong. Then Yu Zhong, shall we wait till we confirm the intelligence before taking action? As long as we can confirm the authenticity of the situation, we'll set out together, and our forces will be stronger together. Yu Zhong shook his head and extended his olive branch. Speed is vital. Who knows what might happen after today? I need to grab hold of this chance, otherwise we'll definitely be wiped out if we stay here. Zheng Chang, why don't you come with me? Zheng Chang rejected him straight away. No. I can't do that. The president has treated me well. I can't abandon him at this time. I'll follow you. Right at this time, the beautiful Xu Tianya stepped out. Yu Zhong looked towards Xu Tianya with a questioning gaze. Based on his abilities, Xu Tianya had actually gotten so close before being discovered by him. She was obviously not simple. In this post-apocalypse, women had a disadvantage at survival. However, those who possessed authority and power, not one was a simple character. Xu Tianya had risen to an elder position. This was entirely due to her own strengths. Xu Tianya smiled coyly at Yu Zhong. Why? Am I not welcomed? Yu Zhong looked at that absolute beauty and replied with his own smile. How is that possible? Tianya, you're really coming with me? Have you obtained your brother's approval? Shu Qinya replied in a bright voice. He is he. I am my own person. The things I decide, why should I seek his approval? What you said earlier today, I do see your point and agree with it. Since it's going to be like this, why not try giving it a shot? When should we wait till? The enemy is stronger than me, only by a miracle can we break out of this. Shu Qinya was a woman with strong views, and did not just agree with everything her brother said. During the establishment of the Chinese Association, Shu Qinya had helped lay quite the foundation. Yu Zhong laughed and said, "Great. Then let's work hand in hand to slaughter our way out." Other than Shu Qinya, the Chinese Association had no one else willing to take the risk with Yu Zhong. The second morning, Yu Zhong led his 1,000-strong force, all having done with their preparations as they started marching towards the north. Shu Qinya led her own force of 46 female soldiers as they joined Yu Zhong in their northbound march. Within the forest there were 6 camouflaged soldiers, their faces smeared with mud, and they donned helmets covered in green as they made their way carefully along the main paths and searched. They were elite soldiers deployed by Wuyanhong, and they were specifically gathering information on the Chinese Association and Yu Zhong. These 6 were experienced, and as they searched the forests carefully, they were meticulous to not leave their own traces. Having searched extensively, they crossed this huge tree, when suddenly, a hail of bullets were fired downwards, causing 3 of the reconnaissance soldiers to die immediately. The remaining 3 soldiers immediately dodged towards the side, as they ran for cover and raised their own guns to fire back up the tree. It's no use. There's no point in a useless struggle. Since you've been revealed, there's only one path left for you: death. Zheng Mingyi jumped down from the tree, dodging the bullets, and swiftly threw a hand grenade towards one of the soldiers. With a huge explosion, the grenade exploded and blasted the recon soldier into bits and pieces. The faces of the other 2 soldiers immediately fell, as they started firing like their lives depended on it. As they were spraying their bullets, a shadow wolf suddenly appeared from the shadows, and immediately snapped its jaws around the throat of one of the soldiers, snapping his windpipe. After killing the soldier in a single bite, the shadow wolf did not pause, and instantly pounced on the other soldier, ripping his throat off as well. The sounds of gunfire immediately died down in the forest. What a strong summon! After the conclusion of the gunfight, Zheng Mingyi walked out from behind a tree, as it looked at the shadow wolf with a complicated gleam in his eyes. The might of this shadow wolf was simply terrifying, appearing like a ghost on the battlefield. It had noiselessly killed 2 elite soldiers. Even for someone like Zheng Mingyi, to handle those 2 soldiers would have required a bit more time. That shadow wolf actually accomplished it in less than a few breaths of time. Ming Jiejia, decked in a military uniform, came stepping out from another part of the woods, as she asked Zheng Mingyi, "Is it settled?" "Yes, Miss Jiejia." Zheng Mingyi looked at Ming Jiejia with a complicated gaze as he replied. Ming Jiejia's ability, Summon Shadow Wolf, had a huge potential on the battlefield. Yu Zhong had hence arranged for Ming Jiejia to be part of the recon group led by Zheng Mingyi to be trained under him, allowing her to gain some experience and to be more comfortable with her command of the skill. After dealing with those recon soldiers and a few sentries hidden around the area, Yu Zhong's group continued on their march towards the northeast direction. The moment Wuyanhong found out his recon soldiers and sentries were killed, he would react quickly, hence this place was not safe to linger for long. Yu Zhong and his troops marched on for an entire morning. Before they finally heard the sounds of a battle from the north, it was obvious that there was an intense battle going on at the moment. Those are the sounds of heavy artillery. That's right. They are definitely fighting the zombie horde. Yu Zhong heard the sounds of the heavy artillery, his eyes flashed with excitement, as he summoned Wei Ningguo. "Wei Ningguo, I'll leave things here under your command temporarily. I'll go in front and scout the situation." Only by seeing the situation with his own eyes, Yu Zhong will then have confidence in his next step. Wei Ningguo replied, "Yes. Boss Yu." Yu Zhong jumped onto Lightning's back as they shot forward like a meteor towards the north. Lightning's running speed at its maximum was far beyond that of a sports car, and Yu Zhong came to the front lines in a few breaths. Only to discover that the zombie horde had surrounded Gaoping City, not leaving even space for water to trickle past, as the densely packed horde of zombies were engaging in a fierce assault on the walls. The troops of Li Guangyi were currently making use of their covers and fortifications to help defend against the onslaught. The horde of over 500,000 zombies was pretty fearsome. Even with the defenses and fortifications, under the constant attacks of the zombie horde, there were a few important bases that were overrun. Damn it. The bridge is jammed. Yu Zhong rode on lightning as they circled one time, at the same time killing a few zombies, as they discovered that the bridge towards Gaoping City had been blocked by the zombie horde. The horde of 500,000 were simply too many, stretching for miles. The commanding Z-type had also split the horde in two, one half moving towards the east, the other moving towards the west, as they both launched a two-prong attack on Gaoping City. By this time, the zombies and humans were engaged in an intense battle, the numbers of the zombies massive, there were even evolved ones within the mix. The humans had the aid of fortifications and powerful modern weaponry. A large number of the zombies were being picked off under the heavy assault from Li Guangyi's troops. Although they had gained some ground, they didn't kill that many either. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.